know what? I think I would like to have another owner. And if you're patient with me, if you take time, I would be that person. I would be that cat.
And she is, what did they say about? 4. Yeah, she's still young. They're young, a lot of young ones here.
Cats can live till 20. 1-844-5831. And she's young enough, but old enough. She's not a kitten. She's not going to tear your house up.
So that's our show. Thanks so much for watching. I hope you found a dog or a cat that you'll want to rush down to the North Central Shelter and adopt right away. But again, if you didn't, please go to their website, laanimalservices.com. You can see all the hundreds of dogs and cats at all 6 LA City shelters. Now remember, spay and neuter your pets. It's the best way to keep them healthy, safe, and at home with you. And if you can't adopt, there are other ways to help. You can foster a pet for a short period of time. You can volunteer. They always need volunteers. You can donate items such as blankets or food or treats or collars and leashes. Or you can give money. Money always works. So thanks again for watching. See you next time on Adopt a Pet Today.
Hi, this is Carretero Family.
We are from East Los Angeles, Boyle Heights. You're watching Channel 35, our city, our channel.
In LA this week, Los Angeles takes an historic step toward making our environment clean and green. That's coming up.
Bringing world-famous museums to underserved communities. I'm Gil Reyes, inside the Natural History Museum's Moving Museum on Wheels, which makes a stop in South Los Angeles.
I'm Saida Pagan for LA This Week. It just got a lot easier to find your way around Hollywood. I'll have the story coming right up.
Hey everyone, I'm Umayma Rashid. Here's what's happening in LA this week. The next time you want a straw for your drink, you'll have to ask for one. A new law banning all restaurants from automatically giving customers plastic straws went into effect in the city of Los Angeles. The goal of the new law is to reduce the amount of plastic waste littering our beaches and waterways.
Good morning, everyone. This is an important day for Los Angeles. We are taking bold action. 1 in 5 pieces of garbage that are found on our beaches on Coastal Cleanup Day are plastic straws.
Plastic straws may seem small, but their impact can be vast. Plastic straws end up in oceans and waterways, breaking down into small pieces and eaten by fish and wildlife, often killing them.
Starting today, English and Spanish signage will be displayed at all 119 McDonald's restaurants in the city of Los Angeles, informing our customers of the new law and asking them to consider the environment before taking a straw.
So many restaurants have already gone to paper or biodegradable straws. There are alternatives for reusable straws, metal, rubber, even bamboo and pasta straws. There are already alternatives exist. And then you can also just go with no straw at all. I haven't used straws in a couple of years for anything, including smoothies. So I think we've become accustomed and conditioned that plastic is necessary in our lives, single-use plastic, and it's not.
A recent report shows that Americans throw away an astonishing 500 million plastic straws each day. Hollywood is a fun place to spend the day, but finding your way around can be a challenge for first-time visitors. But thanks to Los Angeles City Council member Mitch O'Farrell and other city leaders, new pedestrian signage promises to make the Hollywood experience a lot more user-friendly. Saida Pagan has the story on the Heart of Hollywood initiative.
Hollywood is one of America's top tourist destinations. Each year, an estimated 10 million people converge on this part of Los Angeles, looking for famous faces and glamorous places. But for those new to the area, finding all the iconic locations can seem like a scene out of a Hollywood adventure movie. Ludka Vidmar from Sweden wanted to see the Walk of Fame and the studios.
Do you know where everything is located?
Yeah, no, so we don't know that, so we try to use Google Maps.
Los Angeles city leaders recently unveiled part of the solution, Wayfinding Signs, a total of 79 of them scattered throughout historic Hollywood. The pedestrian signs are one important part of what is called the Heart of Hollywood initiative. Officials say more pedestrian traffic is good for the economy and the community.
It adds a certain vibrancy, and it gives this accurate sense that government cares enough to make sure that our neighborhoods look better, they're safer, and they're cleaner.
Parking will be the focus of the initiative's next phase. Digital occupancy signs like the ones you see in malls will be coming soon. Another change will be parking meters with rates that vary depending on the time of day and driver demand.
This Heart of Hollywood initiative has been years in the making. Government agencies and community groups have been working together to make it easier and safer for people to get where they want to go.
Hollywood visitors we spoke to say they appreciate these signs. This family had just driven in from San Francisco.
It seems pretty logical to me. I don't know. Honestly, we just parked and got here, and that was the first thing I looked to. So,
did you know where you were going?
Not in the slightest.
I think it's a great idea because many people want to stroll around on their own, and just have a signs to show you where you are is great. Yeah.
Up next for improvements is the world-famous Walk of Fame. A master plan is already being developed to make visiting the walk an even better experience.
There are even more improvements being planned. Expect to see electronic messaging signs leading to Hollywood and an app to find parking more quickly. How do you rejuvenate a beloved community space? Some fun and games might do the trick. That's exactly what South Park residents and the LAPD did recently as they got together to work on improving relations and reducing crime.
In recent memory, neighbors regard this 19-acre park as a magnet for drug use, homelessness, plagued by crime and violence. In 2016, we began the process of bringing the shine back to South Park with the installation of a new synthetic soccer field right behind us. South Park continues to be unsafe. What good is investing more than $10 million in this park if it's too dangerous for our children, our families, or our seniors? We're about to change that perception. I'm elated to say that on this day, we officially launched the Community Safety Partnership Program.
I just want to thank the community for allowing us to partner and build bridges.
Oh, baby, you all right? I'm doing well. How about you? I'll be all right. You know.
This is relationship-based policing. So it's being a part of the community and working together. Pretty much the future of policing.
Ultimately, we all might come from a different background or whatnot, but inside we're the same heart and the same people.
I know that all of us here share the same vision for this park, and that is to make it a safe place where our families can build memories, our children can run freely, and the community gather during the day or night.
Growing up in South LA, I've always heard, hey, this is just the way things are down here, and I hate that. And I don't want that anymore.
Our whole vision is taking it back. This is our park. We want the community members, the kids to feel safe here. We're excited to see the change here.
The annual LA River Cleanup is one of the biggest and most community-forward events of the year. Hundreds of volunteers help remove and collect trash from one of our most precious resources.
Hearts that won't heal, your eyes have died. You see more than I. Girl, you're a star in the face of the sky.
We're here to provide entertainment for friends of the Los Angeles River. And all the volunteers who are here cleaning up.
What are you doing here today?
LA River Cleanup.
For much of my upbringing, we didn't think of this so much as a river anymore. We thought of it as the wash. We thought of it as a place where you would go down and maybe goof off, but we didn't think of that as a living, breathing river. Well, Los Angeles is committed to bringing this river back.
Over the past 30 years, we have mobilized over 70,000 volunteers just like you to remove over 400 tons of trash from this impaired but precious waterway. This is trash that would otherwise end up in the Pacific Ocean, so you are all here making true environmental impact today.
It's amazing the stuff that I've heard of that people find buried. This is my weirdest object yet, a paint roller. I dug out a bicycle. I found this acrylic sweater almost all buried. I pulled it out. I noticed it didn't have one single stain or one single hole. I took it home, I washed it, I dried it out. With the tweezers, I pulled out every little twig and root that had been growing in it. And it ended up being a perfect, beautiful, wearable sweater. I still have it. I call it my river sweater.
I feel encouraged by how many people are out here to pick up the trash. I was so shocked when I came and there was like a long line to check in. That was awesome because I was like, oh man, like, you know, it's so easy to get discouraged by seeing all the trash just in LA in general, you know, like it's constantly very dirty. And then to see so many people have hope and take action towards change is the best part.
I wanted to come here.
Why?
Because I want to help my community and make it a better community.
One person may feel that they can't make a huge impact on our environment, but when you see so many people, each of whom individually made that decision to come together, you see the massive impact that we can all make together.
The fact that we still have the core values of humanity like community, that's the best.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you for the care that you give. But just remember, today is just a day that we act on it. For the rest of the 364 days, we think about it and figure out how to pay our homage.
I would not miss this opportunity. I'm an LA native. We only have one river. So for me to be able to do this takes, every time I do it, I'm that much closer to my dream of having a whole river back to normal, natural bottom like this, stuff growing in it, maybe being able to take, you know, canoe rides on it, a real river again.
Thank you for doing this for the city.
You're welcome.
Oftentimes, parents are just too busy or can't afford to take their kids to the museum. Gil Reyes reports on a no-cost option that recently made a stop in South Park in South LA.
I think it's pretty nice and it has a lot of cool stuff they get to learn about.
South Park resident Aaliyah Benjamin and her cousins do something they rarely get to experience: go to a museum.
Because our parents don't want to take us like that. Sometimes they don't. They be tired.
Whatever the reason, the Natural History Museum and Exposition Park has them covered. Their mini mobile museum stops by the neighborhood. It's a 50-foot-long trailer where kids can learn about Southern California plants and wildlife for free.
It's a space designed to look like you're outside in the Santa Monica Mountains. We've been serving schools in Los Angeles Unified and in other districts since 1992 with this truck specifically, and we actually have others as well.
South LA Councilman Curtin Price calls it a sad fact that many inner city kids just don't make it out to museums very often. So the idea here is, why not bring the museums to the kids? In this case, the local park and recreation center.
South Park Recreation Center on 51st and San Pedro hosted the traveling museum. Also, this mini installation from the California Science Center. Representatives from the always free Broad and California African American museums also stopped by to encourage more South LA families to visit.
It's true, many don't, and it's just miles and minutes away. But they don't have the experience, don't have the interest, don't have the desire, don't have the means sometimes to get to the museum. And so we want to make sure that kids know that the museum is here for them and that they should take advantage of it.
Councilman Price says the traveling museum will return in South LA somewhere down the road. And to book one for your school at no cost, visit the Natural History Museum's website at nhm.org. While the city of LA is working on long-term solutions to our homeless crisis, others in the community are coming up with immediate solutions to help those living on the streets.
Well, they say that on any given night, there's over 50,000 people that are experiencing homelessness. You know, people sleeping on the streets, you know, people just kind of like looking lost and not where to go. That's why neighborhood councils, you know, they love to get involved, they love to help, and this is one great way that, you know, they can take resources back into their community.
Well, Los Angeles is the homeless capital of the U.S. We have about 60,000 people in the county that don't have a safe place to sleep at night, and it's unacceptable.
Typically, people falling into homelessness for the first time are losing their housing, but they still have their car. And where are they going to park safely and legally in the city of LA every night? So that's what we do.
So we get a lot of, you know, blocking the sidewalk, open bottle containers, jaywalking tickets. You know, a lot of times they get their driver's licenses suspended or they have bad credit, and that helps. That's a barrier to housing, and so removing all that really helps.
So the situation right now is so horrific, right? We already have people camping on the streets. It's not sanitary, it's not safe, and it's a public health hazard. So why don't we just do it in a more dignified way? And that's what Cardboard Origami represents.
I have a home right now, but I would like to know some information because I have friends all over in LA that they are homeless, and I want to see if I can help them.
And most of the people we see are people we knew when they were housed. People in Milwaukee are not becoming homeless and say, I'm going to go to LA. People in LA who are homeless started out in LA. So we're basically just helping our neighbors and helping our neighbors navigate the system.
We don't have enough shelters, we can't build them fast enough, so that's why this is an immediate intervention that people need to support, and we need to really do this.
From helping those experiencing homelessness to helping our veterans, many don't know where to find the help they need, but a recent resource fair offered a one-stop shop for a variety of services.
The event is called Stand On by military terms. Basically what it is a resource event where we're hoping more veterans will show up and they will find out there's job training, job reentry, mental health, home loans, all kinds of stuff that the veteran or the current military member can qualify for.
Art is a part of the Children and Family Wellness Working Group, and he really had this idea of creating a resource fair, which is a stand down, and really connecting families and veterans and services all throughout Northeast LA. And I thought that was a really great idea because I do see a lot of veterans in Northeast LA. I'm also local, and I don't see a lot of events for veterans. So I really just wanted to take part in that and help support and connect veterans with all the services that they have in Greater Los Angeles.
Sometimes you have to make adjustments of getting yourself in good health, mental health, and taking care of the issues that are preventing you to be successful. It's there if you want it.
Spring has sprung, and folks in Sylmar celebrated the occasion with what else? An egg hunt, of course, with a little health fair mixed in.
So today at Sylmar Rec Center, we have our annual egg hunt. This year we are incorporating a health and safety fair to provide valuable information and resources to our community. We have various arts and crafts, games, different booths that have information. We'll be having our actual egg hunt for all children ages 0 to 12 years old.
Having this event here definitely brings a lot of awareness to the programming, classes that we do offer here on a year-round basis. So our main focus is, to keep the families together, bring them out for a special time. That way everyone can have fun.
Over at Exposition Park, folks enjoy their own spring festival, which featured family fun, including rides, live music, balloon making, and lots of roses.
Expo Center holds an annual spring festival, so we thought it'd be great this year to host it in the Exposition Park Rose Garden. I mean, we have over 60,000 different types of roses. This is a very historic garden, and it's operated and owned by the City of Los Angeles Department of Recreation and Parks. And so we thought it'd be great for folks to come in and smell the roses and just have a lot of fun.
Besides your presentation, what was the highlight of the day?
Being able to take pictures here by the fountain and enjoy the flowers. Be here as a group. It's our first time being here as a whole group and taking these lovely pictures.
My first years, I never been here, and the roses, but this event is beautiful. For the family and the entertainment for the kids is fun. I love it.
In Lincoln Heights, a brand new playground is brightening the neighborhood and encouraging outdoor play.
3, 2, 1, go!
I started in the department 30 years ago. In 1990, this was my second assignment. So this is very special to me, and this community will always be special to me.
We hosted a community meeting here, and the community was very excited about this new playground.
You know, these are 5 years old, they love parks, they need to be outside, and there's not that many around in this block. So
to be able to dedicate this wonderful structure, the shade, the kids do not have to be in the sun. They can play all day.
The community of Lincoln Heights said, you know what, we want this playground to be interactive, we want it to be quality, and we want it to be accessible for children in this community that we know are living with disabilities.
Look here what you've done. From a dusty little place that nobody cared to play, it has turned into a beautiful, beautiful treasures. And so to see these young kids now play, I feel like being a little kid. I wish I could be their age. I can enjoy this beautiful park.
This park serves as a social, recreational fixture in the community, and we're happy to support many adventures and friendships that will be made here.
my son is 5, so he's very excited. We've been waiting for it for quite some time.
The LAPD Museum puts on a carnival for the community. A new furry member joins the LA Zoo family, and Westwood gets a new stop sign. All this in City Beat.
LAPD's Northeast Division recently held a community carnival in Glassell Park. Proceeds benefited the LAPD Museum. Both kids and families enjoyed rides, games, and naturally, yummy funnel cake. The LA Zoo recently added a member to its family with the birth of a new female zebra foal. The first such birth since 1988, the zoo welcomes visitors to come say hello to the cute new baby girl. And 5th District Council member Paul Koretz recently welcomed a new stop sign to the intersection of Kelton and Massachusetts in Westwood. A recent surge in traffic has led to a surge in accidents, and the new signage will help to curtail that.
They don't have to watch for somebody plowing through at 60 miles an hour. Now there will be much greater safety.
The ribbon is cut and it's time to play hoops. LA's all-girls Sacred Heart High School celebrates a brand new gymnasium.
This gym has been in the making for 20, 25, 30 years.
and it's a huge achievement for us. We were one of the only Catholic all-girls school in the Archdiocese without a gym.
I was a student athlete, so having to practice at Lincoln Park and having to have our games there was difficult just because we wouldn't get a lot of support because it was off campus. So the fact that it's on campus now, the girls will be able to have support from their fellow Comets.
We believe that young girls and young women deserve that same opportunity as young boys and men, and so we're just happy that that now we have this over here on the east side of the city.
We cannot wait to make new memories in our brand new gymnasium.
Coming to Sacred Heart without a gym was still a great experience, but having a gym is just an extra wow.
Sacred Heart is a place where our teachers, staff, and coaches encourage us to be the best versions of ourselves possible.
Thank you to everyone who helped this dream of ours come true.
Enjoy free pancakes during a pop-up art show, raise awareness on homelessness while listening to stories from those living on the streets, and enjoy the cultural diversity of a Southeast European film festival. All this and things to do.
Don't miss the return of the Los Angeles Pancakes and Booze Art Show. This underground pop-up art show celebrates 10 years of serving free pancakes and introducing SoCal residents to some of the nation's leading emerging artists. This two-day event will include body painting, live DJs, and more. It's all happening at the Los Angeles Pancakes and Booze Art Show May 3rd and 4th, beginning at 8 p.m. The show is set to take over Lot 613, located at 613 Imperial Street. For more details, check out their listing on Eventbrite.com. Homeward LA is gearing up to take over LA Performance Spaces. This traveling theater company will put up a series of productions featuring monologues based on stories from people who have experienced homelessness. Funds raised from the event will go to the Midnight Mission. So do your part to support homelessness awareness and the arts by attending Homeward LA. Production begins April 26th and runs through May 5th. For performance times and venues, visit homewardla.org. Travel halfway around the globe without leaving your hometown. The 14th annual Southeast European Film Festival can take you there. This film festival showcases the cultural diversity of Southeast Europe and fosters cultural exchange through its annual presentations of films from that region. Sneak a peek at how the other half lives at the Southeast European Film Festival, happening May 1st through the 8th. For a complete listing of festival programs and venues, visit cfestla.org. And that's a look at some things to do.
That's it for this edition. I'm Umaima Rashid. From all of us here at LA This Week, thanks for joining us. A reminder that you can catch us online at lacityview.org. We're also on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. See you next week for more LA This Week.
MyLA 311 is an easy-to-use mobile phone app. Available from the App Store or on Google Play. MyLA 311 links Angelenos with the services and information they need to enjoy their city, beautify their community, and stay connected with their local government. Find the nearest fire station, library, or even senior citizen center. Request graffiti removal. You can even pay your DWP bill. Keep up with what's going on at City Hall. And even report illegal dumping. MyLA 311 puts the power of City Hall in the palm of your hand.
Hi, I'm Cindy and I'm in Little Tokyo, and you're watching Channel 35, Your City, Your Channel.
Continuation of the Budget and Finance Committee's hearing and consideration of the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2019-2020. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the Committee, joined by my colleagues Mr. Kretz and Mr. Bonin, and we are ready to begin today's meeting. Members, as always, you have in front of you the updated list of Budget and Finance Committee questions and reports back. So I would ask that you review that list so that at the conclusion of public comment we have an opportunity to make whatever revisions may be necessary and approve that so that it can go forward to staff for continuing work on those reports back. We will go ahead and begin our public comment section of today's portion of the hearing. And for folks who haven't been here before, we take 1 minute per person. And because this is a special meeting, we will not be taking general public comment, which means that I would ask that your comments be constrained to subject matter of the city's budget for 2019-2020. So I'm going to call out a number of names. I'd ask that you go ahead and be ready to speak. And we will proceed with Kira Pollock, followed by Frank Galassi, Rona Maggie, and Tara Russell Slavin. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kira Pollock, and I'm the Director of Senior Services at the Los Angeles LGBT Center. In Los Angeles, there's an estimated 65,000 LGBT seniors over the age of 64. 68% live alone. The fact is that the history of discrimination that has left many LGBT older adults facing frightening economic insecurity, with 1/3 of older LGBT adults at or below the 200% poverty level. In 2018 alone, the Los Angeles LGBT Center provided services to more than 22,000 seniors in our program, many of whom do not attend programs and services at other senior centers across the city of LA because of the discrimination that they experienced and the need to connect with other LGBT peers. I'm asking you today to support a budget request that was put forward through the Department of Aging for a mini multi-purpose center for LGBT seniors.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frank Galassi, followed by Rona Maggie, Tara Russell, and Gonzalo Salgado.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Frank Galassi, a licensed psychotherapist with a concentration on LGBT senior issues. I have been a 10-year client at the present senior services at the LA LGBT Center. For too long, my community of seniors has been marginalized by the unfortunate results of society. So many LGBT seniors who lose a partner, a wife, a husband, come to senior services for the wisdom and the guidance of our carefully honed case managers. Today, I urge you, the City Council, to support critical funding for a mini multi-center in this budget year. The unique needs of the LGBT senior must truly be a priority in the budget process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Rona Maggie, a senior lesbian educator and writer, supporting funding a mini multi-purpose center for LGBT seniors. Most of us have lived through years of discrimination in order to pursue our queer lifestyles. I left family, friends, and roots in the Midwest to build a life in Los Angeles as a lesbian. I found camaraderie and safety amongst other senior gay writers at the LGBT Center. These uniquely gay writing classes are not provided at other senior centers. As I get older, connecting with older lesbians in a community of support is essential. The LA LGBT Center Services is the only program designed specifically for LGBT older adults in the city of Los Angeles. I urge the council to support critical funding for a mini multi-purpose senior center for the LGBT community in this budget year.
Thank you. I'm going to call up a few more names now. I'd like to invite up Tara Russell Slavin, Gonzalo Salgado, Sarah Armstrong, Eric Previn, and Patricia McAllister.
Good afternoon. My name's Tara Russell Slavin. I'm Director of Policy at the Los Angeles LGBT Center. As you've already heard, LGBT seniors face significant obstacles, with only 1 in 2 seniors willing to participate in non-LGBT specific social supports. LGBT seniors are much more likely to experience social isolation, and part of the impact of that includes premature mortality. The state has already recognized LGBT seniors as a priority population for funding in AB 2719. Senior Services is our fastest growing program, growing by 40% in the last 2 years. Part of the center's new campus is a state-of-the-art senior center which will serve clients from every council district. For years, we have raised the money for our senior services privately without any city funding. Unfortunately, without the city's help, we won't be able to keep up with the growing demand. The LGBT community is where we are today because of the LGBT seniors. And it's a time for our city and our community to fully recognize that and support them as they age and get older. We're here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to call up some more speakers. I'd ask that you come and be prepared to speak. Gonzalo Salgado, Sarah Armstrong, Eric Previn, Patricia McAllister, Reggie Edwards, and Arnold Sachs, please.
Go for it. It's Eric Previn. The Rexon Park contracts, we were here, or I believe transportation yesterday, we heard that 40% of their contract or they're saving 40% by sending out contract administration to private consultants. I really think we have to check private consultants, because private consultants provide information, but then the public often doesn't get access to it. Like in the case of the Prop K project for the BOE in Studio City, where I think you had the mayor out there getting ready to celebrate an extremely expensive, possibly $16 million item in our open space in Studio City, and yet none of us heard about it, and a bunch of consultants are recommending it. Goretz was brave. Where's Goretz? Somewhere in there. It's hitting next to you. He wants more civilians and less sworn at LAPD, and I think that that's a very intelligent point of view, because having cops who are sworn doing paperwork is not in our interests. And finally, sir, the mobile pit stop. I mean, what can I tell you? We really want one, and this is our aviso prohibido.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
could
you.
you circulate this to the staff?
Sure.
This is
yes, somebody will take that and circulate it. Ms. Armstrong, welcome. Okay, Ms. McAllister first then, I guess.
Patricia McAllister here. I have problems with this budget. Here you have projected revenues. You're going up on property taxes by 6%. Licenses, permits, fees, and fines you're going up on. Electricity users tax you're going up on. You're going to increase that. Sales tax you're going to increase. Business tax you're going to increase. And you're complaining that you're losing money on parking fines. So we better be careful, folks, the ones who drive. Now, here's the deal. By you Democrats smuggling in 5 million illegal aliens into this city, and all these Americans you see on the street living in shelters, living in their cars with family and friends, they're not working, so they're not contributing to this budget, to the finances of this city. Therefore, you have to keep increasing. We need an investigation of the city attorney's office. They got 8 million more. They have over 600 attorneys, they claim. And I checked with the Bar Association, most of them are not even attorneys. So we need an FBI investigation of this city, these different departments, and this council, this Democratic council.
All right, I'm going to call, please don't disturb other speakers. I'm going to call up some more speakers now. Sarah Armstrong, Gonzalo Salgado, Reggie Edwards, Arnold Sachs, and Mauro Melgar. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here representing both Americans for Safe Access and the Southern California Coalition. On behalf of both organizations, I would ask that you grant Ms. Packer her request for budget. She has shown herself to be an able leader and an able money manager and has done very much with very little. I know this honorable committee has already taken the unprecedented step of giving her a 3-year stipend, but there is so much more work to be done, and it seems like the council has many tasks for her. This department is absolutely essential if you want a well-run cannabis industry in Los Angeles. They enjoy the respect of the cannabis community, and we are all anxious to help. But social justice does not fund itself. We need your help on that part. Once again, we feel Ms. Packer and her staff have done an excellent job and will not waste a penny of your money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, my name's Gonzalo Salgado. I'm representing South Central or LA County, whatever you guys want to present. I'm here to talk about the scabies, and I see you guys are cleaning the streets, but you guys aren't using the permethrin, which kills the actual scabie mite, which is found outside in the streets, and we are contaminating ourselves and bringing it in our homes. So it's a never-ending cycle, and it's a pandemic. I don't know who you guys need to talk to, but I think you guys should invest in some investigation, spend some budget and more public health cleaning and stuff like that, because it's real important. And you guys might not feel it, but you guys have it because everyone has it. It's easily, you can shake someone's hand and boom, you have it.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. Although it's not really a good afternoon. I'm a little bit pissed off. So I'll start this meeting off the way I ended the last meeting. Any sitting LA City Council, elected city council member, or appointed commissioner, or anybody who's involved in the government who, through an alias, a DBA, an LLC, own or have an interest, a financial interest in any marijuana collective, please stand up. Well, there's your answer. They're all sitting.
Sit down, Mr.
That means they have interest in marijuana collectives. Good luck winning that fight. Different story. Legal Defense Fund. I just found out you can get $100 a pop for Brown Act violations. I have a way for people to become millionaires. Bankrupt the city and do it in 10 seconds.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Reggie Edwards, and I've worked in the marijuana cannabis industry for more than 10 years. I'm also a member and vice president of UFCW Local 770. And as a longtime resident of South LA, I have a passion for helping people within this industry. And I will also be applying for a social equity license. I see how the Department of Cannabis Regulation has worked to help legitimate retail and non-retail businesses come online. I work in such a union shop. I see the commitment that the department has to give people like me who lived in areas that were criminalized for so long a chance to thrive. But we can only do so if they're given the resources to do what they need to do. Cannabis tax funds should go first and foremost to run the department that makes these taxes even possible and to repair the harms from the war on drugs. People in my neighborhoods are watching. My coworkers are watching. The surrounding cities and states are watching. Just want you guys to fund them, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to call up a few more speakers. Mauro Melgar, Rachel Torres, Joseph Kaneko Pettit, and Wayne Spindler.
Last time that I checked, I was the one hustling 7 days a week so I can sign your checks, contributing to the city and the state, despite the fact the last time that I checked, you guys tried to bury me with a felony for the past 10 years for selling weed. It's not right for some to profit and others to be punished, because last time that I checked, today you even have politicians who used to vote for prohibition profiting from the cannabis industry. For sales of marijuana, I got a 1-year first-class tour of the Hotel of California, Los Angeles County Jail. After doing my time, I could not get a job because of my felony. I gave my life to my father's auto glass shop, learned how to work, and I've held it down for the past 10 years. Today, you guys are demanding I get a dismantling license for having all the used auto glass stock my father has acquired throughout the years, questioning me and asking me where did all the windows come from, accusing me and treating me like a criminal instead of a business owner at the city attorney's office, even though I'm not on probation, just got my record expunged, and I've not missed a payment to the city and the state in order to operate a legitimate business. I demand you fully fund the social equity program, because last time that I checked, we are old and shouldn't be begging.
What's your name, sir? Sir, what's your name?
Mauro Melgar.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call up, folks, I'd ask that you please not boo or clap or anything, because we got to give attention to the speakers who are coming up, please. So I'm going to call up a few more. Rachel Torres, Wayne Spindler, Joseph Kaneko Pettit, and Felicia Carbajal. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Rachel Torres. I'm the Deputy Political and Civil Rights Director with UFCW Local 770. We want to thank this committee and the council and mayor for setting forward a broad vision of well-regulated cannabis market that prioritizes social equity. The Department of Cannabis Regulation has been working overtime with a small but dedicated staff to enact this vision. In numerous public reports, DCR has been realistic about the fact that they have been minimally resourced for such a large and profound mission. Even so, they've done more than they could be expected and have set forward ambitious plans to move LA forward in 2019 and 2020. Now is the chance to meet the needs of DCR as outlined in the letter that was submitted to this committee. A fully funded department will help produce much needed tax revenue and increase great job opportunities under a well-regulated market. We strongly support fully funding DCR and the other departments that partner in enforcement to curb the illegal cannabis market. We support the increased funding for the Department of Water and Power, the Los Angeles Fire Department for inspection, and other departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, LA City Council. My name is Joseph Kaneko Pettit, and I'm the Policy and Program Coordinator for the Los Angeles Regional Reentry Partnership. I want to first acknowledge that this LA City Council meeting is being convened on Tonga, Gabriel, Kanza, and Camus lands and speak with the utmost respect for local tribes and people. LARP calls for a $5 million reinvestment fund and urge City Council members to draft a charter amendment for a 25% of cannabis tax revenue to be allocated towards reinvesting in the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. LARP appreciates Director Kat Packard and her entire team for working closely with the community to advance the city's social equity intentions. You will continue to see LARP here until we see our money. Put equity first. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to call up a few more speakers that I'd like to have ready to speak. Felicia Carbajal. Mr. Spindler, be quiet. When it's your turn to speak, you may speak. Otherwise, you'll be silent and you won't disturb this meeting. Felicia Carbajal, Esteban Araya, Jason Ackerman, and Kristen Lovell.
All right. Good afternoon, you fucking criminals. So here we are to steal money today. Yes, sir. Look at all the books. The beggars are here to beg hat in hand. But let's talk about our friends with the felony. Why isn't he allowed to sell dope? Why won't current Price allow him to sell dope in the 9th District? You told a man he's a felon, but he's not a felon. So if he ain't a felon, give him his license to sell some dope. And then Cat Packer that dope. Her commission never meets that dope. They all a bunch of fucking foes. They all lied to us about cannabis. I go up to the city of Pasadena, they still line up there too. Let's get some dope sellers here that are local instead of your campaign donations. That's right, Bob Blumenfield. Don't trust this fucking shave-headed motherfucking Armenian Nazi. Support local businesses, fool.
So, folks, sometimes this comes with the territory with the exercise of First Amendment rights. I apologize to those who are offended. All right, I'm going to call up a few other speakers. Felicia Carbajal, Esteban Araya, Jason Ackerman, and Kristen Lovell. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Felicia Carbajal. I'm the Executive Director of the Social Impact Center and one of the members of Equity First Alliance. We're in an interesting position right now, as we all know in this city, with the conversation of social equity and what we're doing in particular with the Department of Cannabis Regulation. Last year, I stood in this room and said we've utilized this conversation as a Trojan horse to get a regulated market, and today we find that more true than not. So the ask remains the same. We've been asking for a $5 million reinvestment fund, and we urge the city to draft a charter amendment for 25% of cannabis tax revenue to be allocated towards reinvesting in the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. And as a longtime LGBTQ member of society and somebody who worked at this intersection 20-some years ago, I want to chime in with our friends at the LGBTQ Center and ask you to please allocate that specific mini multi-purpose senior center funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Esteban Araya. I am a Tier 1 social equity applicant. I'm also recently a member of the Equity First LA Coalition. And basically, after doing a lot of research and looking at the budget and participating in the social equity program for these last 2 years, or the process, we would like to urge the city to fully fund DCR's budget request for fiscal year 2019 to 2020, and we support the DCR ask for an additional $2.5 million in funding. I think that there's a lot of programs in phase 2 and going to be in phase 3 that require this funding. Speaking from an applicant's perspective, I think a lot of the people in the community need access to this technical assistance, as well as the organizations that are going to assist them. We've been lucky, myself, to have funding and privileges that allowed me to organize myself a little bit better, but it's about the group and the full mission of social equity program. So thank you, and you guys have a good one.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'm going to call up Mr. Ackerman 1 second. I'm going to call up a few more speakers, please. Kristen Level, Yvette McDowell, Jared Kelo, Madison Shockley, and Major Dodson.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Ackerman. I'm a board member of the Van Nuys Neighborhood Council, although I'm not here in that capacity officially right now. So I would like to echo the calls to urge the city to fund DCR's budget request for fiscal year 2019-2020 and support DCR's ask for an additional $2.5 million in funding. Also, the call for a $5 million reinvestment fund, and urging the city council to draft a charter amendment for 25% of cannabis tax revenues that would be allocated towards reinvesting in communities most harmed by the war on drugs, like my community of Van Nuys. I would also encourage the council to fully fund the Department of Neighbor Empowerment, so we can actually be more fully supported to help lift up the community and make them aware of the opportunities such as this restorative justice fund to be administered by DCR.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Lovell, and I am an organizer with Equity First LA, and I am here representing the Social Impact Center. I am also a constituent of Council District Number 2, and we urge the city to fully fund DCR. We also call for the $5 million reinvestment fund and urge City Council to draft a charter amendment for 25% of cannabis tax revenue to be allocated toward reinvesting the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. You will continue to see us here until we see our money. LA better have our money, and we need you to put equity first. And in addition, I would also like to echo my community in asking you to fully fund the LGBTQ elderly care. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Yvette McDowell, and I'm a board member of the California Cannabis Industry Association, the leading advocacy association in Sacramento on behalf of the California market, and I also chair the Diversity and Inclusion Social Equity Committee. We urge the city to fully fund DCR's budget request for fiscal year 2019-2020, and we support DCR's ask for an additional $2.5 million in funding. But we also strongly object to the use of racially divisive language and welcome all communities that desire equity, justice, and repair to join us in asking the city to do more, to allocate more, and invest more into our communities. This is not enough. We appreciate Director Kat Pachter and her entire team for working closely with the community to advance the city's social equity intentions, and will continue to extend our hand as an association to ensure social equity is truly what it is meant to be.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. My name is Madison Shockley. I grew up here in Los Angeles in the 10th District. I'm here to represent social equity applicants like myself who have been working incredibly hard over the last months to build businesses. We appreciate everything you guys can do to fast forward the timeline so that we have a timeline to work off of as we court investors and as we find real estate It's really important to have some certainty in what's going to happen. I also encourage you guys to fully fund the DCR's $2.5 million request for technical assistance. Technical assistance that has largely been done by grassroots organizations in the community for free, and we need as much of that money as we can get as soon as possible so we can continue doing that work and make this work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Major Dotson. I'm a Tier 1 social equity applicant, and we definitely are looking forward to this council and Los Angeles funding the DCRs and the community development group, $2.5 million to assist in the process of getting licensing for Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 applicants. We're totally advocating for those funds to be given to the community in the process and making the process smoother and more efficient for us Los Angelinos. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, before you begin, I'd like to call up a few more speakers, please. I'd like to call up Barbara Ringet, Gabriel Guzman, Walter Edwards. I'm not sure if this is a typo. Is there a Fanny Guzman or it? Okay. It's sorry. Came out funny on the list here. Christina Marsh and Sherry Franklin. Good afternoon.
Thank you. My name is Jared Kylo. I'm the president of the United Cannabis Business Association, and I want to thank this board and this committee for taking the heavy lift that really is getting the resources necessary to make sure that we have a good foundation for growth for this industry, giving DCR the money they need to make sure that we have enough licenses moving forward so this industry does not find its way back to an illicit market. So appreciate those things, and also the funding that's going towards the fire department and building and resources, because at this point now, if we don't have a good foundation to build from this industry, it's going to be very difficult for us to make sure that the taxes that are collected for LA really go to a social equity program that can show a lot of growth. So I appreciate everyone here at this committee for doing the hard work and the heavy lift. We're looking at 60% of municipalities that have a ban, and I realize this is difficult, but LA has done a really good job of being a leader in this industry. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Barbara Ringup, representing Neighborhood Council Budget Advocates. I've brought copies of the reports on city planning and general services. I've met with city planning for 5 years now. The community planning process for Silver Lake has already been delayed 1 year, and we have been doing pre-work pretty intensively. I'm asking for increased funding for staff so we can move forward, and I understand the department is asking for the same. They are also asking for additional staff regarding the home sharing ordinance. It's essential to the quality of life in our communities to effectively enforce the home sharing ordinance. So I am asking that those positions requested by the department be filled as well.
Thank you. And do you have copies of your paper?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, next speaker, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Christina Marsh, and I'm a Native American, and I would also like to remind you that you're standing on Native American sacred land. And I, as a Native American, must forfeit my rights to be in this space. If you ever thought that I didn't think long and hard about this before I entered, you're very wrong. You have not funded phase 2. We have no resources. I've been stuck for 6 months here begging. I put in so much effort into this city. Please fund CAT. Please fund the DCR. I'm tired of coming and saying this. I have rights. I am a Native American woman, and I want my company back on the market.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Gabriel Guzman. I am a longtime advocate and Los Angelino constituent, also co-founder Latinos for Cannabis and proud member of Equity First LA Coalition. I'm here to urge that the city honor its commitment to social equity. I am a social equity applicant who has experienced and has seen firsthand the social equity predatory practices that are currently existing, and the city is doing nothing to be able to look into that. We urge that the city fully fund the DCR budget requesting for fiscal year 2019 and 2020, and we support the DCR ask for additional $2.5 million in funding. We strongly object to the use of racially divisive language and welcome all communities that desire equity, justice, and repair to join us in asking the city to do more. We call for a $5 million reinvestment fund and urge the city council to draft a charter amendment of 25% of cannabis tax revenue to be allocated towards reinvesting in the communities most harmed by the war on drugs. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Fanny Guzman. I am also representing Latinos for Cannabis as well as Equity First LA. And I will be echoing some of my colleagues and quoting some iconic revolutionary figures. The masses are poor. The masses belong to what you call the lower class. And when we talk about the masses, we're talking about white masses. We're talking about black masses. We're talking about brown masses, yellow masses too. We will not fight racism with racism. We're going to fight racism with solidarity. Racism is just a tool for capitalism to divide and conquer. We are here in solidarity with all of our brothers and sisters to be each other's keeper. Any program that's brought to our community should be analyzed by the people of that community. It should be analyzed to see that it meets the relevant needs of our communities. The social equity component of Measure M provides the vehicle for those in the community wishing to be part of the economic side of the cannabis industry. But there are community members and areas ravaged by the war on drugs who have no interest in the business and still entitled to justice.
Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, before you begin, I'm just going to call a few more names, please, so that people will be ready. Adam Vine, Walter Edwards, Sherry Franklin, Cheryl Branch, Noreen McClendon, and Chauncey Bullock. Good afternoon.
Hi.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Adam Vine. I'm a co-founder of Cage Free Cannabis, and I'm here as a proud member of the Equity First LA Coalition. I join my colleagues here today both in acknowledging that we stand on sacred native land and on urging the city to fully fund DCR's budget request for fiscal year 2019-2020 and supporting DCR's ask for an additional $2.5 million in funding. We appreciate Director Kat Packer and her entire team for working closely with the community to advance the city's social equity intentions. And we strongly object to the use of racially divisive language and welcome all communities that desire equity, justice, and repair to join us in asking the city to do more, allocate more, and invest more in our communities. The city collected about $53 million in taxes and fees from cannabis this year. Yet only about $2 million went to social equity. That ratio is just unacceptable and runs counter to the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Cherie Franklin, Think and Grow Lab and Go Verde Incubator, here part of a coalition of advocates and entrepreneurs in the cannabis industry, California Minority Alliance, Green Believers, Concerned Citizens, Fourth Movement, Americans for Safe Access, Southern Cal Coalition, Weed Warriors, Life Development Group, and BayPAC. We are coming together as a group to make sure that we are supporting the DCR. We wholeheartedly support them being fully funded so they can commence all of the technical things they need to do to implement phase 3 and to support phase 2. We're here to support them in providing training and working with them to bring leadership and experts to the table to help with the training program. We'll pull together experts from across the country to do so, and also to work with everybody who's working to make sure the social equity program benefits those that are most impacted. We should all come together as a group, sit down, and do a great charrette and a program so that we understand it and we can have more time to talk about it other than here at this podium. We need to all come together and we'll work it out and we'll make this the best program in the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Noreen McClendon. I'm with Concerned Citizens of South Central Los Angeles and part of the coalition that Cherie just mentioned. I won't mention all those names. I'm here to lend my support to full funding of the DCR's budget and all of their funding requests. I would like to say that we are in support of a social equity program, understanding that equity in this instance is about those people who were most directly affected. They have to come first. It just is what it is, and so we appreciate your support of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Cheryl Branch, and I represent the Green Believers, and we are a faith-based incubator for Phase 3, and we have a couple of Phase 2 members in our group. We wanted to come today to echo what you've heard, to please fully fund the Department of Cannabis Regulation. They've done a tremendous job with the meager resources that they have to get us this far. And as you've already heard, our goals are simple. The pathway to get there is not. And it's very complicated, and they need all of the support that they can get. And also don't hold up the Phase 3 process. We represent the social equity business entrepreneurs, and we can control and direct our reinvestment dollars and priorities and values in the right direction, as long as no one is trying to own our reparations and own our process. We know how to run these businesses, and we'll make sure that the appropriate community reinvestment activities happen. So please fully fund the Department of Cannabis Regulations, and remember the people that were harmed.
Thank you. Did Walter Edwards already speak? Okay. Is Walter Edwards here? Let me call up a few more names if I can. Walter Edwards, Chauncey Bullock, James Crutchfield, Ahmad Phillips, Pam Clay, and Trina Traylor, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name's Chauncey Bullock. I am one of many. But first and foremost, I am part of Go Verde, which is an incubator here in the city of Los Angeles. I am also a Phase 2 cultivator with Greenhaven, LA. In addition to that, for those that have come before me, they've planted a little seed. And I will be brief with this seed in hopes that it grows. Please fund DCR, their money.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, my name is James Crutchfield. I'm the social equity applicant, part of Green Verde. And I just want to let you guys know, release the money to help social equity candidates like myself to make a difference in their community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ahmad Phillips. I'm a Tier 1 social equity applicant. You're also looking at one of the first casualties of the war on drugs, and it's so important for you guys to release this money for social equity, because, like, as one of the first casualties, I come back almost 30 years later to see my community in the shape that it's in. We're talking about communities that have been most impacted, okay? We need this. People are riding bicycles and pushing baskets, okay? And everybody else is making a shitload of money, and my people are starving out here. So we need this social equity. Please release the funds.
And before you begin, I'm going to call up a few more speakers, please. Again, Walter Edwards, Pam Clay, Trina Traylor, Lynn Lyman, Kinich Ahau Istali, and Michael, no last name. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Trina Traylor, and I represent the Los Angeles Black Workers Center. I am here to urge you to allocate additional funding for the Civil and Human Rights Commission. On April 17th, every council member voted to pass the Civil and Human Rights Ordinance, which expands discrimination protection for every resident of Los Angeles. Not to mention, for over a year, we have lifted up the need for a robust budget and ensure that the Civil and Human Rights Commission has the legs it needs to protect most vulnerable communities against discrimination. Through this work, the CAO office has reported $3 million a year is needed for such protection. Under the mayor's proposed budget, however, only $500,000 is allocated for the commission. Our mayor and this council have spoken passionately about his desire to eradicate and curtail homelessness, but discrimination and homelessness go hand in hand.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm afraid you are. Time's up. Thank you. So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Kanicha Stali. I am a member of the Life Development Group. I'm here to voice my opinion on the social equity campaign. Just want to urge the city to fully fund the DCR, the $2.5 million. I've been affected by this particular situation as well. I'm a former Prop 215 mutual benefit nonprofit organization. Contrary to popular belief, there's quite a few of us in the community, indigenous, Latino, blacks, who are entrepreneurs, strong entrepreneurs who bring, strong conviction, strong experience to the table, and we deserve an opportunity. So I recommend that you guys go ahead and push that agenda and give us the funding so we could go ahead and proceed and give back to our communities in which we're most affected by.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Michael Wilson, community member, herbal connoisseur, and community activist. I first want to ask that we remember that California needs to support it, begin to support the reality of what social equity is. And I know we want to spearhead it. I know we want to be very rambunctiously forefront and say that we've got this discussion going. But now it's time for the allocation because the harm's already been done. So we don't need talk time. We need. So I ask that we fully support the CDR's the funding, but then we also look at the reality of what was put here before, which is the reinvestment and allocation of 5% of the budget going to a youth development program, but then also partnering with the community members and community organizations that have set also standards in place for cannabis taxation to be used for community investment, listening to those people, and encouraging the reality of a robust and community engaged application process. Thank you, and appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Okay, before you begin, I'm sorry, I'm going to call up a few more speakers, please. Pam Clay, Lynn Lyman, Jorge Aguilar, Liliana Ramirez, Ida Talala, and Ignite Daniel. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Lyman. I'm a resident of the 6th District and the co-chair and co-author of Proposition 64 and a proud member of the Equity First LA Coalition. I'm here, of course, to say, please pass on the $2.5 additional million request to fully fund the budget, but that is a drop in the bucket of what we are looking for, which is a full 25% of cannabis revenues, and we will come back with a ballot initiative if we can't do this through council. But I'm also here to say that it is disgusting what some people in this building have been doing, trying to make a racial divide between black and brown communities. We are a multiracial coalition, and the only divide is between those who care more about the greenbacks than the community. I also want to say that Kat Packer and her staff are a thin ethical line between the wads of cash coming into this building and the FBI shutting down this whole place. So I would encourage you to support her with the funding she needs and the staffing she needs.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Liliana Ramirez. This is my first time speaking ever, but I've been coming to these meetings since 2009 when we were discussing the moratorium. Here we are today, 2019. I am a Tier 1 social equity applicant for a micro business. I am a lifetime San Fernando Valley resident, and to be exact, born and raised in Pacoima and Sun Valley. And I am here to urge the City Council to fully fund the DCR budget request for fiscal year 2019 and 2020. And we support the DCR ask for an additional of $2.5 million in funding. All we're asking is for a little bit of help to the applicants and everybody that is participating in this industry. Please consider it thoroughly. We've been here a long time asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, before you begin, I'm going to call up a few more names. Pam Clay, Jorge Aguilar, Ida Talala, Ignite Daniel, Amara Brown, and Aaron Domio, please. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jorge Aguilar. I am a Tier 1 social equity applicant. I am a U.S. Army veteran, and I am a proud owner of a dispensary in the Valley and a member of the California Minority Alliance. I'm here to urge the City Council to fully fund the DCR. Such minority applicants like myself and my partners have been working hard, following all the laws, paying taxes, and we've just been sitting here in limbo waiting for rules to be made. Please fund the DCR so we can continue to do well in our community, provide jobs, assist people that are ill, and do things that we need to continue to do so that we can help our communities go forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, my name is Aaron Domio. I'm a Tier 1 social equity applicant. I'm just here to ask that you guys fully fund the DCR and get on with this. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, sir. Good afternoon.
Hello, I'm Amara Brown. I'm a member of Life Development Group. We're urging the city to fully fund the DCR budget requests, and we're asking that you hurry up and no more delays, please, and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ida Talala, and I'm here on my own and representing myself. I am a senior advocate in Echo Park. I am supportive of the Department of Aging. The department has provided services to improve the lives of the city's aging population. We are not seen as a population that is very frequently up here, but we are here. The department cannot service this population without your support. The population cannot remain underserved. We need increases. Increased support is essential and vital. I thank you for looking into this matter.
Thank you. Before you begin, I'm just going to make sure I have everybody's name down. So I still have Pam Clay, Ignite Daniel, Lucas, and I think Aaron Domio already spoke, and Karen Davis. And those are the speakers that I have so far. Go right ahead. Good afternoon.
Greetings. Good afternoon. Ignite with the Life Development Group. A year ago, they urged social equity applicants to get a property and get it together so that we could be in line for this thing, because it was going to open swiftly, because it was supposed to open very quickly after the 180 got their licenses. Then many of us did that. We secured investors who have been squeezing their pockets to maintain these properties because they said, hurry up and get it together. So many of us got it together. We started supplying free technical assistance. We started helping. We do free workshops for social equity applicants to get them prepped and ready, and all of these things. And we've been doing this, squeezing our pockets with no pay, dragging out many people using their life savings to drag out to pay for properties because they didn't get like us and were able to get good investors who could do it, who still are ready to pull out because of what's taking place. And then we have, the money from the city, and now that's what's holding it up. We just urge you to open it up, get it going, so that we can do what it is that we like to do and take care of the community.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karen Davis, and I'm here for the social equity program as well. I'm Tier 3, I believe, or all of them, and I'm asking you guys to release those funds, which is $2.5 million for the fiasco year for 2019 and 2020, I believe. Yeah. Release the funds, release the funds, release the funds.
All right, thank you. And just one last check, Pam Clay or Lucas? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucas. I'm been involved in cannabis here in Los Angeles since 2003, and I didn't realize to the day that all you guys are Democrats, and you guys aren't acting like Democrats. I mean, at all. I mean, you're trying to get the blacks and the Latinos to fight. That's not democratic values, and you guys, and you know, and I know that traditionally people of color don't pay attention to elections, but because of Donald Trump and many other things that we're going to change in our community, that this year will be a big election year for you guys. And we got to get Democrats. I'm from North Carolina, so Democrats in the South practically hang themselves trying to help poor people. So maybe LA's different, and you can be Democratic here and act like a Republican and make sure the rich stay rich and the poor stay poor, but we can still vote against you. I mean, I'm shocked that there's only one Republican on the whole city council, and poor people up here asking you guys to help us. And you should be telling us how much you're going to do for us.
Thank you. Is Pam Clay here? Last chance for Pam Clay. All right. That will conclude public comment then for today's session of this hearing. And I want to thank you all for your participation, for coming down, and thank you for making that a smooth process with a lot of input from a lot of different perspectives and people. So thank you very much. Members, you have before you your list of questions and budget requests. So now is the time to make any proposed revisions in that, to request any changes. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great, thank you. So number 387, it says currently reads report on the increased department costs generated by the cash nature of the cannabis business, and to add in including dispensaries that are targeted for cash versus those targeted for product. And then
okay, and members, since these aren't listed in numerical order, unfortunately, can you mention the department that it's in reference to?
That's under the PD.
Okay.
Then under Public Works, number 294, just add 2 words. It currently reads, report on the funds needed to complete the full scope of work for the design, insert the words and construction of the Penfield Alley project.
Okay.
That's a budget impact. And then under Public Works Continued, number 275, it says report back. It says to Transportation Committee, and it should be to Transportation Committee and Public Works Committee, to both.
Okay.
And then I think, did I miss one here? I thought there was one more. Oh, yes. Under Rec and Parks, there is a missing one item, which was a report back, budget report back for the fully staffing the adaptive use and universal play facilities. That one was just not captured, to add that.
Okay.
And that's it.
Great. Mr. Kretz? Need a minute?
Give me 1 minute.
Sure. Mr. Price, go right ahead.
Yeah, on page 3, item 418.
Oh, you need your mic.
Page 3, item 418, a report back from the police on efforts to promote diversity among its recruits. And we also wanted a report back on their cadet program, on the police cadet program, and how that program can be enhanced.
Okay.
Further enhanced.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting with page 9, special study number 322, where it reads, discuss opportunities to enhance coordination to ensure that citations are only issued before the streets are swept. I would add, but that the citing officers stay ahead of sweepers to ensure appropriate enforcement, and how we can give consideration to elementary school drop-off times. Also on the same page, budget impact 343,
report on the ability of using street repair funding on alleys and how this could be implemented despite its impacts on street metrics. And on transportation, page 13, budget impact 445, tiny change. Report on the resources required to restore the neighborhood traffic division and to address traffic concerns relating to speeding and commuter traffic backups in the Encino area. So one is the general concept of restoring the neighborhood traffic division, and secondary also is to address the concerns in the specific Encino Hills area.
Okay.
And that is it.
Great. Thank you. Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 5, under Public Works Engineering, budget impact number 274, the specified direction there just isn't specific enough. It's listed as report on funding shortfalls for ongoing complete streets projects. The dialogue I had with Gary was about seeing what it would take specifically to get all 12 of the complete streets projects to full design, not just pre-design in the current fiscal year. And I'd asked that report to give us a breakdown on what it would take to get all 12, or get 9, or get 6, or just 3 of them to complete design in the next fiscal year.
That's it?
That's it. Thank you.
Very good. All right. Anything else, members? All right. With those changes then, is there any objection to approving the memo as amended? Seeing none, that will be the action of the committee. Thank you, members. That brings us then to our first department of the day, the Planning Department. I'd like to invite up Mr. Bertoni and his team. And just to offer my first time check of the day, we did have a lot of public comments, so we're starting the first department about 15 minutes behind schedule. Mr. Bertoni, welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you here. Thank you. And thank you for submitting your budget letter. We appreciate it. Feel free to open up.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Krikorian and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. And on behalf of the Department of City Planning, I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to address the committee today regarding our department's 2019-2020 budget. My name is Vince Bertoni. I'm the Director of Planning. I'd like to just take a moment to introduce my budget team who are joining me at the table today. To my left is Kevin Keller, our Executive Officer, and to, I guess, my far right is Tricia Keene, who is our Deputy Director for Resource Management and Budget. And then to my far left is Raul Mendoza, who's new to the department as our Chief Management Analyst. I also have a number of other staff who are available in case any questions come up during the meeting. As you know, the Department of City Planning has developed an ambitious work program over the last few years, and the proposed budget really provides nearly all the resources that we need to continue this important work that we've been doing, as well as to begin a few additional, and I would say key programs in the coming fiscal year. There are several key initiatives that our department will be undertaking in the coming year, including launching a comprehensive update of our general plan, continue the momentum and keeping on schedule with our community plan updates, improving our development services, and doing all of this while achieving and maintaining fiscal stability. In fact, we'll be submitting later this year to the City Council a proposed fee update for development project fees to really help us with our fiscal stability. One of the reasons our department has been able to accomplish that is that we've been able to prioritize filling vacant positions in the department. This can be challenging from time to time because our hiring process can be sometimes lengthy and cumbersome because we can only hire from the entry level, and everything above that is really a promotion to get into there. So if you have one vacancy, you're actually filling a position 3 to 4 times. Our department is really eager to take on these new and expanded programs, and that this proposed budget supports. But I'd also like to point out that there's a couple areas of note that were included in the budget, the department's budget letter. The first one is regarding the 6-year community plan update. The proposed budget does not capture the additional general fund resources that were needed when the community plan update program shifted from a 10-year cycle to a 6-year cycle. That was when the mayor and the city council had asked that we speed up that process. At the time, it was understood that speeding up the program would require some additional resources for the community plan update teams. We had put in place a fee recovery mechanism of a 7% surcharge that would cover a 10-year program, but that was always understood that we'd need to augment that 7% surcharge if we wanted to speed the program up from 10 years to 6 years. So that in this year would require an additional $1.5 million from the general fund for that. This is needed to really help launch 3 draft environmental impact reports this next year to keep on track, and these EIRs would be in the areas of the Southeast Valley, the West Side, and the harbor areas. So, as noted, that we would be looking for that in the budget letter. Another area, second area that we'd be asking for some consideration is on our extended home sharing program. The proposed budget does not include any positions to implement an extended home sharing program, just the basic home sharing program. It does include $250,000 in the UB, which is described as funding for our department to enforce short-term rental activity in accordance with the city's home share ordinance. And while we appreciate the resources, it doesn't provide what the department needs to properly implement the adopted home sharing program. We had originally asked for 20 positions in addition to the 6-person base team, which was funded in the budget. And while we understand and appreciate the city's financial limitations, we're still requesting some additional staffing to implement the extended home sharing program so as not to impact the other work the department is doing. This request is explained in more detail in our letter, but in short, we're requesting $250,000 be moved into our budget to implement extended home sharing and authorization for 6 positions at various staffing and funding levels that we can phase in over the next fiscal year. A third area is Los Angeles World Airports. There's planner positions there that we'd like to pay attention to. The proposed budget eliminates 2 resolution authorities for planning positions dedicated to Los Angeles World Airports or LAWA, 1 senior city planner and 1 city planner. The senior city planner position is filled and is currently assisting with a variety of airport-related planning and permitting functions related to both LAX and Van Nuys Airport. The work that this senior city planner does is fully reimbursed by LAWA, and LAWA has confirmed with us that it supports the restoration of this position. The second position is a city planner position that's currently vacant, and we accept that deletion of that position is vacant, and we don't anticipate to need it, but the senior city planner is filled, and we believe that we would need it to really fulfill what kind of the expectations for LAWA's goals for land use. Therefore, we're asking for that to be restored. The one last item that I'd like to mention is we're looking for some additional staffing in the Valley office as well as our specific plan maintenance teams. Our letter notes that the proposed budget did not include staff dedicated to the maintenance and update of specific plans throughout the city or for an increase of staff within the Mulholland specific plan area. We're happy to provide additional detail about these issues if the committee's interested. But I wanted to note that we think that there is some merit to adding additional staff to the Valley, particularly in the Mulholland specific plan area, as well as establishing a specific plan maintenance unit in each of in other parts of the city besides the Valley. Right now, we have a specific plan maintenance unit in the Valley. We think that the remainder of the city could actually use 2 more to really help us create efficiencies in the specific plans in the city. With that concludes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin, would you like to start us off?
Oh, sure. Thank you. Thank you, Vince, for the presentation and your team. I guess I should start by asking, can you make a commitment to us that you won't be stealing senior staff from any council members in the coming fiscal year?
I'll try my best.
That doesn't sound like a commitment to me.
They're good.
First, I'll start by asking for reports back on the items in the department's letter. The risk of slipping on the community plan update schedule, I think, is one we can't take. We've made a huge commitment to people that we were going to be doing these and that we're going to be doing them regularly. And I want to make sure you guys have the resources to do it. On the and on the Los Angeles World Airports one, that one.
Councilmember and Mr. Chair, in light of your yesterday kind of changing the rules, that is one where LAWA came in after the budget was released. You may want to just give an instruction to the CLA instead of requiring a report back on that one. We would support adding the LAWA position funded by LAWA.
See, I knew I shouldn't have set that precedent, because now, but if there's no objection, it shall be so. So, okay.
Well, that one was easy. Then on your second one on the home sharing and extended, I'll ask for the report back on that. I just wanted to ask a couple more questions about that. What's the status of the creation of the registration database? Is that going to be ready for July 1?
Yes. So we're in the process of getting the contract on board with a consulting firm that would actually provide the program for us. So we recently had that approved through the City Council, and we appreciate that. And this committee has been very supportive of us and moving forward on that. Our anticipation is that we would have the program available and up and running July 1st. We would also have roughly probably a 60-day or 2-month grace period where people could register once it's up and running. We are also preparing the administrative guidelines, which we expect to have prepared in about a month, so that way beforehand, about a month ahead of time, we'll have the administrative guidelines available to everyone, and then registration available around July 1st.
And if we, I've asked for the report back on it, but if we did not move the money from the UB for those positions that you needed, what would happen? Where would we be?
Well, we would. I'll let Tricia King get into some of the details from that, but it would be problematic in terms of some of our staffing issues.
So, Tricia King, Department of City Planning. Currently, we do not have any staffing allocated to process the extended home sharing permits. And if you remember, when Council approved the home sharing ordinance, the system was set up to allow for 120 days through an essentially administrative process, and anything over that had a 2-tier process, the highest of which is effectively processed like a CUP. Conservative estimates suggest that we could double, or at least double, the amount of our caseload for CUP process or CUP style processing under that program. So we're anticipating that we'll need a number of additional staff in order to be able to process those cases, but those won't start until closer to the end of the calendar year. That's about the earliest that people could start applying for them. So we're happy with a reduced number from the original request, but we do need some position authority so that we have people who are dedicated to that rather than taking away from other case processing.
Right. And this is a case, as we've heard on a number of things, and we'll hear from Ms. Packer under her department as well, where you're asking for the resources to do what we've told you need to do. And in this case, it's also something that if we do it, we get more revenue in. And so it begins to pay for itself. Okay. Yes. On the topic of community plan updates, with the resources you've asked for, we're going ahead with these. I've been getting some feedback that we're not focusing sufficiently on the question of climate change and global warming in those community plan updates. With the resources you're asking for, we're going to be able to provide that focus?
Yes, thank you. In terms of the community plans themselves, the city divides itself into 35 community plans to really deal with the nuts, nitty-gritty of the land use, as you know. It's difficult in the community plans to really be proactive as much on climate change. We can be reactive in a case of, for example, in your district with Venice, we can deal with the impacts of something like sea level rise, but we can't really, work to prevent sea level rise as part of that. The place that we do that the best and the most effective is in this citywide general plan. And so we have resources in the budget to update the city's general plan, because that's really where we can really get to the critical issues of greenhouse gas emission reductions through how we distribute our land use through the city, and so that is in the budget.
And with the community plans that are underway, it's sort of hard because it's a bit of a chicken or an egg thing, but to the extent that that we can. I think each of the community plans needs to be, among other things, answering two questions. Where's the additional housing going to go, and how are we going to reduce greenhouse gas emissions?
Right.
So the more we can squeeze that in, the better. The question of affordable housing is one that comes up in every district. It comes up in every council meeting. It's paramount to me. I've got several things that I've either initiated or that I'm tracking that someone else has initiated. The revision, the permanent mellow ordinance in my district to protect affordable housing in the coastal zone. There are proposals for inclusionary zoning, for value capture, preventing discrimination against tenants in Section 8. There's a proposal about, just cause evictions in there, a whole bunch of stuff. Not all of them are planning, but most of them are. Are we resourcing you enough to deal with the issues we're asking you to take on in the next year, particularly on the subject of affordable housing?
I think the affordable housing one and housing policy is a little bit of a challenge. I mean, we right now have a unit of about 3 people for housing policy, and it is somewhat taxed because that is also where we deal with home sharing, is the same staffing level, accessory dwelling units and so forth. We have the ability within the existing budget to kind of handle our existing programs for housing policy, but not to expand it. So if we're going to go beyond it, we would need some expansion there. And it's not necessarily a staff, it's partially staffing, but the other part of it is if you really want to change policy, you have to go, everything is pretty much subject to the California Environmental Quality Act, which means we have some really specific hard costs of hiring consultants to do some really specific studies.
So what I'd ask for, I'm not asking you for tell me what the resources you would need to implement any of the policies I named, but a number of us are asking you to spend time over the next fiscal year working on those policies, and I don't think we want to get into a thing where we're competing over, well, we can only do this affordable housing policy, we can't do this one. So if you could take a look over the next couple of days and report back to us on what resources you need for affordable housing policy development for the motions that are in the queue that you're being asked to work on. And then I wanted to ask about vehicle miles traveled analysis. In the next year, we're going to be changing, as a result of state law, how we analyze traffic impacts on projects. We're going to be going from a primarily level of service analysis to a vehicle miles traveled analysis. That's fundamentally different than how we do things. We are required by state law to do it. I imagine that's going to take some resources and a different level of expertise than we have now. In terms of either staffing or contractual services that we're going to need, are we set up for that?
We can take a look and report back to that. I think that we've done a lot of the heavy lifting already in that because it's really coming up with the guidelines that we've come up with. But we can go back and take a look a little bit in further detail to see. I know this is something, when I was planning director in Pasadena, we were the first city in California and probably the nation that switched from level of service to vehicle miles traveled, so I have some experience in that transition. A lot of it is really front-loaded into the program itself as you develop it, but I'm happy to come back with that. I don't know if Tricia Keene, if you have any additional.
No, I think just to expand on the point that Mr. Bertoni made, a lot of the work that is needed to be completed in order to move from LOS to VMT has actually been done or is nearly done. And so a lot of the follow-up work in implementing it will be implemented through our regular CEQA program. However, we will definitely take a look and see if there is anything that would be beneficial to ensure that we're implementing it as robustly as we can.
Okay, great. Two last questions. One is, as Ms. Keene is familiar with, we deal with, in most planning issues, the Coastal Commission or the Coastal Zone, Coastal Development Permits in my district. Not the most fun process a lot of times. We've done a lot better over the past few years in developing a stronger rapport with the Coastal Commission. We're working on a local coastal program. One of the things we found, particularly early in my time in office, was that planning staff was not sufficiently well versed in the Coastal Act, or understanding that you can't do the regular sign-offs you do elsewhere. I'm hoping that some of the changes you've made, some of the reassignments, we're getting that down, but is there anything we need to be doing more formally with the Coastal Commission to be doing training with our staff?
We've actually, it helped when we started to do a geographic reorganization of our project planning part of our department, because before 2016, roughly, who handled your project depended upon what type of project it was, not where it was, and where it was makes it different. Where the project is makes a difference, especially if you're in the coastal zone. And so that helped a lot. So when we started to geographically distribute our project planning, we actually spent a lot of time training them on coastal issues regarding the Coastal Act and Coastal Commission process. We actually have an ongoing dialogue with the Coastal Commission staff who deals with it. So I think we've made it beyond that. Lisa Weber, who's our Deputy Director for Project Planning, has worked really hard and closely with the California Coastal Commission staff to ensure that. But having said that, there's always room for improvement as we move along. As we do that, and when we adopt our new local coastal program for Venice, that's going to change things a bit, and we'll make sure that as we go through the process that we're in sync with that.
Great. And my final question was sort of a comment, sort of a question on your performance units. I know you've been using a new technology to track constituent feedback, particularly for the community plan updates. On the west side anyway, it's fairly easy to hear from neighborhood councils, from homeowners associations. A lot harder to hear from renters, from younger people, from people who are homebound or who are not particularly eager to go out to a sort of a shouting match type town hall. How are you using the technology to hear from a wider group of people?
Well, a few things. We've actually created our own. We're rethinking how we do public outreach within the department. So we've actually started to come up with new strategies for community outreach that we actually going beyond the traditional way of going to, in essence, a town hall meeting and just people lining up and speaking, trying to come to different venues, different formats, and understanding different ways that people really understand and want to comment on. So that's both online and in person. But to look at whether or not we're being effective or not, we're actually, for the first time, we started about a year ago, for the first time in department history, we're actually tracking all of the community outreach that we do. Public hearings are separate because they're a formal process, but public meetings and public outreach we do, whether it's a community plan, a change in our zoning or whatever. And so we actually track where we go, what the meeting is, how many people attend, and we track that by zip code, community plan, and by council district. And so we have a very comprehensive log, and we actually have created a digital dashboard for that, so we can sort it in different ways. Right now, we're still testing it internally, and we have previewed it with some of the council offices to kind of show them. So we'll be able to track as we go through a process, especially a community plan process, what parts of the community plan or the community we've talked to, and we can have a better idea that we can see as we go through the community plan outreach process, did we miss an area geographically? Now, in terms of understanding the actual demographics, that's a little trickier because when we ask people to sign in, we can't. There's a limitation of both time and privacy with that, but we think through understanding. But we can also look at the demographics of a zip code. So when we get by zip code, we can start getting indirectly to some of that information.
I'm curious. Our DWP bills have our sanitation charges on them. Do we ever, and I don't know how effective it would be, use the opportunity that the city is spending money on postage every 2 months to send folks a DWP bill to also communicate to people in the relevant areas, there's a community plan update here? Or when you're sending out a planning notice for a specific project in, say, Mar Vista, are they also getting information about the community plan update?
Right. We would be happy to talk to DWP about that. We would love it. I'm just interested in what their thoughts would be. We'd love to get as much information out of as many venues as possible.
Yeah. Okay. And just finally, I just want to thank you, Vince. I mean, the work you've done over the past couple of years in building your team and your staff has been really phenomenal. I think I've never seen the planning department in such great shape. It was so good, I don't think you needed to start rating people's staffs, but
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. I'll start by echoing Mr. Bonin's compliments. We appreciate the great work that you've been doing putting this department together. And I also want to say, despite the processing delays, which I want to get into in terms of, especially in the Valley staff has been great to work with. They've been hardworking Valley planners. They do so without adequate staffing, but I wanted to ask some questions about how we can fix that, but I wanted to preface it by saying that the folks that are there are great.
Thanks.
So first, to the short-term rental issue, I certainly agree we should try to get those positions. Question I have for you is, would the funding for those positions potentially be reimbursable? So I know that there's not enough money built up yet to fund them, which is why you're asking for us to put them in the budget. But ideally, we would put in some sort of reimbursement clause, so should the funds come after 120 days and we get to the end of the year, that money could be paid back to the general fund. Is that anticipated, or is that possible?
Yeah, it's anticipated to generate the fees we would generate from it would pay for the costs associated with the program. So yeah.
I guess then, as long as we're asking for the report back for the positions, as part of that report back, I would ask for reimbursable options to be included in the report back, so that we give you the funds if the money is there, and I put it as conditional because we can't predict exactly, but that there would be a mechanism to recapture that for the general fund. Okay.
Bob, I'm sorry, I missed that. Was that on the home sharing positions?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, home sharing positions. Now, I've heard a lot about the Warner Center specific plan taking a long time to process. This has been an issue. Sometimes it can take a year or more, we have found, to obtain a decision letter for Warner Center specific plan projects. I've also heard that it can take weeks to interpret specific sections of the plan for the area. This is all very concerning because the whole point of the Warner Center specific plan, or one of the major points, was to process cases in the specific area quickly. Now, are there not project permit compliance cases, administrative clearances? Aren't they supposed to be easier cases to process? I guess I'm going to ask a few questions related to this, and so you can answer them all together. But so, as part of that, that's sort of question number one. And do we need another planning person for the Valley? Yes, but can we also get a dedicated Valley planner for the Warner Center specific case for processing and resources required? Because I think, even though you didn't ask for that, since that could be, we're already paying for it with the Warner Center plan, we desperately need it, especially given the fact that I've added on this whole new burden with inclusionary housing, which is critically important, so we can get affordable housing in the Warner Center. But in order to do that, that's gonna put even more of a burden on an already burdened group.
The Warner Center's, thank you for the questions. The Warner Center specific plan allowed for more things to happen in the area in that particular specific plan. So although some of those are by administrative approval, there's still a process for that. And I think that's kind of one of the things that the challenges you have sometimes when we have a specific plan is especially one that's gone through such a lengthy update process. We've had a real increase in terms of the applications there. And so I think one of the issues really with our Valley staffing and project planning in general is that it's not a matter of, part of our staffing issues is that we have a lot of, we still are working through our vacancies in the department. We've really prioritized, but the reality of it is we're at the very long end of we've been years and years into a long economic boom, if you will, cycle. And so we're at a point now where it's harder and harder, just in essence, to hire and find people. But in the Valley project planning, we've actually are 100% full with all of the positions we have allocated for project planning in the Valley, we have full. So it's actually it's probably one of the only places in the department where we're 100% full. There's vacancies pretty much the rest of the department. So that is an area where just hiring more people won't help because we filled all the positions already. In terms of some of the specifics of Warner Center, the processing, I'd like Kevin Keller just to kind of elaborate on that.
Thank you. Kevin Keller, City Planning Executive Officer. In terms of Warner Center, you're absolutely correct. The plan was adopted in 2013. It has an administrative clearance model, which means that if projects are following the regulations, they are cleared more quickly. They don't require their own discretionary process. Projects that fall outside the lines go through that process. So we have been ironing out the kinks on that plan. The plan has become active. We don't have any backlogs per se, but we have a number of high-profile projects we're trying to resolve. We had a hearing earlier this week, about 400 people turning out for one of our promenade hearings there. So we have recently resolved some transportation fee calculation issues. We have some clarifications winding their way to the council on that. And we have also resolved the calculation of the arts cultural fee. So I think Mr. Bertoni spoke about we can be happy to report back on resources in general in that area, but in terms of the plan itself, we do feel we're making progress, even this week, on ironing out that administrative clearance project, and we're working directly, daily, with the affected parties, and we continue to do that.
So if you had a dedicated planner for Warner Center specific plan, would that ensure that we don't have have these problems?
I think we'd be happy to include that in a report back if we can address that and try to make sure we have the staffing resources that match the case activity in Warner Center.
Right, because obviously that's also paid differently than some of the others, so it wouldn't interfere with the other asks that you have, which I think are important. But so I just want to be clear that that's one of the report backs I'm asking for, is funding that position in addition to the report backs that have already been asked for about the other positions.
Mr. Bloomfield,
yes.
Before you move on, I just wanted to take a moment because we have a lot of students visiting us today from Arizona, from the Cibola High School on Law, Public Safety, and Security. So just wanted to welcome you all to the Budget and Finance Committee. Thanks for being here with us. And you're on TV, by the way. So. Sorry, Mr. Bloomfield.
Okay, thank you. I'm just about done. Question, there was a One Valley Plaza Services position was not continued, which I worry, especially if that was a counter position. What was that position, and is it going to affect our service in the Valley?
Kevin Keller, City Planning. I believe that was one of our targeted projects for the NoHo West and the Valley area. That project has been completed, so that position itself was relinquished, although we certainly intend to maintain our Valley Major Projects Unit in place. That is a project, and maybe Tricia might have some more.
And then just to add some additional information for that, there was an additional resolution position that was provided, so this is effectively a swap and a name change for that position.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the information. Thank you. Thank you. Vince, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I will just say, I'll just say, where's my microphone?
Your mic's not.
There we go. I'll just say ditto to the kudos already given to the department for your good work, and we appreciate it. And with a lot already covered, I will just mention a couple things regarding natural resources and habitat and project planning in specific plan areas. First of all, with reference to wildlife corridors, what resources does the department need to develop a wildlife study area that examines our biological resources and potential impacts on wildlife habitat in the hillsides?
Currently, we don't have any resources allocated to that on a program like that would be ongoing. So if we were to have a program like that, we would have to really start to ramp it up. So we'd have to. So it would require hiring additional staff to do that over several years, because we would first have to really, make sure that we have the right regulations and policies in place, and then have the right staff to be able to administer that program over time. We could take a look at that, and Kevin Keller can add a little bit more detail to that.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin Keller, City Planning. This program was not included in our submitted budget request, but we have been hearing some conversations about that. So we are happy to report back on the requirements. We have to launch a true wildlife study area of a magnitude of this size. We did identify a team of eight staff, including two staff biologist. There's been some research we've been doing on the civil service classifications of the biologists to determine the right classification. We're working with personnel on that, but we'd probably be best suited to return and submit that as a report back in terms of staffing and needs to establish the program for the hillsides.
And we would ask for that information. Now I know you have sort of a 4-year plan if we were able to implement this and fully ramp it up. How do we institutionalize a 4-year plan in a 1-year budget?
Yeah, thank you. Kevin Keller, City Planning. This would essentially, the wildlife study area would essentially be revisiting our hillside regulations to look at sensitive ecological areas and the interplay with development in this region. So we do seem, although that staff level of 8 is the ultimate implementation team, the first few years, and we can explain that in the report back. We would need approximately 4 of those staff in the first year to work on the adoption and outreach. There's a number of technical studies, contractual services, to do some environmental analysis to adopt the overlay, and then we would make sure that for years to come, this would be an overlay in a single-family neighborhood, similar to, let's say, the Mulholland specific plan. We would need to have the ongoing staffing to implement that program. So we can include that in a report back, but the first year would not require the full complement of staff because we'd be working with the communities on some workshops and adoption.
If you could report back on both the first year costs and the 4-year costs, so we also have an idea. Presumably I'll be here for the next 3 years, so I can make each ask each year, but we should anticipate that and attempt to institutionalize that in the mayor's budget in future years. Let's see. Also, with regards to a couple specific plans, I've gotten a fair number of mentions of the lengthy period of time it takes to move things through the Mulholland corridor and the Mulholland corridor specific plan. Do we have enough resources currently to work through that backlog and keep up? What funding shortfalls do you have, if not?
No, we would need additional staff for that, and that is something that we think would probably be an important issue. Right now, from the change from 2017 to 2018, we saw something like 170% increase in applications in the Mulholland specific plan just 1 year, over 1 year period of time. So much so that for our Valley office, it's about 30% of all of our caseload right now is out of the Mulholland specific plan. And this is an area that's largely single family homes. So a lot of the development that is subject to it. There are some multifamily from time to time and some commercial, but mostly single family homes. And so that's the one where we have some of our lowest cost recovery through our fee structure. So this is something that we'd be looking for a budget request for that. So we think it's something that would be ongoing, and that we think that would make sense to add an additional team to the Mulholland area. Perhaps it's a very large area geographically, the Mulholland specific plan, maybe take our staffing levels and divide it into 2 in that area. So we have 2 functioning teams along the Mulholland area, and we could report back to you on that in terms of how we can make that happen.
Yeah, if you could give us a budget report back.
Sure.
Also, are we maintaining our specific plans adequately on the west side, particularly in Westwood, which is one of the oldest and most terribly outdated specific plans in the city?
It is one of the oldest. Well, you're right. It is one of the oldest and most outdated specific plans, and we don't have any staff dedicated outside of the Valley to really review specific plans, and I think it makes a lot of sense to have teams dedicated to do that. Because in our specific plan areas, the processes can be much more cumbersome than outside of it. So what most people don't realize, if you have a project that's allowed by right, say it's a retail establishment, it's not in a specific plan area, usually you just go straight into building and safety, you get your plan check. if you're in a specific plan area, even if it's by right, you don't get to go straight into building and safety. You have to come and get a discretionary. You basically have to, it's considered administrative approval, but it could take you a month or longer to get it, and it's appealable. So it is one of those things where we feel that we could best handle it instead of doing something like in the Mulholland area where we may not have a lot of ability to streamline that plan. We may have a lot of opportunity to streamline specific plans to make it a lot easier. You know, especially we're talking a lot of folks who get caught up in this process are small businesses, and time is really of the essence for them.
Yeah, I wonder if you could. I assume it would be too hard to tell us now, so I wonder if you could do a budget report back on what resources are needed to maintain these plans, and specifically with an eye towards Westwood, where we are losing probably more businesses than we're getting in Westwood Village because of the cumbersome nature of the plans.
And Mr. Kretz, if I could just add to that, because clearly that should be a report back on citywide specific plan maintenance, and if you could, in examining the potential funding sources for that, also comment on whether a specific plan maintenance fee would be feasible in order to provide a funding source to do that.
That would be great. And that is all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Vince, welcome. And just my hat's off to you and your team. You guys are always going above and beyond, and we really appreciate your service, not just in CD9, but citywide. And Vince, I was especially impressed with your willingness to take on, as you said, new and expanded duties. So
That's a good question.
that's a good harbinger of things to come. Under increased services, item 28, your report references the transit neighborhood plans for the Slauson corridor. Many of the stakeholders in this particular area of my district are small and mid-sized business owners who are busy, just trying to manage their operations. This area includes most of the industrial and manufacturing jobs that are extremely, extremely valuable to the entire city of LA. Unfortunately, quite a few of these property owners did not receive the letters sent out by your department notifying them that a land use change would be occurring with the implementation of the CPIOs. This new specific plan, however, gives us another opportunity to reach those landowners who may have been missed by the first time around. My concern is that the current grant has not allocated sufficient funding for outreach. So I'd like to request that the department report back regarding the dollar amounts that will be needed to provide additional outreach to the TNP for the Slauson corridor, and to provide recommendations on how we can supplement the outreach to these areas. But I'd certainly welcome any preliminary thoughts you might have on that at this time.
Thank you, and I think community outreach is very important, and the challenge with the existing CPIO is that process was about at least 10 years to go through the South LA Community Plan Update, and we are trying to look at doing community outreach in different ways and more creatively, but I think there are ways that we can come back, and I know that we initially asked for a larger grant this is largely Metro grant,
correct,
Metro grant, and we asked for a Metro grant of around 1.3 million, and we got about 580,000 out of it for this particular transit neighborhood plan. But we're happy to come back and report back to see how we can do a better job in really engaging the business owners in that area. It's a really critical area, and it could really be transformative if we can do that transit neighborhood plan correctly.
Yes, and you referenced new and improved outreach efforts that you're implementing in other parts of the city, and so I think this would be an excellent way to try to figure out how to do that here. My district has benefited with the recent adoption of the South and Southeast LA community plans, and again, thank you for your efforts in moving that forward, and the respective implementation overlays. Has your department put any thought into maintaining these specific plan areas? We do them, but how do we maintain them?
Right, and I think that gets back to some of the previous conversations we had about having a specific plan maintenance teams outside of just the Valley area. So I think that would be really helpful for us and have those as an ongoing effort, even though these are relatively new.
Right.
Sometimes those processes took so long that even by the time they got adopted, some parts of it were a little stale. So this would give us an opportunity to revisit that. So yes, I think that would be important.
Okay, excellent. How much, on the subject of linkage fees, sort of shifting around a little bit, how much funds do you anticipate generating once the linkage fee is in full operation? And what do you think that number is going to be?
This is Kevin Keller, City Planning. Recently, we had a joint report with Housing to the Plum Committee on this. We still do anticipate at a future kind of base year rate, we will be at the $100 million annually for linkage fee revenue.
I'm sorry, how much?
$100 million annually for annual revenue. However, I think when we shared with the Plum Committee members, this is still in that ramping in process. July 1st or June 30th is when we'll move up from 2/3 of a fee to a full fee citywide. And also we have grandfathered in all projects that are submitted before those dates. So a number of projects worked to submit in early before any linkage fee took in effect, and then they've been kind of having a little bit of a rush at our counters every time we inch it up. So we're still on track. We do feel that we're going to reach the $100 million, and I know we'll be reporting regularly with the Housing Department on the balances.
Okay, great. Thank you. Mr. Chairman?
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Yes, just one further question, and I might be stepping on something that Mr. Bonin already answered, but I'm not quite sure. What planning work is being done on climate adaptation, and do you anticipate future budget requests focused on this aspect of planning?
We do. Thank you. And Councilmember Bonin touched on this issue of climate change, and I think he's right in the sense that there's things we can do in the community plans, but the big overarching effort should be through our general plan effort. And so we do have funding in this year's budget to do the general plan and really focus that on climate change, because that really gets to how do we affect future and to a certain extent existing land uses so that we can minimize reliance upon vehicles. The way that you can move the needle the most, quite frankly, on some issues with greenhouse gas emissions is that way. I think the general plan will have two twin, if you will, primary goals: climate change and then equity, because I think those are intermixed and interlinked through those. So I think that's the best place to put it. It's one of those. It's an issue. It's an item where we have I think we have in the mayor's budget enough to get it going this next year. In future years, there may need to be some increases as you go through. You need to take on some consulting costs for things such as environmental studies, but we believe that we have what we need in this year's budget.
And I would just flag an issue that could be controversial, which is the assumptions under parking. Because my personal assumption is if we just eliminate parking in apartment buildings and condo buildings and do nothing else, it just means more people competing with others that are already short on parking on the street. So if we try to move forward with that line of thought, we need to find some way to make sure that those requirements actually don't provide opportunities for people to just pretend to not have cars and then park them on the street, as opposed to really not using their vehicles. So I would hope we would lean more towards things like adding charging stations, which are more realistic, that people will continue to have cars, but will at least have much less of an impact, and not just to completely eliminate parking, which might work 15 or 20 years from now if people's habits change, but in the immediate will just exacerbate problems that already exist.
Thank you. I suppose it goes without saying, but since we're talking about climate change and its impact on the community plans and the general plan, our questions have focused on ways that planning can be used to minimize our contribution to climate change. But of course, the other side of that coin is anticipating the results of climate change. And I assume that as you're going through this update process, you are making assumptions relating to sea level rise, change in climactic events, and those sorts of things, stormwater issues, all of the things that we need to anticipate will come as a result of climate change.
No, that's a great point, and you're correct, and that's why we're looking at it as a comprehensive update of our general plan. The areas that reduces greenhouse gas emissions and talks about vehicle miles traveled would be in the land use portion of it, largely. Those impacts that you talked about are partially in land use, but there are in other parts of it. We have a safety element as part of the general plan, and we have to, and that's that opportunity to look at what happens in the changes of what happened to the changes to our land as sea level rises up, or we have greater flooding in certain areas. So we start to have that ability to remodel certain areas of the city. So that's why we're looking at this as a comprehensive update.
Great. We sort of touched on it, and I wasn't sure if we captured this entire thought with regard to backlog in the valley, and particularly in the Mulholland specific plan. But Mr. Blumenfield spoke about the Warner Center and I think tried to capture the other aspects of this. But just to be clear, I'd like to join in on that and make sure that we have a budget impact report for increasing staff for South Valley case processing and for major projects, for the 3 positions that you've talked about for major projects to reduce that workload. On behalf, Councilmember O'Farrell provided some questions as well that I'd like to get onto the record. How many EIRs has major projects processed in the last 3 years, and how much development does that constitute in terms of housing, hotel, and commercial space? And I don't expect that will be necessarily something you'll have at your fingertips. If you do, great. If not, we can certainly get a report back on that.
Well, we've, just to give a little sense of some of that, we actually looked back at our EIR filings because we had a huge increase in anticipation of measures really initially S, but JJJ ended up coming first. So just to give you an example, between the years 2011 to 2014, we had 50 environmental impact reports come in a 4-year period. The next 4-year period, it doubled. So we had 104 EIRs coming in starting in 2015 to 2018. So it's a doubling of all the EIRs. We, as a city of LA, we actually look this up, and we can bring the information back to you. I think that we're a population of 4 million people out of 40 million in the state, so we're 10% of the state population, but we're more than 30% of all the EIRs. As difficult as some of the EIR processing times seem, we actually do about 50% better in terms of the timing than the average of the state, believe it or not. We always need to do better, and we always need to strive for more, but that just kind of gives you a little rough impact. I mean, since the last 3 years, the EIRs we've done, it's resulted in over 13,000 residential units, 3,600 hotel rooms, 6.6 million square feet of commercial space, 1.5 million of office, and nearly 1 million square feet of entertainment. So it's EIRs really represent a lot of what we do in terms of our development, and also those things that can have very large impacts on the city's economic health. We can though get this more formally in a report back, but it is something that we're fans of metrics in the planning department. We like to be data informed and values driven, but we like to really be informed by data. So we've been tracking a lot of this data for the last few years. So we're happy to bring it back to you. In fact, we're just putting a lot more data online and a lot more tracking in terms of how we do in terms of our case processing time, and so you can start seeing a lot of that rolling out over the next few months.
Great. That would be a welcome report back. And then since you mentioned our processing time, if you could also, if there are metrics by which we can compare the ratio of our workforce to the number of EIRs we have compared to other jurisdictions as well, that would be a helpful report back. Mr. O'Farrell also asks how many positions are currently with the major project units, how many of those are vacant, and how many more are needed, and a timeline for filling those vacancies. So I'd like to get that back if we can in a report back. And then in addition, your current status, how many EIRs are currently with the major project units, and what does that represent in terms of potential development? How many housing units, how many hotel rooms, how much commercial office space, or commercial space, how much office space, and so on. Okay. I think my colleagues have covered my questions as well, other than the ones that I've mentioned. So as we conclude, I want to say that in the aftermath of the recession, this department was decimated and took really grievous reductions in the amount of personnel. And I think to this day, even 8 years later or so, you're still not recovered to where you need to be, even at a time when there's, as you've described, rapidly escalating demand for your services because of the robust economy that we've enjoyed here and how much development or potential development there is. So I would like to get a report back from you, a more generalized report about the difference in your workforce now compared to the pre-recessionary time, the change in workload that you've had in that time, and what resources would be necessary to get you back to a pre-recessionary workforce.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and since I know that that's going to be a dramatic number, let me also say, as my colleagues have, how much we appreciate the work that the men and women of planning have done and continue to do under really stressed, adverse conditions because of the workload that you have and the inadequate workforce levels that you have. You all are doing really tremendous work, and we appreciate it. So thank you very much for being with us. Members, anything else for planning? Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, second time check, members. We're about 30 minutes behind schedule. I'd like to invite up our next department, the Department of Cannabis Regulation. So I'd like to invite up Ms. Packer and the rest of the team. Welcome. It's good to have you back here, and thank you very much, Ms. Packer, for your thoughtful and detailed budget memo. We appreciate getting that in advance. Feel free to go ahead and open up, and we'll get right into questions. Good afternoon. You know, we're still getting a little bit of feedback. Mr. Llewellyn, can you move your microphone, please? Yeah, no, the other direction. There we go. That should help. Okay, let's see if that works.
Good afternoon, committee members and committee chair. My name is Kat Packer. I'm the executive director of the Department of Cannabis Regulation, and I'd like to begin my presentation by thanking this council and this committee for their leadership in putting forth some of the most historic, complex, and monumental cannabis policies in the nation since the passage of California's Adult Use of Marijuana Act and LA's Local Measure M. However, these monumental policies are only dreams unless we have the funding to make them a reality. As such, I respectfully request that this committee consider an allocation of an additional $2.25 million from the general fund, which will supplement the $1.75 million provided by the mayor in his proposed budget to provide timely and equitable licensing, communication, and outreach. I remember sitting in this chair last year, only 4 months ago, or only 4 months into adult use commercial licensing and sales, wondering what it would take to meet the unprecedented challenge of licensing cannabis, not only for the largest market in the world, but also for a place that was home to some of the most disparate cannabis arrests. I knew that I needed to do so in a way that would allow for us to effectuate real transformative change while prioritizing the expectations of this council, the mayor, and the diverse city that we serve. Since that moment, we've accomplished quite a bit with very little resources. We've built an entirely new government agency to be responsible for licensing what had previously been a decades-old, unregulated, and even criminal enterprise. And we've staffed that agency from the ground up. I started as a department of 1, and I'm proud to say that we now stand as a department of 20. I'd like to thank my staff who have worked tirelessly to deal with the challenges and go above and beyond every day to support our efforts. Furthermore, we've developed and implemented licensing procedures that are constantly evolving at all levels of government, federal, state, and local. In fact, during last fiscal year, the state of California went through 3 separate emergency rulemaking processes, and DCR was a critical part of the conversation at each revision, ensuring that there was symmetry between our 2 interdependent programs. We've both launched and made significant progress in the implementation of Phase 1 and Phase 2 priority processing, whereby DCR has processed applications from over 800 cannabis businesses, of whom are seeking more than 2,000 licenses. DCR has now issued hundreds of temporary licenses to approximately 250 of these businesses, and with Tuesday's council vote, we are actively and enthusiastically preparing for the launch of Phase 3, which will bring countless more businesses into the legal market. For context, our Phase 1 applicants alone represent approximately a third of the state of California's retail market. Next fiscal year, with Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 underway, and with 80% of local jurisdictions still banning commercial cannabis activity, the City of Los Angeles is well positioned to emerge as a local and global leader in cannabis policy and regulation. We've implemented a number of programs to communicate and receive information from the public, conducted significant outreach at external events, and receive and respond to thousands of public inquiries on a regular basis from stakeholders, community members, and the press, and have worked tirelessly with the mayor, city council, and city departments to meet the ongoing challenge of enforcement of illegal cannabis activity, and continue to work with community-based organizations and a diverse group of stakeholders to model equitable policy implementation. Though we've worked our hardest to roll out these initiatives, I respectfully plan to use my time to speak truth to power about our city's ability and our collective responsibility to support cannabis policies that are both responsible and equitable, and more critically, under consideration today, our ability and commitment to fund those policies. The truth is that although the city has made significant policy decisions toward equitable and responsible licensing and regulation, we've yet to fully or adequately fund these initiatives. And more importantly, this lack of resources had put stakeholders at risk and stifled the ability for the city's implementation efforts to be as successful as they could and should be. On December 19th of 2017, this city made a historic vote that created a framework whereby the city would license thousands of business activities, exercise extensive regulatory authority over these businesses, and launch a social equity program that exceeds the scope and scale of any other program in the nation. We were required to start immediately, without resources, and unfortunately, even today, we're dealing with the consequences of not having appropriate infrastructure before implementation. And unfortunately, this seems to be a reoccurring pattern. For example, although City Council instructed DCR to establish an RFQ for the social equity program back in December of 2017 to provide what is now specifically referred to as business licensing and compliance assistance, we're just talking about funding for this program today, May 3rd, 2019. Similarly, although the City Council instructed DCR to amend and expand the social equity analysis in March of 2018, this instruction remained entirely unfunded until this committee made the thoughtful and timely allocation of $1.5 million out of the UB in April of this year, authorizing DCR to use that allocation for an expanded analysis, education and outreach, and the fee deferral program. Just earlier this week, the Council voted to adopt an ordinance and a number of instructions that require these same components to transpire before the next phase of licensing, all before programmatic resources have been identified. Without appropriate resources, we're truly limited in our ability to launch programs at all, let alone in a timely fashion. Even with the best intentions, there are, of course, realities that we must contend with as we continue to change policies and procedures and expect their successful implementation. For example, every time a change is made to our licensing process, and these changes happen often, DCR must work with our licensing software provider to develop, test, and launch systems, updates, and modifications. Similarly, even after months of delays to issue Phase 2 priority processing in August of 2018, we had to move forward with Phase 2 priority processing, despite the fact that at that time, no monies had been dedicated to the social equity program, but our ordinance required that all Phase 2 priority processing applicants qualify for the social equity program. In fact, it wasn't until November of 2018, 3 months after Phase 2 priority processing started, that the City Council established a fee deferral program. We had approximately 600 applications in total, and although we asked for $2 million for the fee deferral program, we were only allocated $250K earlier this year. Because of those consequences, we've heard from many stakeholders who allege experiences of predatory practices as they've had to rely on private entities to help them with the resources and information that the Department of Cannabis Regulation should be providing. Despite these past challenges in our current reality, today this committee has an opportunity to ensure that this department has the resources necessary to move forward in ways that truly seek to develop and implement equitable policies. I'm sure that this committee will find value in this tremendous endeavor because it is through this committee that DCR has been allocated the only funding to date for the social equity program. And the truth is as in evidenced in our responsibilities, although our responsibilities are great, the consequences of us not meeting these responsibilities are greater. I'm here specifically today to ask you to support an additional $2.25 million of general fund dollars to allow DCR to administer the multifarious policies, programs, and instructions Council has passed since the passage of Measure M and the establishment of the department. The City Social Equity Program has a number of different components, including outreach and recruitment, priority processing, business licensing and compliance and technical assistance, the administration of social equity agreements, and a fee deferral program. The Mayor's proposed budget provides funding for some of these programs, but unfortunately, without additional funding, we will not be able to recognize social equity applicant program in its totality or to address the anticipated volume of applicants, approximately 1,000 seeking programmatic assistance. Without appropriate funding, the department will not be able to meet the anticipated demand for program services, which may lead to application processing delays. This deficiency will result in servicing less applicants, which subsequently reduces the total number of cannabis businesses, which subsequently reduces the number of businesses paying taxes. Although on April 18, 2019, the Council adopted a policy to dedicate $3 million annually for 3 years to fund business licensing and compliance assistance, the proposed budget only includes an allocation of $1.5 million to support business licensing and compliance assistance. It is important to note that the $1.5 that was allocated out of the UB in early April was specifically dedicated to a fee deferral program, social equity related education and outreach, and the expanded social equity analysis. As far as our public information campaign, a well-resourced public information campaign would promote lawful, authorized cannabis stores as a safer alternative to illegal cannabis establishments. It would encourage cannabis consumers to patronize licensed operators, subsequently increasing tax revenue for the city. Although we support the mayor's fiscal year 1920 budget proposal to allocate $250,000 towards a public information campaign, this department respectfully requests that this committee support an additional general fund appropriation of $750,000 to allow the department to develop and implement a critical and long overdue information campaign to educate the general public and consumers in what is the second largest city in the United States, and again, what is often referred to as the largest cannabis market in the world. Funding both of these asks will allow us to make real progress towards our goals. As we continue to implement commercial cannabis policies, we'll see the tax base grow, which will only expand our opportunities to continue to support social equity and other progressive policies like community reinvestment, as well as supporting core city services. Furthermore, funding for these programs further supports this council's expressed desire to shift away from traditional criminal enforcement, as we best believe the best enforcement model is to identify businesses that want to be compliant and move these businesses into the regulated market. At the end of the day, this $2.25 million ask is a minor investment with huge and ongoing returns. For example, the department has been able to generate more than $15.5 million in licensing fees and commercial cannabis taxes levied, and commercial cannabis taxes levied have increased to $40 million since January 2018. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to present before this committee today. The outcome of this committee's consideration matters, as this decision will impact the development and resourcing of cannabis policies and programs as those around the world continue to look towards us as a model and will follow the trails we blaze. I imagine that as the city moves forward, we will continue to explore various strategies to responsibly and equitably license and regulate commercial cannabis activity. This could include community reinvestment, health equity, and equity in enforcement. But for now, I am simply here to ask this committee to support an additional $1.5 million for business licensing and compliance assistance, and $750,000 to fund programs related to public information, and for us to be able to fund the programs and instructions that have already been passed by council and are currently expected for the department to implement through the next fiscal year. Thank you again to the committee members, to the mayor for this proposed budget, and our partners and stakeholders who are here to support our request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're going to start questions off with Mr. Blumenfield, please.
Great, thank you. And Ms. Packard, thank you for all the work that you're doing. You're truly creating something out of whole cloth, which is an incredible challenge and an important one, and I appreciate your dedication to this work and all the amazing things that you've been doing so far. I'm concerned a little bit about some of the funding issues that you raised. A lot of us, myself especially, have been frustrated because we want this process to move faster. We want the licensing to be happening, and some of the things that you mentioned, like the social equity study to expand it. I've been frustrated. We talked about this a year plus ago, and the idea was that there actually, there's no communities in the San Fernando Valley currently that are listed as qualifying for social equity, and I've raised this before thinking, well, there's got to be some areas of the San Fernando Valley, 40% of the city. And you mentioned in your comments that, well, we didn't do anything because we didn't get any funding until April. But from my perspective, just so you know, I've been frustrated wanting to know why isn't it happening, assuming something was happening. And I'm just learning now about this funding issue. I mean, we haven't seen any FSRs or anything like that. If we had on this committee, I would have been your biggest advocate to get the funding for that. So I'm a little concerned about the communications there, and I want to make sure that that doesn't happen again as we move forward on some of these critical funding issues. If there's, a lot of us are very committed to getting this done yesterday. We're sick and tired of having the illegal shops there. We want to figure out ways to crack down on that, get the legal ones licensed and operating. And I know you share that same goal, and we're 100% on the same page. But just want to make sure that we figure out a better way in terms of the communications, because a lot of us are very committed to providing these funds, and hearing that about the resource issue is fairly new to some of us who thought that, given the budget process last year, that we were resourcing you adequately. So, a couple other things. The status of the, well, what is the status of the expanded social equity program now? I know the funding just came in April, as you said. Is that moving forward?
So earlier this week, the council adopted criteria for the expanded social equity study. And earlier today, we transmitted a contract to the mayor and CAO for ED3 review. We anticipate that the study will be completed and transmitted for council consideration in August.
Great. And does this, I don't want this study to slow us down in any way, because to me, the North Star for this is moving fast. I think we need to do this study, but as we voted on last week, we don't want this or anything else to slow us down in terms of getting to the next phase, or to getting the phase 3 folks up and running. So in terms of, well, I guess let me back up. What have been the main causes of the delay in issuing before I get to phase 3, of issuing the phase 2 authorizations? Is it a lack of city resources to process the applications or inspect the premises, or is it the business's failure to comply with the building and fire codes? What's been the delay?
So we began to accept applications for phase 2 priority processing on August 3rd, and we ran and had a submission window until September 13th, I believe. During that time, we received over 600 applications. Throughout that process, and many of those applications became abandoned because applicants did not follow instructions. But to date, we have about 75 businesses that have received temporary approval of those original 600. When we started this process, the Department of Cannabis Regulation did not have trained inspectors to go out and do our inspections. So I would like to take the time today to say thank you to the Commission Investigation Division. They went out with us when we started to do those inspections. Our teams now go out independently and do those inspections. So that was part of the delay when we first started this process. But at this point, I'd say approximately 300 of the remaining pending and active applications have not identified to the department that they are inspection ready. So throughout this process, we've communicated to applicants that in order for us to come out and do an inspection, for the department to come out and do an inspection, for the fire department to go out and do an inspection, applicants have to affirmatively tell us that they are inspection ready. And we've only had approximately 100 businesses tell us that they are inspection ready.
So the problem is that these applicants who are not inspection ready, in essence, they're holding up getting the phase 3.
These are separate processes. The Department of Cannabis Regulation has to administer all of these different phases at the same time. So we're continuing to move forward, not only with phase 1 priority processing, but we began the annual licensing process for our phase 1 applicants. We're continuing to review phase 2 priority processing applicants, and so there is a kind of backlog of folks who are waiting to say that they're inspection ready. But we can continue to move those, and we will be expected to move those folks.
So they don't have to slow down phase 3. Is what we can walk and chew gum at the same time, which is
absolutely
great. Because I was hearing that we were having that problem, and I'm glad to hear that we can move forward with phase 3. So on the phase 3, can we? We have a little bit of a tension here because we want to put more money into social equity training and all of that kind of thing. But we also have a lot of folks who qualify for social equity who are ready to go. Is there any reason why we can't start licensing the folks that are ready to go at the same time that we're working on our increased technical assistance program? Or do we have to wait till all the ducks are in a row, or can we get folks licensed who are in that phase, who are qualified but don't necessarily need the extra assistance?
So the department, of course, administers our programs in accordance with the municipal code. And on Tuesday, this council voted to require a number of different programs to be in place before we move on to phase three licensing. For example, it articulates that there would be a 60-day vetting process to verify social equity applicants before various rounds of licensing would start. There's also language that now says that the social equity analysis has to be complete before we move on and start phase 3 licensing.
So
What it says.
does that make sense? And I know we just passed it, but in your opinion, is there a way to move us faster? Does it make sense to have to have everything complete before we issue some of those licenses?
I think that's. I'd love to provide my opinion. The truth of the matter is that when we talk about phase 3, we're primarily talking about retail activity. And retail activity can be bifurcated into the storefront retail licenses and the delivery licenses. There is, of course, a cap on the number of storefront retail licenses with the undue concentration limits that have been set by the city. The city could see approximately 400 businesses be licensed before those undue concentration findings are met, with about 185 phase 1 priority processing businesses that have received their authorization. We can expect to issue another maybe 250 retail licenses. If we were to move forward with the first round of, back up one second, the next phase of licensing that the council voted on Tuesday has 5 different rounds. There are 2 rounds of retail processing and 3 rounds of delivery. The retail licensing is bifurcated so that there would be a first set of 100 applicants who would get their licenses, and then a second set of 15 to 150 businesses who would get their licenses. If we were to move forward with starting the first round of licensing, that means that individuals who your office and other stakeholders have advocated for to be included in the social equity analysis would not get to participate in that first round of 100. There are mechanisms in which they would be able to participate in the second round, but if we intended to have the social equity analysis complete, and let's say that we do this social equity analysis and we actually find that there are zip codes in the valley, it would be this council's decision to say at that point, and we at this point plan to have that analysis complete by about August 20th. The council will have to make a decision as to whether or not it wants to adopt additional findings. If it adopts additional findings based on the analysis, we would be required to open up the pre-vetting process for an additional 30 days. I don't think that an additional 30 days is too long, but there are businesses who feel as though it is too long, and that is this council's decision to make.
And of course, I mean, on all of these processes that are coming through, we're relying on you as our expert to give us these proposals, and you know, just to make it clear, we're not coming up with these things in a vacuum. We're taking the proposals that you're giving us and trying to adopt them in the best way that we can. So I certainly want to make sure that if there are other changes that you think that we need to make it more efficiently, that you're providing that advice and expertise to us, and whether we do it through a special study in terms of asking as a report back, or just in the general course of things, that's how the process works, and we certainly value that, and that's why you have the position that you do, because we rely on you for these things. With respect to the $750 for the public information campaign, where does that number come from? What do we do with that information? Is it, what would it look like differently if it was $250 or if it was $1 million? I mean, what is the range of possibilities?
So as I had mentioned previously, the city of Los Angeles is often referred to as the largest cannabis market in the world, and I assume that means both in terms of supply and demand. With the number of retail facilities that we have here, we represent about 1/3 of the state's retail market, and I am of the opinion that there will be impacts to this community based on the level of cannabis activity happening in this community. One of the ways that we can mitigate the impacts that cannabis and various cannabis policies will have on the city is to provide information both to members of the general public and consumers of cannabis to let them know what the laws are in relation to personal and commercial cannabis activity, and to encourage them to follow the law and to know what some of the risks and penalties are associated with violating either personal or commercial cannabis laws. Part of what we've done in the exploration of this particular budget policy is to work with folks from the mayor's office specifically in trying to figure out what is the scope of information that we need to be able to share. We've done, part of the challenge is that although we've had staff and have recently just been able to hire staff dedicated to communications, we have not been able to produce collateral materials in any way that has been either qualitative or quantitative to stakeholders, and I think that that's been a detriment to our ability to provide services. The extent of our communications effort in the beginning was literally me going everywhere around the city and just shaking folks' hands and talking to folks about what we were doing, but through real resources we can expand our efforts and be able to be all across the city of Los Angeles at once. I think that there are going to need to be paid marketing ads that we can do. I think that there are going to be a number of collateral materials that we can have. Unfortunately, I feel as though we should have had a public information campaign when we launched this program back on January 1st of 2018. We just had 420 a couple of weeks ago, and I would have loved to have resources to let folks know who were in town or would have been going around to many of the cannabis facilities in the city to let them know who's licensed and who's not licensed. I think these resources would allow us to implement the Emblem program, which this council has already called for, and I think that the educational effort in general is going to have to be a collaborative one where we work with LAPD, city attorney, various health agencies, because cannabis policy doesn't just impact businesses or communities, it really impacts a number of different stakeholders who have not had information from the government, and unfortunately cannabis consumers and folks who engage in cannabis haven't trusted the government for a relatively long period of time. So I think that we have to bridge the gap through education. And as we mentioned in our letter, our budget letter, I believe that us spending these resources on education would mean that we wouldn't have to spend as many resources on criminal enforcement, and it seems as though that is the shift that this city is interested in taking as well.
Okay, great. And I know my time. Can I have one more? And then,
since I forgot to start it on time and I only give you 5 minutes, go right ahead.
all right.
I was estimating. Go right ahead.
All right. Well, there you go. I knew it seemed a little less. Well, first off, and I want to ask for report backs on all of the items that you've asked for funding. On this particular one with the public information request, as part of the report back of where we'd find the funding, I'd like to get a little bit of an outline in terms of the breakdown of how you see that being spent in terms of, I mean, you mentioned a lot of great areas, but it would be nice for us to get a little bit more of a breakdown of what that looks like. Since my time's up, one last question, and maybe I'll come back in the next round, but slightly different. The fire department made a request for cannabis enforcement program expenses. And when Chief Terrasas was here, he said he had nothing to support their tasks of inspecting the illegal shops. He said he hoped the enforcement program would drive the illegal shops into getting permits, and that's ultimately what would pay. I'm concerned that about whether that'll work, and that we need to levy fines and seize assets to actually pay for this. What do you think in terms of fire department enforcement on and who should be enforcing on the non-regulated shops, the illegal ones? We know that obviously you have direct jurisdiction over the ones once they're licensed or in that process, but for the ones that are not licensed, whose responsibility is that, and where does the funding come from?
I think I appreciate the question. I think that there's a collective responsibility around the city for us to enforce against unlicensed and therefore illegal operators. As the licensing agency for the city of Los Angeles, we are essentially the gatekeepers. We identify who is licensed. Folks who engage in unlicensed commercial cannabis activity are engaging in a crime, so that primarily falls to LAPD, but I am encouraged by this council's intention to shift away from criminal enforcement towards more civil and administrative enforcement. That being said, I believe that there are a number of local agencies that should be participating in a collaborative enforcement effort, and we support the work of this council and now the Mayor's Office of Public Safety of taking the helm of bringing together a task force with different agencies involved in this effort. I think that this task force will involve agencies like the Office of Finance, the Fire Department, Building and Safety, the Department of Water and Power. This department worked very closely with this council and the Department of Water and Power and the City Attorney's Office, for example, with the recent development and implementation of the utility disconnection. And I think that there are a number of similar tasks and enforcement actions that can be taken that really allow us to address this issue. I think that it's also important to note, and I support the council's effort to, instead of criminally charging employees, to use the city attorney's administrative citation enforcement unit as an alternative mechanism. But I do think that the city is going to have to step up its efforts specifically against property owners. I really think that the property owners are going to be the key to us driving this industry out of the city of Los Angeles. I don't think that it's going to require a heavy hammer or necessarily us diverting all of our resources to traditional criminal enforcement, but because many of these businesses are still engaged in illegal activity, may be engaged in other criminal activity, I would never want to send my team out to an unlicensed facility without LAPD coming with us, and so we appreciate the ability to continue to work with LAPD. The Cannabis Support Unit of LAPD has been great partners to the Department of Cannabis Regulation, and again, although we are not responsible for enforcing against unlicensed and therefore illegal operators, we are a critical partner in the enforcement strategy. And so while our ask specifically for our public information campaign may not specify that this is a part of an enforcement strategy, I would argue that education should be a part of the strategy before we enforce against individuals.
And as you know, this council, to a person, we have been very much on singing the song of we've got to go after the property owners. That's those are the folks where the chokehold is on terms of the illegal ones, and we don't want to criminalize the folks who are in the field in as much as making sure that we go after the folks who are enabling this.
Thank you.
Correct.
Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kat, again, just thank you for your efforts and the leadership you've provided in a short period of time. You and your staff to be commended for charting some new ground. You know, it's always difficult doing a startup activity, and so you've been able to do a lot with little, and so we just want to make sure you have all the resources you need. As my colleague pointed out, there are significant resources invested in cannabis enforcement in this budget. Can you, again, just explain briefly the different departments that you work with on the strategy of shutting down the illegal cannabis shops? And more importantly, are there ways we can improve the collaboration between the departments?
I believe that this city is already taking affirmative steps to work together to bring various local agencies together to enforce against illegal cannabis establishments. This council, over the course of the last year, has been talking about a number of different initiatives, and I really just think that it makes sense to bring things under one umbrella, and the city is taking those steps. The Mayor's Office of Public Safety is going to be coordinating and leading the implementation of the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force. We've been working very closely with Deputy Mayor Jeff Gorell in his effort to pull those various agencies together. I think we are going to enter into kind of an exploratory phase of trying to identify exactly who needs to be a part of this task force, defining what various agencies' roles are. But what our recommendation is that we have recently, well, not just recently, we have had probably for over 8 months now a cannabis complaint portal that we started, that the Department of Cannabis Regulation started in collaboration with ITA, so that the city could have one database to receive all cannabis-related complaints. And essentially what we've been recommending over the course of the last year is that this task force team up with this complaint portal, and we essentially have a case management tool so that every single complaint that comes into the city related to cannabis activity has a team of subject matter experts that can decide what makes most sense. I understand that there are limited resources to deal with enforcement. The issue and scale of illegal activity in the city is large, so I think that we're going to have to enforce smarter, not necessarily harder, right, in this effort. And so I think that that involves bringing these various agencies together and trying to develop a enforcement strategy that is both collaborative and progressive in the sense that we, again, don't want to be criminalizing folks and doing drug war 2.0.
Well, you requested some additional resources. Any thoughts on how many additional illegal shops you'll be able to close down with the funding that you're seeking there?
I think that there is a more fundamental challenge that the city of Los Angeles has, and that's even identifying the number of illegal cannabis establishments that exist. I think that, you know, every week we probably get a question from a reporter that asks, well, you know, what is the expected number of illegal cannabis facilities in the city? And historically, various agencies would collect their own information as to where these illegal establishments are. I think that we will be in a much better position to address the question of how many we can close down once we actually know how many we're dealing with. And I assume that through this task force and this complaint portal, which we've already launched and are continuing to improve, that we will be able to more accurately address that question, and we will be able to measure our progress towards closing down illegal facilities. I am not of the opinion that we are going to completely eradicate illegal activity. You know, there are people who still sell bootleg CDs in 2019. That's kind of strange, but it happens. But I do think that there are mechanisms for us to reduce the size of illegal activity, and that is what this industry is in dire need of, is to level the playing field for those who are following the rules and going through the licensing process.
You mentioned the portal is open now from the department, and when's this task force going to be convened?
So the task force itself, I believe, is still in the process of being formally organized. And we're working very closely with the mayor's office to participate in this task force and to bring these various agencies together. I think that you will hear a lot more about the task force in the next several weeks to months.
Okay. The social equity program is something, of course, I've been very supportive of since the very beginning. And as I think all my colleagues who support it have said, it's time to really move forward on this as quickly as we can. Just briefly, and you've been touching on it all morning, but can you explain the different components of the program and which components have received funding?
Thank you. I truly appreciate the question. There are a number of different components of the social equity program. There is, of course, the priority processing of the applications for the social equity applicants. We have a fee deferral program, the business licensing and compliance assistance, which is essentially the technical assistance walking our applicants through the licensing process, ensuring that they understand what the regulations are so that they can keep their licenses. Other parts of the social equity program involve the analysis. The ordinance also calls for the department to provide education and outreach. There is a property support fee in which Tier 3 social equity applicants can provide property to Tier 1 social equity applicants. There's the review and administration of social equity agreements, and then there's a lot of work and due diligence that the department has to do to actually just verify that folks qualify and that there are various appropriate contracting between different entities. To answer your question about which components have received funding, the priority processing that our applicants received is largely funded by application fees. The fee deferral program, which is called out in section 104.20 of the ordinance, we asked for $2 million for this program in November of 2018, and at that time we were only provided $250K. Those monies didn't actually hit our special fund until January of 2019. However, this committee voted in support of an additional $500K to be provided to the fee deferral program through the larger $1.5 million that was allocated out of the UB just last month. The business licensing and compliance program, this is again the technical assistance, has not been funded at all to date. The Council has, however, already adopted a budget policy to support these programs for $3 million over the course of 3 years. Again, the mayor's proposed budget allocates $1.5 million, and today we ask for an additional $1.5 million simply to shore up the budget policy that this council has already adopted. The education and outreach programs have been funded at this point to the tune of $850K, again, out of the UB allocation in early April. So many of these different programs that we have been long required to implement are just receiving funding, and there remain significant funding shortages for those programs and other programs that were, for example, passed just Tuesday.
Yeah.
Was it Monday? Tuesday of this week.
Well, it's clear that there are lots of moving parts. That's the that's the real issue. Lots of moving parts, and resources are needed in order to make sure that these parts are moving smoothly. But thank you for your overview. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to I'd support the budget memo on the DCR's request for additional funding, and I think it piggybacks on the memo that my colleague just asked for. But I'd like to see a request for additional funding for the business licensing and compliance and enforcement and technical assistance, as well as public information campaign. But to get a budget memo back to see what the implications are, the budget implications are for those requests.
Thank you. And I'd just like to add to that, if I can, clarification from the CAO in that report, because Ms. Packard just kind of delineated all the categories. But since you're mentioning the moving parts, we've been adding things and appropriating things from the UB up and as recently as a few weeks ago. And so it's going to be important to have clarity in that report as to what portion of the 2018-2019 budget is being carried forward, if any, into the 2019-20 budget as to each of these categories. Because that's still, even hearing this dialogue, it's not as clear to me as I would like it to be. So what's the status of expenditures of the amounts that have already been appropriated, and then how much of that is going to be rolled forward and how much of it is new money? Are you done? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One of the things I've been asking for, maybe even since you got here, since before you got here, is us to create the most obvious thing, first step in enforcement, which would be an emblem program. Because this part would be self-enforcing. A certain number of people would prefer to purchase their cannabis from a place that's legal. Yet we have nothing that distinguishes the illegal from the legal. So I've been told it's because the county hasn't done it, a variety of other reasons. This is the first time I think I heard a mention of cost to us as being a factor, unless I misheard. So what's holding it up? When can we actually firmly count on it happening? Because I think that's the missing link, first piece to this, being able to identify easily the places that are illegal because they don't have an emblem.
I appreciate the question, Councilmember. There are a number of different, as Councilmember Price had said previously, there are a couple of different moving pieces. When we first approached this conversation around the emblem program, we were operating under the assumption that we were going to be able to do so in partnership with LA County. They had developed an Office of Cannabis Management and had been coordinating with other incorporated cities around the county for the development of this emblem program. The county back in 2018 backed away from implementing that program countywide, and it was right before the county backed away from implementing that program countywide, this council began to consider implementing its program. Subsequently, and I'm in communication with regulators all across this state and in the United States, but we began to talk with other regulators across the state of California and said it may not make sense to have the city of Los Angeles develop its own emblem program. Particularly, there are parts of the city where you can be standing in one city and across the street there could be another city. So part of what we've been in communication with other folks about is how do we move this conversation statewide? And thus far we have been successful in our efforts to communicate with state agencies to try and develop a statewide emblem program. Specifically, we have been working with Senator Bradford to run SB 658, which would require and mandate a state emblem program. I think that there are mechanisms for us to approach this either at a state or local level. I think if the state takes this on, it of course alleviates our need to absorb the cost for implementing some of these programs. But I think that for a while we were trying to figure out who was going to be the lead in implementing the emblem program, because the original concept and idea had come largely by us working with the county. And I literally just got a text message while I was listening to the Department of City Planning discuss their budget request from the individual who runs the Office of Cannabis Management, and he said, we're interested in doing the emblem program again. So I imagine with moving parts, I will have more information to share with you the next time you ask.
Well, that's sort of been the case for ages. So I wonder if we could look at what the actual costs would be of developing our own. And honestly, our budget date is 2 months away. I don't even want us to go another 2 months without an emblem. I wish we could just direct you to take 2 weeks, develop it. Doesn't have to look gorgeous. Don't have to spend $50,000 on a consultant to design the best logo. Just design one, find the cheapest method you can that'll work, and stick it up. And if the state comes up with one, feel free to slap theirs over the one you have on the glass window now of these places. But we are really we're giving away money to the illegal places that have that much more business, because the people that would never be caught dead buying from an illegal dispensary are doing it all the time because they're indistinguishable. So I don't know what the best way to make that motion would be.
Well, it wouldn't be in the budget committee. It would the best way to make that motion would be to introduce it in council and have it be heard by the policy committee and considered, and then work its way through council.
Well, I will ask that you report back on the costs to do our own logo, and if that hasn't been done by July 1st, I would ask that we go to that expense and not only allocate that money but expend it as absolutely quick as humanly possible, because I think it's just a huge mistake. Also, I'd like to know a little bit more about how we're planning on doing delivery. I don't recall if we ever created a final policy on whether delivery would be linked only to existing dispensaries or to delivery programs that we would allow to be independent. I wonder if you could clarify which of those it is, but it would help to know what our plans are for delivery. I wonder if you could articulate that now, and if there's anything that further it could come back in a budget report.
Thank you for the question. Our model for delivery is largely based off of a framework that was provided by the state of California. The state of California allows for retail businesses, storefront retail businesses, to engage in delivery, and also creates a separate license type for delivery only, in which these businesses would not allow customers on the premises. Within our current market, all of our phase one priority processing applicants had a retail component. Because they all have a retail component, they all are authorized to do delivery.
And I would encourage that. I think it's a little less of the wild, wild west if we have a brick and mortar location attached to delivery. So I think that's a positive. Does your department have a chief sustainability officer, and are there things that your department can do to contribute to the city's sustainability goals?
I'm sure that there are things that this department can do to support the city's sustainability goals. Have we allocated or identified a? Okay, can you? Yeah.
Jason Clean for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. We do have an identified chief sustainability officer who participates in the task force and reports in for sustainability goals.
Any idea how much of their time is actually spent on sustainability?
Less than 10% of their time.
Okay. Thank you. And has the department participated yet in targeted local hire, or have you given any thought to how you might make use of it if you haven't?
We have, and I've enjoyed the program. Some of our best employees have come in through the targeted local hire. We have 20 positions that have been filled, and 4 of those positions have been filled through targeted local hire. Our first 2 targeted local hires will promote to administrative clerks later this month, and we had 2 additional office trainees start at the beginning of the year. So we have found great value in the targeted local hire program. They represent about 20% of our staff.
Great. I'm glad that you're participating and encourage you to continue. It's a great program, and I think most departments have found the same experience, that they're among the best and most enthusiastic employees that we have. If we're able to process all the anticipated applications in the coming fiscal year, what do you think the total number of dispensaries in the city will be?
Again, because we have what I've been calling soft caps on the number of licenses, I think that we could see, before all of those caps are reached throughout the city, between 400 and about 450 businesses be authorized. Of course, this council will have the ability, through the public convenience or necessity process, once those undue concentration findings are met, to allow for additional licenses. But with the start of phase 3, I anticipate that in the next fiscal year, we will reach undue concentration throughout the entirety of the 35 community plans, and then it will be up to this council how many businesses will be licensed in excess.
Okay. And if we didn't fund what we should fund in your department, do you have any idea of how much revenue we would not gain by not having filled those positions?
It's twofold. I believe that we appreciate the resources that have been dedicated by the mayor's proposed budget, specifically in relation to staffing. You'll notice that the resources that we're asking for today are programmatic resources, dollars that we could use primarily on outside contractors to provide technical assistance and services. It is my belief, primarily because we have about 250 additional licenses to issue via Phase 3 priority processing, the entirety of that applicant pool could be at risk if those applicants do not have the resources that they need to be successful. The reason being is that these 250 businesses, which will largely be social equity applicants, need to be operational in order for them to pay taxes. And if they don't have the tools necessary to get a license, to stay licensed, those businesses will not be taxpayers, and that is the entire intention of the program.
Well, since my assumption is what you're saying is that we will potentially not obtain many millions of dollars above the allocation that we're asking for. Is there any way, if it didn't work this way, that we could allow some of the revenue that flows as a result to pay for that set of positions?
Again, it's not positions and staffing that we're asking for the additional resources for, but dollars that could be expended on vendors and contractors to provide that technical assistance.
Right, but that's what I'm asking, though. Could we use the revenue that comes in as a result?
Absolutely.
So that it would be allowed
it's
to pay
almost
for
a
itself?
self-funding program in the sense that those businesses who are coming on board will be paying taxes that can be then used for other businesses to come on board.
Right. And it seems like every dollar we put in up to a point will bring a number of dollars in revenue. So it seems to me that shorting this department has been one of the most inefficient and counterproductive things that we have done in recent years. And we really should change our approach to this department as actively as we can.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. President. There's that old expression about you campaign in poetry and you govern in prose, and if there was ever a gap between the poetry of a campaign and the prose of the reality, it's the campaign to legalize recreational use of marijuana and the complexity and the details of what you're being tasked to do with the different phases and the different struggles. One, I really appreciate your letter and your statement. That was a very bold and direct opening statement. It's a little more candid than I think we're accustomed to from general managers, but I appreciate it because, as I'm listening to this, I think as complex as this is, there's a few things that are pretty simple. One is people want their weed. They want to have access to it. They want it to be safe and legal and affordable. Two is there's a lot of people who want to make money off it. Good actors and bad actors, and distinguishing between the two and creating a system that does that is tough. Third is we want to make money off it. We are very eager for this revenue stream. We definitely want it, and we want it as quickly as we can get it. And the fourth is that we made a commitment about this program. We made a commitment that the way we were going to do this program was going to right a big wrong. We made an acknowledgement that the war on drugs was a very explicit and unfortunately effective manifestation of institutional racism in this country and in this city. We acknowledged that someone who had a few ounces of weed who lived at Sunset in Barrington wasn't going to spend 20 years in jail, but someone who who lived at Vermont and Imperial Highway probably was. And we said we were going to do this differently. And put it bluntly, we basically said that the way we were going to do this was going to be a form of reparations. And we said around this horseshoe, this is what we want to do, this is what we need to do, this is what we're going to do. And what I think your opening statement put out is that we haven't done that yet. We haven't given you the resources to do it. And as proposed, the budget doesn't give you the resources to do it. To be fair, this committee made to be fair to the proposers of the budget, this committee made the recommendation for the 3-year allocation of the $3 million after this document was probably already gone to print. So I just want to be clear and be fair about that. I think we have an obligation to fix it. I mean, we made a very, very big promise, and I think whether or not we fund you properly for everything you've outlined, but particularly for the social equity, is going to be determinative about whether or not we just made a promise that we're not going to keep, or whether we're going to keep it. So I'm supportive of the requests. I sort of echo the ask for the report back, and hope that we find a way to keep our commitments and fund this. I'm eager to work with you and the activists to make sure there's a regular, ongoing, predictable funding stream in the years ahead. The only thing I would ask for a little bit differently from the reports that have been requested is, in addition to those reports about how we find the money that you're asking for, is Mr. Koretz asked a little bit about what's going to be the fiscal impact if we don't do it. I'd like to tease that out a little bit and ask you to do a report. If you can do the fiscal, that's great. But if we don't give you this funding, what are the implications of that in terms of the implementation of this program? If we don't, where will you be on phase 2? When will you get to phase 3? What did we tell you to do? Will you be unable to do? I don't think that'll be a tough report to do, because I think your opening statement articulated a lot of it. But I'd like us to see that. So when we're going to have a tough time with the rack up in a week or so, because there's a lot of stuff that we've asked for already. And a lot of it is about social justice, whether it's the Justice Fund or the right to counsel. And we're going to have some tough decisions ahead, but let's outline them as clearly as we can. So, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Wow, Mr. Bonin, I didn't expect to have to turn the timer off.
I like to keep you guessing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay,
because Ms. Packer really answered every question I had. So.
I think she has. I'm going to go kind of rapid fire, and most of this I'll just add. If you can't respond off the top of your head, that's fine. We'll just get reports back. But first, there are revenue assumptions baked into the budget based on anticipated cannabis revenue. Do you have a view of what's your degree of confidence in the revenue estimates that are currently included in the budget?
I think that they are very much dependent on decisions that will be made as to whether or not the social equity program gets funded, because of the way that our licensing scheme is kind of dependent on social equity applicants getting their licenses and paying taxes. I have full confidence that we're able to kind of meet those expected revenues if these particular programs are funded. Again, we have about 185 businesses that have received authorization thus far. Those are the businesses who have remitted, I believe, close to $40 million in tax dollars this year, with an additional 250 approximately businesses that are coming on board. I think that we'll see that tax base grow exponentially, but it will take a while before these businesses actually become operational and can pay taxes. So we have confidence in the projected revenue, but would like to see it shored up and kind of we'll lose confidence as we start to have a lack of funding for the social equity program guide that conversation.
Okay, so I'd like to get a budget impact report back from the CAO and DCR on the assumptions that go into the cannabis revenue estimate in this budget, including whether it is or is not dependent, and if so, to what degree, on the social equity applicants process being completed in this fiscal year. Can you talk to me a little bit about the lack of tax revenues being collected from existing licensed businesses? How many businesses are there that have underpaid their tax obligation already, or not paid their tax obligations at all? And if you can, talk to me a little bit about what we should be doing about that. When we've licensed a business that isn't paying its taxes, what should the remedies be?
So applicants who are not in good standing with Office of Finance due to unpaid taxes are blocked from acquiring their temporary approval documents, which are required to lawfully operate until their accounts are brought current. Applicants that may have fallen behind on their tax payments may have their temporary licenses suspended after they have exhausted their right to contest the assessment and will not be able to renew their temporary licenses until their accounts are brought current. Additionally, the department may deny an annual license application due to unpaid taxes.
Okay, so if a business is not current on its taxes, and do you have an ability to work with finance to exercise some authority over these businesses and stop them from operating until they pay their taxes?
Yes, we plan to, or are in communication with Office of Finance about doing just that for our 185 registered businesses.
Great. Now, there's a lot of money committed in this budget already to enforcement. $10 million in the police department, $3 million in other departments to enforce against illegal operations. And that's an investment that we may or may not choose to make in this budget. That's a policy decision about how much to spend on enforcement. And I guess I would like to get a sense from you of the return on investment. Part of it is just a question of fairness. You have certain people who are trying to do the right thing and comply with the law, and certain people who aren't, and we should ensure that we're enforcing the law against those who aren't. But in terms of revenues, I know that a lot of the discussion out there has been, well, if you get rid of these illegal operators, it'll significantly increase revenues and we'll be able to pay for all the enforcement. Do you have any, is there any kind of algorithm that we could use, or do you have any kind of estimate? If we eliminated half of the illegal businesses in the city of Los Angeles, what impact would that have on revenues that the city receives from legal operations?
I think it would have significant impacts on revenue if we are able to reduce the size of the illicit market here in the city of Los Angeles. I say that for a number of different reasons, but I don't think that it is just more money. I think that we're actually going to have to spend that money smarter, because even with the allocations of the proposed budget, we could blow through that money and continue to do the whack-a-mole strategy that we've been doing for the past decade. So I don't think that it's just a conversation of more resources. I think that we need to use those resources more strategically, and I think that we're able to do so when we work collaboratively, pull all of our resources together, prioritize enforcement based on things that matter. So there may be facilities that are selling to minors. Those are the ones that I'd like to see us go after first, right?
Me too.
There may be other facilities that are illegal but aren't causing much harm in their community. They may not need to be prioritized. If we gave them a little bit of time, they may actually end up getting a license. So I think that there are a number of different conversations that have to happen in order for us to pull this conversation together. But I do think that the city council and the mayor's office are going to have to be very intentional about not just increasing resources, but using those resources more strategically. And I'd like to add the first convening of when my assistant general manager texts me, the first convening of the Cannabis Enforcement Task Force is going to take place on May 14th.
Okay. You started that answer with a supposition that is important, and you said if 50% of the illicit marketplace could be eliminated, I think you said, which is a very different proposition than eliminating 50% of the illegal operating businesses, because those businesses tend to be supplanted by other illegal operating businesses almost immediately, very often owned by the same people or their cousins or whatever. So my point of this, and I guess I don't really need to report back, right? It's, maybe this is a little bit of a vent, but we are spending a lot of money, and I agree with you about spending it more wisely, because shutting down a storefront does zero good for anyone if that storefront is just going to relocate to a different place, or if that storefront is just going to sell through a delivery service or illegal or otherwise. So I think it's important just to point out that more money on enforcement isn't necessarily going to be recouped in more money in tax revenues. And I think, in fact, it's tremendously unlikely that that's going to happen.
And
Thoughts?
Councilmember, if I might add, I think it is kind of high time for the city to kind of reframe its enforcement strategy, because I believe that most of our efforts have focused on brick and mortar stores. But it's 2019 and folks are doing delivery, and there are consumption vans that are driving around this city. There are going to be consumption lounges that are opening and operating illegally. And I think that we're going to have to address this problem holistically. And if we kind of just focus our efforts on brick and mortar storefronts, we're going to be way behind the ball as this market continues to flourish here in the city.
Agreed, and almost all of the enforcement money that we have devoted in this budget, PD, fire, city attorney, almost all of that is going to be directed at brick and mortar, and almost none of it to those other operations, unless we have some sort of reallocation of resources and change of policies that I haven't seen yet. So I couldn't agree with you more. I would, since you talked about the enforcement task force, I just want to throw out an idea for you to take to that, and that is the use of California's unfair competition laws. The city attorney, I think, is mostly focused on nuisance and blight, as they should, but I think there's also an opportunity for enforcement through Business and Professions Code Section 17200, the California Consumer Legal Remedies Act, and otherwise, which, by the way, also offer opportunities to recoup civil penalties for the city attorney's office as well. So I'd urge you to look at that as a model. You mentioned delivery, and this has been a real concern of mine, both on the substance of the policy and on the revenue side. Because, well, first, can you talk to me about the relationship between what we have in place now for licensure of delivery services and those delivery services getting business tax, BTRC?
So the phase one businesses who are existing medical marijuana dispensaries who have gone through priority processing and have authorization, they are all primarily storefront retail operations, and by right, as a retail facility, the state of California allows these operators to deliver as well. And they fall into the same kind of subset of the 185. So all of these businesses do have their business tax registration certificates. If they're operating in the city and doing business in the city, we are collecting taxes on that activity. I think that there's a larger...
But if their brick and mortar is in West Hollywood, we have nothing to do with that. They don't presumably have a BTRC to deliver to homes in Los Angeles, right? I mean, do we have the ability to issue a BTRC to delivery services that aren't based in brick and mortar stores within the city?
It is the department's position that these businesses do have an obligation to remit taxes. The department is working with the Office of Finance and the city attorney currently to pursue options to ensure that these businesses remit those taxes. We're currently working with the city attorney's office to explore the legality around requiring businesses located outside of the city of Los Angeles to register simply to pay their taxes. I don't know if you had anything to add, Jason.
Well, I really encourage that policy development. So if there are recommendations that need to come back to council on that, I'd certainly welcome it as soon as possible. I've been asked often by constituents about the advertising of cannabis, particularly on billboards and particularly right next to schools. and this is a discussion that we had as we were developing this policy. Are there recommendations that you can give to us on our ability to constrain advertising of this nature, especially in the areas around schools?
Yeah, I'd love to be able to provide a report back on that.
That'd be great. Thank you. And then finally, just I guess my comment on the public information campaign. I agree with you about the need for the public information campaign. We should have done it early on. I want to add a nuance to it, though, because as I heard you describing it, you were describing the promotion of the use of legal businesses and so on. In my view, any public information we have in this area should not be promoting anything, should not promote use of this product, should not promote any business in Los Angeles or otherwise. What it should be doing is warning about the dangers of going to an illegal operation, for example. It should be warning about, use by minors. It should be warning about things like that. And in the process, I think that's the same thing that you're saying, just
Yes,
from a
absolutely.
different angle. But I just want to make sure that we're clear that I certainly would not be supportive of anything that could be seen as promoting even our licensed businesses, because that's not our job. It's their job. It's the business's job to do that, not the taxpayers. So, and then the final question is, I think you might have covered this, but have you filled all of the positions that were allocated in the 18-19 budget? You mentioned your growth to 20, which is great, but I don't know how that compares to how many funded positions you had available to you.
So I believe at this point that we have a total of 37 positions that have been allocated. So we have quite a bit of growing to do. This time last year, we still were a staff of 4. So I'm very proud of the fact that I sit in front of you today as a staff of 20. We just had 4 new individuals start on Monday, 2 of which are targeted local hire. So we will continue to aggressively fill our staffing positions. Pleased also to say, and I think that this is going to be critically important for the start of phase 3, is that we have filled all of our licensing related positions. And so we understand that that is our kind of primary responsibility. And so we made an intentional effort as we were going through this hiring process to lean into the licensing side of our operations. It means that our kind of general administrative, accounting, communications, policy, external affairs side is still needing to be staffed out. But we understood that we were being given strict instructions to get things started and that we were going to need staff to do so. So we have prioritized hiring our licensing division, and those divisions are fully staffed.
Great. Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, a question. First, a quick comment response. You were talking about the advertising on billboards, and I agree with that. Just as a side note, we have no control over the illegal digital billboards that are driving around, that can be driving in front of our schools and have these kinds of ads on it. But that's a second issue. I did want to ask you about realistically, when do you think is the soonest we could possibly hit that 440 number where we've gotten all of our, the 180 from the phase 1 and all of the 2-to-1 social equity before we would start even thinking about having anyone who's not in the social equity green-lined area be able to get a license?
Unfortunately, that is one of the questions that I'm unable to answer today, and it is because our applicants have to receive licensing both from the state of California and the city of Los Angeles, and they will not be able to get their local annual license until they go through the state annual license.
I know we don't have an exact number. I guess what I'm getting at is it's going to be a few years, right, before we actually get to that phase of concentration limit and
I think we'll get there in the next fiscal year. I think that we're going to go from 0 businesses being licensed in the city of Los Angeles to 400, and what will seemingly be overnight. I think that we will hit undue concentration in all areas of the city during this next fiscal year.
Okay, and that's good if we're moving quickly like that. Because when I was hearing you say we would wait, some of these guys who maybe aren't causing as much trouble, maybe they will get a license. But realistically, for a lot of folks, they'll never get that license, if they don't live within the zip codes, they're not going to get a license until we have a process in the council where we're looking at the public
PCN, the
necessity
public
issue.
Convenience and Necessity.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, because anyone who doesn't qualify in the current phase 1 or phase 2 or phase 3 is going to have to come to the council at some point after we hit that 440 mark. Is that correct?
I believe that I want to make sure that I'm responding to your question. We will reach undue concentration first before the PCN process starts.
What is that?
And maybe I didn't understand your question.
When you say the PCN process, there's the 180, who's the first property. Then you have to have 2-to-1 equity. So that means the next 360 are all potential licensees are all under social equity.
Correct.
So they all have to come within the zip code area that were defined.
I think that's
other than if you have a felony. So you have that is the next group.
Yes.
When do we hit the concentration? Prior to that group being done, or before, or after?
As that group of 360 are getting the authorizations, we will hit that cap.
So somewhere in that cap, let's say 300, just arbitrarily, I don't know what the number really will be. The next 60 in that cap are going to have to come to the council for convenience and necessity.
Yes. It's in the grand scheme of things, that is the answer, but it's also important to note that we are making these assessments individually in each community plan, so it's not a citywide assessment. We'll be looking specifically at applicants in the community plan.
So if somebody's out there having an illegal shop right now, thinking that they're going to wait around and and they're not in the green-lined area, and they're not in the Prop D area, and they're going to have to wait until after all 360 folks have been licensed. And then that means we'll have licensed, in the arbitrary examples, 60 convenience and necessity, try to do whatever fill-in is available, which will be very scarce. So that being said, when we come across someone who is in that category, we pretty much know they're an illegal shop now, and they're probably not going to be legal ever. So why wait around to shut someone like that down, and why not have a system where you can shut folks down who are never going to qualify?
No, I agree. I was, and I believe that I was simply articulating that I do think that there are ways for us to responsibly prioritize who we enforce against. And I think that this council would support us, for example, prioritizing enforcement against folks who were selling to minors versus those individuals who are
the top of the list, sure.
Exactly.
But I just meant in terms of, we do have a priority of wanting to focus on the legal shops. And it's one thing if someone's kind of on the bubble and you're like, well, they may become legal very soon, leave them alone for a little while. But it's another thing if you see somebody, you don't want to give a false expectation and say you might become legal soon. If you're not in that category, you're going to have a really hard time becoming legal. So we shouldn't be leading them on and thinking that they're going to be able to be get legalized. Thanks.
Okay. Members, anything else? All right, Ms. Packer, thank you very much. This has been a really long, good, detailed, important conversation that will be continued for sure. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you so much, committee members and chair.
All right. Members, that'll bring up next the Department of Building and Safety. So I'd like to invite up Mr. Bush and his team. And time check, members. That was a conversation that needed to be had for sure. But we are now an hour and 20 minutes behind schedule. So let's do our best to try to catch up.
The Lgbt question was all my own. I always do one, like...
I'm Frank today.
Yeah, oh, I know. Sometimes you do love.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience. So we have Mr. Bush's letter, and we appreciate that. We appreciate the fact that there are modest requests, and those requests are all enterprise fund supported, so, if I'm not mistaken. So that's good, and I'd like you to go ahead and introduce your team, please. Make any introductory comments you'd like to make, and then we'll dive right into questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Osama Yunin. I'm the executive officer for building and safety. I'm joined here with our team. To my left is Steve Ungeli. He's the assistant general manager in charge of resource management bureau. To my right is Catherine Nowitzka-Gaba. She's the assistant general manager in charge of our permit and engineering bureau. And next to her is Jennifer Banos. She's the assistant general manager in charge of our technology services bureau. And last but not least is John Beasons, assistant general manager in charge of code enforcement. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. We really appreciate it. We also would like to thank the mayor's office and the CEO for their help and their effort in trying to help us, and we really appreciate it. The department is doing well. Our workload remains to be very strong in all major functions, including our plan check, our inspection, and our code enforcement. The department also continues to be actively engaged on all city initiatives and the new technologies and streamlining efforts. We continue to be aggressive in filling all our vacancies as they become vacant. As indicated in our budget letter, we are requesting additional positions in plan check and technology, and those will go towards our workload. We're also requesting that we restore 2 positions in code enforcement that are doing new sign construction. With that, we'd like to thank you again, and we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. We'll all start this off. I want to say first that building and safety continues to be a model for departments in our city in getting its mission done efficiently and effectively. And so I just want to thank all of you on both the senior level and all the way down to the inspectors on the ground and folks who are doing the work on the ground, because this department continues to impress me every day. And it's centrally involved in the economic resurgence that we've had in this city. And your ability to try to get to yes and figure out how to get things done instead of hiding in a bureaucratic cubicle and saying no is very, very much appreciated, and I think has been central to the success that we've had economically in this city. So with that, I'm going to say that I will ask for a report back on each of the positions that you've requested. Each of them are funded by the enterprise fund, will have no effect on the general fund, and will almost certainly have a continuing beneficial effect on jobs creation and economic vitality in our city. So I'd like to go ahead and make that request, and that's all I have. Mr. Kretz.
You'll probably want to shoot me, but I know that you're a supporter of gun control, so I feel safe. I wonder if we could follow the bad precedent that you've set and just ask that those positions be included in the budget, as they have no general fund impact and all appear to be necessary.
You know, I actually would welcome that suggestion, Mr. Kretz, because I think that will reduce the workload a little bit. So, but except I'm getting a reaction from the CLA's office that suggests that maybe that is not helpful. Mr.
Just
Kretz is suggesting that rather than getting a report back, since these are enterprise-funded positions, we simply approve them.
Well, you might want to get a report simply because some departments have a lot of vacancies. We have another issue as it relates to vacancies in departments in which we're having to repay the general fund reimbursements because so it may behoove the committee to at least look at the vacancy level and have the CAO report on the positions that are being requested.
Okay.
Well, I tried.
Sorry, Mr. Kretz. Between you and Ms. So, she wins every time. So sorry.
So it is. Have you seen any slowdowns in plan check submittals in the current fiscal year?
We have not. As a matter of fact, our plan check submittal as of the end of April is 5% above that level of last year. So it's gone up.
Okay. And how does the bridge housing program affect your ability to handle regular plan check demands?
So bridge housing is a priority for us, so it gets priority assignment ahead of any other plan. In addition to that, they do get case management. As soon as we're aware of these projects, we engage with the project team right away just to make sure the project is on track from the get-go. And we typically assign senior level staff to make sure they're going in the right direction. As soon as they have a concept design, we sit down with them and do what's called preliminary plan check just to point out to them what they need to do. We also dedicate time and resources to make sure we coordinate with other departments so they know all the requirements, just to make sure these projects go expeditiously through the permitting system. Of course, all that does take resources, and we are committed to dedicating whatever it takes to make sure they go smoothly and expeditiously through the system, but it does put back some of the regular plan check jobs behind.
And I think that's all I will ask, and ditto Mr. Krikorian's request.
Great, thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Okay, thank you. I want to echo everything my colleagues have said and about the good work that you do, and we enjoy working with you closely. I wanted to ask a couple of questions about when will Build LA go live?
So, Build LA this summer, we were going to launch the first phase of it, which will include the actual module. But along with that, we also going to launch at the same time, if not even sooner, is the online plan check system, which is complete 100% online plan checking system, which is actually part of Build LA. But the module as well as the online plan check will go live this summer.
And does it replace the current LADBS website?
No, because the building, the module is not just for building and safety, for all the development services. So it's a vehicle for our customers to go through, and whether they know which department does what, it's going to guide them through to the right conduit. But we're still going to leverage each department's website to provide that specific service.
Great, I'm looking forward to it. And how is it integrated with 311 and with ITA?
Jennifer, would you like to comment on that? And Jennifer, I just want to mention, Jennifer came to us a year ago from ITA, and she worked on the 311 system for the city.
Right.
So.
Thank you, Osama. And so she knows I always ask this question on everything that we're building out in the city. I'm always trying to push us so that we're fully integrated and at the end of the day, one touch for anything with the city. But go ahead.
That's a great question. So coming from ITA and being the project manager when I was in ITA for my LA 311, I totally understand the need for the integrations. Yeah, so eventually after phase one, we will be integrating with 311 as far as service request concerns, so that to the customer, the constituent will be one system. Great. But we will be building multiple entries so that, regardless of where, the concept of there's no wrong door, so we can be submitting our request from Build LA or from LADBS website or BOE's website, and then going through the My LA 311 systems, integrating in the back
Great.
end.
Well, I feel much more confident with you there because it's been a problem of our different departments doing things independently and they're not all integrated and talking to each other. So I know that you're going to work closely with ITA to make that happen, so that's great. The graphic designer position, what other applications will the graphic designer be working on? And how is it being done now without that position?
Right. The graphic designer will be working on all applications that we have, as well as our websites. The responsibility of the graphic designer is to make sure whatever we create or whatever we have already, that it's efficient for the people for the customers that are using it. We want our websites to be, first of all, it has to be legal, it has to meet the federal ADA as well as any state regulations. But in addition to that, it has to be very intuitive. A person should be able to get to where they need to go with the least number of clicks. And it has to be organized in a manner that's logical. And it has to look good, too. And this is what we want this person to do. Our struggle has been is we used contractors to come and help us, but they don't know our business model. They don't know our business altogether. So it's really hard for them to create a website or an application that makes it's the most logical sense. So what ends up happening is the users, we end up spending a whole lot of time trying to figure it out. But if we had that expertise, they would be willing to do it better and faster and more efficient. And right now, at any time, we have about 40 to 50 projects, IT projects. We have over 31 applications. And that graphic designer would be working on all of them. And as we introduce a new application or revise it, that person would have to make sure that it flows with the rest of them, so it's seamless to the user.
Right. And currently, there's nobody dedicated to doing that. Most of it's being contracted out.
Right. So far, I mean, in the past year, we've had 2 contractors, and again, it's difficult because while they may be good at specifically that the skill that they have from IT perspective, they don't understand the business that we do, and they don't have the institutional knowledge that we need them to have. And by the time they learn a whole lot, then somebody else comes in. So this will ensure consistency, will ensure that they understand our business, and they'll have the institutional knowledge to make the job go smoother and faster and better.
Okay. I've got one other issue, much more narrow, but I mean, we all want to embrace diversity, inclusivity. That's what we do as LA. We're proud of that. Internationally, there's a lot of folks who have they have prayer rooms, gender-neutral restrooms, washlets available to all staff. In one instance that was brought to my attention recently, a company applied for a modification which was approved. However, we heard that there's some concerns about these washlets, which are, in the Muslim religion, is something that folks use often, that these washlets are not being code compliant because it's not open in the front per the commercial standard. So I want to get a special study to report back on what we need to do to allow these washlets to make sure that it's easy to get them approved when appropriate.
We'll be happy to, Councilman. And just a comment, in general, all construction materials, including the ones you described, or plumbing, they have certain standards. They're national standards that we follow. But as a department, because we have resources, we have people that have been here a long time and they're very good at what they do, we are not scared to venture outside the code while maintaining the spirit and intent of the code and ensuring safety at all times. But we do have the expertise to look at something that is different and make sure we can deal with it and address it to maintain safety, but at the same time be able to approve things that just outside the norm. So we'll be happy to look at it and come up with a solution, and we'll report back to you.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, just want to thank Building Safety for the excellent job you do keeping us safe and sane. A couple of quick questions. As it relates to the building mechanical inspector and administrative clerk positions that were referenced, Are these positions currently occupied or vacant? Are they filled or vacant now?
They are occupied. Both of them, we have 2 inspectors and a clerical staff, and these 2 inspectors are doing inspection for new construction signs, and the 2 of them actually cover the entire city. And they're currently full-time employees filling these vacancies, as well as, filling these positions, as well as the admin clerk.
Yeah, in the Blue Book, Volume 1, line item 19, you request the continuation of the structural engineer associate positions. Why are these positions so important to the department?
Our structural engineering positions are very important to us because our workload. We have tremendous workload. Nothing has slowed down. Again, our submittal has gone up by 5% as of end of April compared to last end of April. And we are trying to keep up with our goal of checking 85% of our plans within 15 days. And so far, we haven't been able to. Today, we're at 76%. And we need to keep what we have, plus get more to be able to achieve that goal. And in addition to that, our engineers are not only doing plan check, they're actually working in case management, helping projects come through and guiding them through the system. Anytime we have a city initiative or a new technology we need to look into, we get these plan check engineers, the associates that you referred to, and they help us doing the research and coming up with proposals and ideas. So they're really critical to us in maintaining our goals and work and handling our workload.
Do you have a large number of engineers or inspectors that are going to be retiring, for example, over the next several years? Is there a need to increase that number?
Overall, from inspectors, we have 226 inspectors that are eligible. That doesn't mean they're going to retire, but they can. Right. They're eligible for retirement. So with the engineers, it's not so much. We have less of that, but in the inspectors, it is a large number.
Well, I recognize that the building inspectors and the code enforcement jobs are very complex and sometimes require some field experience. The question is, how do we train the next generation of employees to be better prepared to successfully pass these exams? Can we provide some kind of a certificate for those interested in working with the LADBS?
We do. That is a great question. We are very careful about making sure that our current employees are always up to par and they're excellent at what they do, and they have the knowledge and the skills to do their job, because what we do is very technical. It does need a lot of skill, and it takes a while for someone to really to get all the training and be up to par to be able to do their job effectively. And as you mentioned, we need to look ahead to make sure, even as the more senior staff retire, that we have somebody taking their place. So we do have a dedicated training division that we use, and they conduct continuous training to all our employees. And when we hire new employees, actually the first couple of months, 2 to 3 months, they're not doing inspection. They're actually getting trained. And even after they finish that training, they get to ride with more experienced inspectors so they could pass that knowledge on to them.
Right.
And
well, I'm thinking more about an entry level, a situation where someone has no experience, so we're trying to bring them in. They may have an interest. But I think we're going to try to find a way to also cultivate those employees or potential employees as well.
I'm not sure. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, this is John Beesens from Building and Safety, of course. This is a great question, and we actually have an assistant inspector program where if the job requirements typically for inspectors, you have to have some experience in the trades.
Right.
And so when we interview people, we make sure of that and do background checks. But for brand new people that don't have any experience, they best fit into our assistant inspector program, which comes out from time to time, and then they get on-the-job training.
Okay. Well, in addition to that, I'd like to get a report back on the feasibility of implementing some kind of an inspector certification program. You may have it already, or maybe it's something you can fold into what you're doing now. Or, but I'd like to see if there's some mechanism we can create to, identify those who have the aptitude, the skill, the interest, who may be suitable for either one of these positions, with experience and with exposure, proper level of experience and exposure.
Absolutely, we will do that, and also we are looking at, for example, some local schools that that have programs that teach codes, they teach construction.
Yeah.
We're looking to partner with those. We could even help advise them on what the curriculum should be, so people that go to school can actually become future employees of ours. So we're definitely pursuing that.
Yeah, and even think about it even in high school to start thinking about it. Some folks don't even know this is a career opportunity or possibility. And so,
absolutely.
Yeah. Well, as I said, just have a report back on the feasibility of implementing some kind of a program that may incorporate what you're doing now, but also look to bringing in individuals who may have an interest but no background, no skill.
Absolutely, we'll do that.
Then finally, in my district, we have numerous nuisance abatement issues. Cases, in fact, that have been previously found been a problem, and then they were in compliance, and now they're out of compliance again. And so it's causing problems for the surrounding neighbors and the neighborhoods. Have there been any reports on how we can address these nuisances on a long-term basis? And we solve the problem, we get rid of them, then we go away and then they come back with a nuisance. How can we create some kind of mechanism that we're checking and providing some oversight over these?
Okay, John, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, that's another great question. So we actually know, we are aware that some types of violations are more transient in nature, and if these violations move around from place to place, we often have to re-identify the violation in the location. So a lot of times it's location-based, and so when things move around, we just readdress the problem with the different property owner. But you make a good point, and I think with our statistics and the new systems that are being developed, we'll be really able to better track exactly where these violations are happening.
And we can help you too, because we're getting complaints all the time. Let me see here. I'd like to report a request back on that regarding the feasibility of creating an ongoing enforcement program that can target these previously identified nuisance properties and figure out a way how we can more systematically monitor them and cite them as necessary. Additionally, I'd like to report back on the outlines of what the Strategic Workforce Development Task Force does. It's some good discussion about it. But how the department plans to focus on our disadvantaged community to take advantage of these programs, I think would be very, very important, very useful. And with that, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Almost all of my questions have been asked, but just two quick ones. As you know, I have a lot of building in my district. And we have the West LA Building and Safety Office, and we have so many folks coming in and out of it. Sometimes the cashier staffing is insufficient to meet the demand, and the lines get really, really long. I understand you've got a couple positions for accounting clerks, cashiering services in here. Will any of that provide any relief to that problem?
Right. So we are having a challenge with the cashiers in West Los Angeles office, and we have some vacancies right now that we're trying to fill. Once we fill them, we'll be able to provide backup. The West LA office overall is doing well. As a matter of fact, I'm looking at the statistics here, and we're serving over 80% of the customers within half an hour.
Good. Okay.
But the cashier remains...
The 20% we hear from all the time, though.
The cashier is a challenge because we have a shortage of staff, and we try to kind of get them wherever the need is for the day. In West LA, we need about 1.5 cashiers to run really smooth. So right now we're sending somebody like 2 to 3 days a week, but we need to send somebody there 5 days a week, and we'll be able to do that once we do the hiring.
Okay, great. And my other question was, my staff has been looking at sort of the compliance with the soft story stuff and notices a huge gap and difference between apartments and condos. Is that anything that's particular to condo ownership, or is there a difference in how we approach or do outreach between apartments and condos?
Well, condos we're sensitive to it because it's a different owner.
Yes.
And when you retrofit a building, I may have to put the shear wall in apartment or condo 1, but it's carrying the load from condo 2 and 3 and 4. So it's difficult. So with the condos, we were sensitive to that they needed more time. As a matter of fact, with the condo owners, we sent them a notice, I think in 2016, right? Correct? And it wasn't an order to comply. It was just a notice to give them lead time to learn about the ordinance and find out more information about it. And the orders to comply didn't go until 2017. So actually nothing is due until October later this year.
Got it. Okay.
And we have been engaging with the condo owners to answer the questions, and we will continue to do so. And anytime anybody wants us to engage with them, we'll be happy to do it in their own.
So it's not a budget issue?
It's not a budget issue.
Great.
And just to let you know, 30% already have complied, although it's not due till October.
Yeah, great. Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Anything else, members of Building and Safety? All right, thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. Thank you for your good work. That'll bring up General Services next, and as they're making their way up, members, just a quick time check again. We are, as of this moment, an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule. If history is any guide, we usually spend about 20 minutes on General Services. So let's see how closely we hew to that.
Tell you about our.
Mr. Oyster, welcome, and thank you for your budget letter that you've submitted, which we have read. Appreciate your consideration in providing that. Please go ahead and open up, and we'll dive right into questions.
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone and also to ask you to consider the 2 items that we have in our letter, and so we're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Mr. Price, would you like to start
It'd be
this
my
round?
honor. It would be my honor and my pleasure. General Services does an outstanding job. Tony, you've been a great leader, and you got a great team with you and behind you.
Thank you.
So we appreciate all your help. I know that GSD currently participates in the Targeted Local Hire Program.
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell us how many folks in your department have been hired through this program, and how many are still in the program?
Currently, we have 18. We have one we're anticipating to be hiring in the month of May, and in this budget we've been allocated 30 positions. So hopefully by the end of next year, we will have close to about 50 TLH employees within the Department of General Services.
Mm-hmm. Your department has received funding for the custodian insourcing program.
Yes, sir.
How many positions do you foresee being filled through the Targeted Local Hire?
Out of the total, I think it's about 19 positions, not 19, maybe 15, 16 positions, probably 12 out of the 16 positions. Most of them will be custodians. The other ones will be like supervisors or some management staff, but the majority of the positions will be TLH employees.
Well, again, we appreciate your leadership as a department in making those slots, filling those slots with that program. Finally, you received funding for the Civic Center pest control activities in select locations with some fanfare and a lot of publicity.
Yes.
Can these funds be used to service other city properties that house city services?
Yes, we have additional funding that supports citywide. So if there are any needs or whatever relates in your area, let us know, and we'll be more than happy to address those issues for you.
Okay, well, given that the city property located at 4301,
yes,
our district office is a city service center,
right.
We certainly would like to find some funding that might be available to.
Sure. What we do, we'll contact your staff at the district office and take care of that for you.
Excellent. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask for a budget memo on providing necessary improvements to the Central Avenue Constituency Service Center located at 43rd and Central. Those include installation of security cameras as well as pest control and pest mitigation activities. And I think the department's already started working on some of those.
Sure. Be glad to.
Thank you very
good.
much.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be quick since I had an opportunity to meet with the general manager and his staff a couple days ago. Just a quick follow-up from my conversation with the library yesterday. We were talking about the community reading garden at the West LA Library. There's some dedicated funds. Then I guess GSD is going to be doing the work.
Yes.
Library, BOE, GSD partnering together. Do you have a sense of what the schedule is on that?
I'm not sure what we can do. We'll report back to you exactly what the timeline will be on that project. But at this point, I don't have the specific date, but we can find out and report
You can
back
just
to you.
do it to me personally.
Yeah,
You don't
I'll
need to
stop
do
by and see you.
Yeah, you don't
Okay.
need to do a whole thing. And then final question is, we got a lot of city-owned properties, and some of them are currently vacant. I've got an animal shelter, which hopefully soon will be 70 or 80 units of permanent, supportive, and affordable housing. And I have I have two former fire stations, one of which is slated to be a community center if the nonprofit raises the funds for it. Both of them suffer from a lot of problems with graffiti and squatters and stuff like that. What resources do you have in this current budget to deal with problems like that?
I think in the budget we allotted close to $800,000 for nuisance abatement, and we can work with your office to identify some of the challenges you're having with this location to make sure that we take care of and mitigate them for you.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield?
Thank you. Appreciate the good work that you do, and you guys are keep the city together literally in so many ways, and we appreciate that. The budget includes a one-time salary reduction of $743,000, and all the increases in infrastructure spending, homeless services, all of which require additional equipment, increased challenges in maintaining facilities. How are you going to be able to absorb this salary reduction? Is that realistic?
It's realistic. It will slow our hiring a little bit, but we'll have the ability to adjust to it and to make sure we have the appropriate staffing to provide the services needed.
Okay. Thank you for that. And there's a projected shortfall of $4 million in the petroleum account.
Yes.
And we have very little ability to avoid or reduce that cost in the short run. It's all market, right? It's the fluctuation of the market. So I guess I just want to get an impact for budget report on the adequacy of budgeted amounts for the petroleum purchases and funding options, so that we can avoid the projected shortfall. And I realize it's kind of like police overtime to some extent, and even we have even less control over this, much less control. So the question is, how do we responsibly budget for it?
Okay.
And if I might add on to that, Mr. Blumenfield, because we have this discussion every single year, and what are the assumptions for petroleum costs and so on. So if we could include in that report the historical information for the last 5 budget years, what was budgeted and what were actuals. And so because I'd like to get some sense of a range and a level of confidence that we could have in predicting an unpredictable marketplace.
And obviously we can accept some risk. The whole budget is full of risk, so that's okay. But just getting the underpinnings of that would be helpful.
Sure.
A very narrow request. I wanted to know the West Valley Municipal Building. As you know, the roof there leaks. Is fixing that included in the current work plan?
Yes, it is, and we plan to have that replaced the first quarter of the beginning of the fiscal year.
Great news. This is a sort of a new issue I want to raise. GSD bills departments for travel time to and from locations where construction forces are working. So for minor repairs, it's everything. For minor repairs, getting estimates, that means that facilities on the edge of the city, for example, my district or Mr. Buscaino's district, or obviously everywhere in the edge of the city pays a much higher cost than facilities close to the city center. Council offices, for example, don't get higher budgets to account for those higher costs for doing the very, very same work. But it also impacts other departments. GSD works on the library in the West Valley, costs more than working on the library closer into the center of the city as is compared to work done in Hollywood. In the commercial world, the individual doesn't pay for travel time to and from, but the average travel time is worked into the billing rates. So I'd like to get a special study of how we can do this more equitably, because it just doesn't seem right that just because you're further away from downtown that everything has to cost more, because the result of that is, since funding is not distributed based on that, you get less services the further you are away from where the headquarters is, and that seems inherently unfair, and I'd like to get a special study of how we can fix that.
Be glad to report back on that.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
I have a couple questions also.
Sure.
First, as you know, I focus on green infrastructure a lot, and so I have a few green questions. Can you tell us the status of installing EV charging stations here at City Hall and our other facilities?
In the Civic Center, recently we just activated close to 50 chargers for the fire department, and also another was 20 for the fire department, 30 for GSD motor pool. We have another 100 plus. We're working with Building and Safety to write off on a permit, and hopefully have that 100 plus ready very soon, as soon as we can work with the Building and Safety to complete that permit issue. But we're moving as fast as we can. We have to understand, especially City Hall and City Hall East are very, very old facilities, and we wanted to make sure that we do it the right way. Especially at City Hall East, you have multiple systems there, and we want to make sure we do the right thing so we do not cause any problems in our payroll system, our 911 system, to make sure we're doing the right way. We hope to have those done very, very soon. The system, the chargers have all been installed and ready to go. We're just waiting for Building and Safety to sign off.
Are any of those for-pay chargers, or are they all chargers that we make available free of charge to employees?
All of them have the option of being charged for, but our first year, what we plan to do is they will be free, so we can collect information to determine what recommendation, if needed, for charging to the council and the mayor, if we determine that's the best thing to do. But the first year will be free.
And I hope we're looking at the possibility of having them be easier to operate than most that are out in the public domain, where you have to be a member of this system or that system, and it's kind of a pain in the butt. And when I look at charging my vehicle, half the time I don't charge because they've made it difficult enough. So if we can do it somehow so they can access credit cards that are available in the general domain, that would be a plus.
Okay.
Also, how are we doing with stormwater capture and with adding solar panels to our buildings?
The stormwater capture program is led, I think, by BOE, and anything that's associated with city facilities, we will work with the BOE and the Bureau of Sanitation. When it comes to solar, that particular program is being led by BOE and also by DWP. And any location they designate for city facilities, we will work along with them to make sure installation happens at those locations.
Okay, so you have a role in both of those,
yes,
but not the primary role.
Correct.
Okay. Also, I'm trying to get a sense of how each department's sustainability officer works on those issues and the amount of time they spend on it. What roughly is the case in terms of your department?
Currently, our sustainability officer is probably contributing probably 50% of her time in sustainability, and the other time is being contributed to our parking operations, which is also heavily involved in EV and EV installation.
Okay. I think that is all that I have. Anyone else have any other questions? Mr. Blumenfield.
Yeah, it's not a question as much as a comment, and in some ways it's directed at every other department except for you, but I think it's the appropriate time to bring it up, which is a lot of departments we've been hearing from are preparing facilities assessments, and they're looking into, they're getting ahead of us, but thinking about bond measures in the future about how they can update all their facilities. And I just want to sort of say to all of them that they need to be thinking about the O&M charges on that as they think about the facilities, because at the end of the day, and this is why it relates to you, all this new infrastructure falls on you to maintain.
Correct.
And unless we build in O&M as we start to build out this infrastructure, that's going to put you in the department and in the city in a very difficult spot. So we need the new infrastructure, but talking to you made me realize I thought that's a point worth making for everybody else's ears, but
thank you
for your benefit. So
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Blumenfield. You're 100% right, and that actually was one of the questions I wanted to ask, not only about construction but also equipment. I know that the Neighborhood Council budget advocates who talked to you had discussions about the need for preventive maintenance on equipment, the staffing needs that you have in order to avoid the replacement of expensive equipment. And I wonder if you have undertaken an analysis of where our greatest vulnerabilities are in terms of lack of preventive maintenance and the impact that has on equipment across departments, and what investments we might be able to make in order to prevent those worst case scenarios from happening.
Yeah. I think our two biggest areas is relates to building maintenance and fleet. For instance, if you take fleet, 60% of our equipment is 60% of our equipment is beyond life cycle. And also, if you look at our building maintenance, that's why we're asking each year for additional money for preventive maintenance. Instead of just changing a belt or fluid or whatever, you end up replacing entire air conditioning or an engine or whatever like that. And it's unfortunate. It's like pay me now or pay me later. And those are the two biggest areas. The good thing is the mayor's office and the council over the years are slowly but surely trying to restore us back to what we were 10 years ago.
But you still have a ways to go.
Yes.
So I'd like to get a report back from you on what your workload, how your workload has changed since the pre-recession era, and what your workforce is compared to the pre-recession era, and what resources it would take to be able to fully restore the department to where it was before you began taking the grievous cuts that you had to take.
Be glad to do that.
All right, thank you. And I do think that the regularization of the building instruction maintenance general superintendent makes sense, because given the how much we hopefully will be investing in the Bridge Home program,
right,
and that the pace of that work is only going to increase, I would hope. And so I would like to get a report back on that position if that hasn't already been requested. It was already requested? Okay. And the emergency management coordinator, sorry, if you guys covered this, I apologize. I stepped away for a second. Was the emergency management coordinator position already discussed?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can you explain what that position is and why you don't already have that position? And since you don't already have it, who's doing that work of liaising with EMD?
At this point, it's piecemeal. You have different individuals doing the work. Because of the size and the complexity of our department, this type of position is extremely important, because in a disaster, we need to be prepared to support the first responders. We support police, fire, and other departments. If we're not ready, they cannot be ready. So it's important that we have a person on staff that can plan and make sure our divisions are available and ready for to purchase fuel, supplies, vehicles, any support that departments need during a disaster, because we're vital when it comes to disaster.
Okay. I'd like to get a report back on that, please. A budget impact report that also assesses does a work analysis of that compared to what services are already being done in EMD that would be related to that. So I think that's all the questions I had. I did just want to thank you for your department's work. GSD is one of those departments that never gets as much fanfare as some of the other departments, but all of the other departments are completely dependent upon your success and your service, all of them. Yeah. And so I want to tell you how much we appreciate the work that you do in keeping the city afloat. And I especially want to applaud you on the custodian insourcing efforts that you've made, and your use of targeted local hire to do it. This is what we were hoping to see, and you are implementing it and making it so, and I appreciate it very much. Anything else, members, for GSD? All right. Thank you very much. And time check, members, we're an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule. We're going to bring up information technology next, and historical trends indicate that department should take us about 20 minutes. So, FYI.
Here, since it has a back page. It's okay.
Mr. Ross, welcome. Thank you for your letter. Why don't you go ahead and introduce your team, and any quick introductory comments you'd like to make?
Absolutely, will do. So I'm joined here by Laura Ito, my Assistant General Manager over Administration and Finance, Gene Holm, our AGM over Customer Engagement, Anthony Moore, AGM over Infrastructure, Joyce Edson, AGM over Applications, and Timothy Lee, who is over our Chief Information Security Officer for cybersecurity. Mr. Chair, council members, as you certainly know, technology has transformed the way services are provided to Angelenos. ITA's Chip the Chatbot has answered over 80,000 questions for residents. Our Shake Alert LA app can provide up to 60 seconds of warning to Angelenos that an earthquake is coming. And the LA Cyber Lab has started to provide real-time cyber threat intelligence to LA businesses at no cost. While these projects have made us an award-winning digital city, there is so much more technology work to do. We thank the Mayor's Office and CAO for prioritizing technology investments, both in ITA's budget and in the departments we work very closely with. For ITA, the Mayor's budget includes critical police and fire radio system repairs and upgrades. It replaces failing telephone lines with our mobile worker program. It has avionics replacements for fire and police helicopters, as required by the FAA, and first-year funding for the city's new human resources and payroll system. As stated in our letter, there are 4 items that should be noted, 2 of which have no general fund cost. First is reducing the proposed $1.5 million salary cut. When you combine the 2% salary savings rate plus unfunded on-call pay, tool allowances, uniform allowances, retirement payouts, and excess sick payouts required by ITA, it requires us to hold 35 of our 446 positions vacant. In other words, we have to have a 7.6% vacancy rate just to stay within budget. The proposed $1.5 million reduction is equivalent to an additional 15 positions. In other words, the reduction, if adopted next year, would require us to hold 50 of our 446 positions through the year at a vacancy rate of 11.2%. Needless to say, this would greatly impact ITA operations. It hurts our ability to keep our phone systems working, our networks running, and our applications running. And as you can see throughout these department budget hearings, ITA staff are not only expected to complete projects in ITA, but projects funded in other departments too. And to do so, we need to fill our positions. So we respectfully request that $1.5 million be restored to ITA's salary count so we can maintain a 7.6% vacancy rate. Second is the funding around a citywide workbench for data analysts. Under the leadership of the mayor and council, this city has invested in advanced data analytics. For example, the data science team has worked with the Office of Finance to develop a model to identify which businesses to audit. It's estimated that this new approach may double the rate of audit success while reducing frustration for low-risk LA businesses. However, too often, projects like this, the data is hard to access and it's difficult to organize. So the city requires specialized software and tools for a growing group of data analysts, both in IT and other departments. This would allow us to share data across departments, ensure accuracy of our findings, and eliminate the need for each department to build their own tools. So we respectfully request $300,000 of ongoing funding for a citywide data analytics platform. The third item is a no-cost request regarding our social media lead. The proposed budget adds a public relations specialist at ITA to manage the city's social media accounts, which we never had before. In order to fund the position, we're simply requesting to delete a Programmer Analyst 3 instead of the Management Analyst position. This request has no general fund impact. And lastly is adding 2 new positions for our Channel 35 programming. The CAO has confirmed that revenue is increased in the Public Education and Government Fund. As you know, PEG funds are restricted completely to Channel 35 operations. And really what we're asking is that the proposed budget, while it has funding to Channel 35, it doesn't have the position authorities. So we're requesting 1 Cable TV Production Manager 2 and a Television Engineer position. Our staff are spread over 3 different sites. They've really been transforming the way we deliver our services. We have way more TV, web, and social media. So we respectfully request position authorities for the Cable TV Production Manager 2, the Television Engineer, and to reprogram funding from Channel 35's operating account to ITA salary account. Again, no general fund impact. I sincerely appreciate your time and your leadership, and we're available for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield?
Great. Thank you.
Start us off.
You know, your department is really helping transform this city in such positive ways, and worked with all of you, and appreciate that, because that's.
Thank you.
We've seen the impacts. We're winning Digital City Awards, and we're bringing the city, doing more with less, and there's nowhere better to do that than by harnessing the technology.
No longer cutting edge 1984, right?
Exactly.
That's our hope.
I'm glad you've been able to incorporate the data analytics team into your department. There has been a data theme throughout the budget season, with various departments requesting resources for better data management, as you know. A concern is that with the various departments creating their own system, is that the information could become siloed and written in a language that's not compatible across the city. We need a comprehensive data management plan, and the adoption of an enterprise data management system is an important step in that direction. If the request is funded, how would ITA coordinate with the other departments to ensure a system meets the needs of the greatest number of departments? Basically, what would the funding go to, and how do we make sure that it achieves that goal?
Certainly. I liken this in many ways to the introduction of websites into the city, mobile apps into the city. In various times, there's new technology, and when they emerge, if we allow every city department to simply create it as they would organically create it, we'll find a very decentralized and a very fragmented approach. Now we have this golden opportunity to not do that now. ITA has 3 staff in a data science team. We understand the idea of exactly what you expressed. So first of all, we're creating a data science community. Every new data analyst regarding a department can join the community and join the discussion. And in those discussions, we discuss topics on tools to use, methods, approaches, data sets, where to find things. By ITA being one of the first data science teams, we can provide a lot of help to a recreation and parks, sanitation, planning, and others. Secondly, we're providing data analysis guidelines. So we're establishing some best practices early on. So once again, departments can engage and involve and understand some ways to really efficiently get it done. When it comes to this proposal, we're looking at a platform that would be able to support all the needs of a data scientist, which are awfully specific. It's various data sets. It shows your findings. It allows you to leverage other people's work, et cetera. And in doing so, for the departments who have data analysts, we're bringing them into our process where we're reviewing the platforms. So in a nutshell, if funded, we would evaluate the platforms, bring in input from the other departments who have data science teams, and we'd select a platform that works for the group. We want to get to this early. We don't want this to be seen as an ITA platform. It's really not. We just have a data science team like any other, but it's a way for the city to be able to share that. And when you work in data science, it's kind of a niche world. You have R programming and Python programming. You have all these types of things. This is why these are advanced degrees involved with it. So we are going to provide a leadership role to be able to bring the community together and have a platform that everyone will use.
Right. No, and I know you're committed to that, and keeping the city all singing on the same page makes a lot of sense. So
Sure.
Toward that end, I want to request a budget impact report on the ITA request for funding towards a data management platform.
Certainly.
Second issue, when personnel was at the table, we discussed their request for staffing and funding to convert personnel records from paper to an electronic form.
Correct.
As we move forward with the human resources and payroll system, is it more cost effective to ensure that the personnel records are digitized in advance so that the data could be migrated to HRP, and are we looking at that to make sure that those upgrades are talking to each other?
Yes. So we actually were the ones who started the effort with personnel department to start digitizing their personnel files. When we look at the implementation of a new system, If we already have items digitized in standardized formats, it'll actually make the implementation of the new system that much easier. That means we can go ahead and onboard digital files. If not, with the implementation of our HR payroll system, we will both have to digitize paper files and implement the new system. So we certainly do support personnel's effort, and we've been working with them to start the digitization process today, so that with the implementation of the new system, we will leverage all the investments made, and it'll be helpier with the onboard. We also find that it'll reduce the risk of the new system. By reducing some of the work that has to happen in that implementation, allows us to focus more on training, configuration, testing, et cetera. So it minimizes a little bit of the scope for us, so we can actually save some money in the project.
Great. Yeah, I was going to ask for a budget report back on that, but I think that you've got it. Third issue, the city spends a significant amount of money still supporting our mainframe.
Yes.
And has there been any progress in terms of getting us off the mainframe, and could there be a cost savings associated with expediting that, and where do we stand, and what else can we do to help you with that?
Certainly. When back at the last Olympics in Los Angeles in 1984, cutting edge technology was a mainframe. Of course, since around 2000, 2005, we've had very little development on the mainframe platform. We're all into distributed systems, cloud, et cetera. Since I started ITA, we've been actually dramatically reducing the number of our mainframe apps. So we probably have about maybe a fifth or an eighth of the number of apps that we previously had. Mainframes are a problem for a number of reasons. First of all, they don't give you modern functionality. You can't use it on a mobile device. You have a huge issue with mainframe skills. You can't find anyone who's graduated out of college in the last 20 years who's gotten a degree in mainframes. So we have to get ourselves less reliant on the mainframe system. To that end, we've actually created a contract. We've negotiated with the California Department of Technology. This is the state agency that runs all the mainframes across the state of California for Highway Patrol and many others, who manage public safety and all these other items. It's been a lengthy process to get everything there, but we just recently inked the contract with the California Department of Technology. So in a nutshell, instead of us having to ask for millions of dollars to replace our mainframe, we are moving our mainframe to the California Department of Technology. It will be running on their hosted mainframe, using their mainframe skills, et cetera, which allows us to continue to get off of our dependency of the mainframe, and it takes advantage of all the disaster recovery and all those items, while in the process of getting off of those last remaining apps. I must warn you, those last remaining apps are big public safety, police department apps that we're working very closely with them. That's why we're so invested in things like their RMS project to get us off the mainframe.
Great. So there's nothing else you need from us to effectuate that process?
Correct. In fact, we were able to make that move at less than the cost that we're currently spending. It's close to about the same amount, but it's just under the amount that we've been spending to currently run the mainframe. So we have less risk, we're saving a little bit of money, and we're moving a lot of this risk off of us to a group that is heavily invested in their mainframe systems and allows us to focus on much more innovative capabilities.
You mentioned upgrading the city's phone system, and it's been a little bit challenging, I know, in some departments with that. In fact, my district office has a combination of the VoIP phone and the mobile worker plan.
Mm-hmm.
When the internet goes out, however, all the phones just get cut off.
For the voice over IP, yes.
For the voice over IP. And so are there ways to mitigate the effect of the internet outages on the phone system? Is that some sort of redundancy we need to build in and account for here in the budget, or is that just a unfortunate cost of doing business?
The former, not the latter. The answer is yes, there are things that we can do. So it hit your district office specifically. We had fiber cut by construction from another entity. It cut that fiber and it affected the network. And when it affected the network, it impacted your phone systems. Once again, it didn't touch the smartphones. Those were actually those were working fine. But your main line was voice over IP. So first and foremost, one way we mitigated it is that we provided training to district offices so that they can actually go ahead and route the phone number to a different line. So by simply allowing you to route it to, let's say, your downtown office, when the phones ring, they could be answered at least by the folks in your main office. So that was just a very quick workaround. Secondly, we are working to bolster our network. We're in the process right now. I hate to say it, but over the last 5 months, we've had 3 substantial outages in our network. It's completely unacceptable. But the reasons why are quite well known. Over 60% of our network equipment is end of life. In addition to that, we've had a large increase in network traffic. When you look at the streaming of video and audio, the use of cloud services, all that runs, even voice over IP, it all runs over our network. So currently we actually have a vendor analyzing a deep dive of our network, and they're coming up with recommendations. So network is going to be a very big priority in our budget request for this upcoming budget cycle. So expect to hear us approach that. We could ask for money now, and we do receive some money in our budget to replace some key equipment, but we wanted to make sure we had a good thorough analysis first before we're asking for a significant amount of money to refresh and upgrade the network. And yes, it would ruggedize and make more resilient our voice over IP, and it'll handle all these other increased requests such as cloud services and a variety of other aspects.
Now, last year when you were at the table, there was an ask for additional funding for the automation and streamlining of the procurement process to augment funding that was already included.
Correct.
You know, and at that point, I believe commodities were completed and construction. So my question is, where are we now on the services contract side of this, and was there funding included in this budget to keep the project moving forward? Because I do think it's important.
Correct. In July 2017, we completed commodities. Within that first year, General Services had over 1,000 electronic bids, so they received a lot of benefit from what we were able to implement in commodities. This last November, with the assistance of Public Works Board, Bureau of Engineering, Contract Administration, and City Attorney, we went live with construction services. So we were able to take all that same functionality and put it into the construction services side. So they gain a lot of benefits on the vendor side, they gain a lot of benefits on the department side. Since that launch, we've been working with Bureau of Engineering and the Mayor's Chief Procurement Officer, and they've been requesting some additional features, some additional enhancements, et cetera. In a lot of ways, the Phase 3 has been put on pause because the request was to be able to not only enhance some items on Phase 2, but also to be able to assess some other items, some other work that's there. I think with the changeover in the Mayor's Chief Procurement Officer, it also has caused some delay. So we have yet to be able to start this next phase. We've been requested to be on hold, and we do not see any funding in this next year's budget. So when it comes to the procurement reform effort that we've been doing, we have to put that on hold for lack of funding.
Since I heard the sound, I'm going to just ask for 2 report backs and not ask any more questions at the moment.
All right.
So I want to ask for a special study on the procurement reform process, including how and when it will continue to move forward. Because I hear what you're saying, that it's on hold, but I don't like that answer. I wanted to figure out the plan. And then secondly, the ITA's asks included separate budget neutral requests where they where alternative resources were found. I'd like to request budget impact reports for both of those, the social media request and the Channel 35 request.
Got it.
With that, I will turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First on personnel, I know you're trying to work with personnel to improve their efficiencies, and I've been trying to do that since I've been here as well. As far as they're digitizing their older files, I know when we were first starting to talk about the system, they were saying, well, we'll do it going forward, but it'll be pretty slow to pick up. It sounds like we've changed that to be more proactive. What do we think the timeline is to get all the files that we'd actually like to have into the system all in so it works going forward? And are we planning on doing that in a pretty expeditious fashion now? What's the timeline?
Yeah. So Joyce Edson, why don't you go ahead and weigh in on that one, since you've been working closely with personnel on that item?
Personnel has reported to us that they are working on this expeditiously, but they anticipate that it's probably going to take at least another year. There's a pretty large backlog.
But we wholeheartedly agree with the idea of capturing as much as possible retroactively, because once you have that in the system, we see it over and over again when it comes to payroll and personnel items. Someone can make a request 30, 40, 50 years ago, and so it becomes extremely important for us to have a very good history around that. And of course, paper-based personnel records are highly problematic, and we would hate for anything to ever happen when it comes to someone's personnel records. So it's relatively straightforward to digitize and leverage.
And is it mostly personnel that's doing most of that work, or do you have a role in that as well, that that can be helpful?
We've been assisting personnel with that work, and we can re-engage them when it comes to trying to identify ways to be able to speed that up. I think ultimately for most departments, if they haven't received a lot of resources into the work, I think they're probably aiming for the HR payroll system as kind of a go live. We admittedly started this conversation then even before the HR payroll system was funded and the effort was happening, because we just thought that digitizing personnel records is just a great fundamental foundational effort even before we get there.
And is there anything you need to help on your end from a fiscal point of view that isn't funded?
I think we're going to have to get back to you on that one. I apologize.
And in general, I'm trying to see what funding we can get for personnel to see if they can catch up on all the pieces that they've been lagging on for many years.
Correct.
Are there any costs of the other things that you're trying to do with personnel to help them become more efficient that aren't funded, or even that aren't funded but weren't part of your ask that you could be asking for?
Certainly. So if I were to shortlist the items, we're big fans of personnel, and we work very closely with personnel. Part of it's even self-interest. We have to fill our lists and fill our positions like all the other departments, and personnel, I think, is a key place in which technology can completely improve the efficiencies, as you stated. The key areas we work in is the digitizing of personnel records, which we'll have to get back to you on. The other area is anytime, anywhere testing. As we understand, there's a significant investment in that item. And the third one is the HR payroll system, which, as you understand, that we're receiving positions in. So those are kind of the big three. So I would say probably the items around digitizing of personnel records that we need to get back to you on. But the other two seem to have a significant amount of funding, at least from what we've observed.
Okay, if you could give us a budget impact report on
absolutely
any pieces that are lacking, and whether they're part of your budget request that have not been filled, or whether there are additional requests that you haven't asked for.
Certainly.
Also, I was going to ask a similar question about getting rid of our legacy systems and ancient software. Is it more cost effective to move to the state legacy system process? Or would it be less expensive just to try and move the whole process more quickly and just get it done rather than pushing it over there?
So for the last 3 years, or probably more like 4 years, we've been working aggressively to reduce our footprint on the mainframe while we've been looking for a place to put it. The California Department of Technology is cost effective for us, and it dramatically reduces the risk, and it dramatically reduces our need to train people in very old technologies. The issue that we run into is some of the few holdouts are these really big LAPD systems, and they know it and we know it, and so we're very invested in working with them on the RMS project, because that's one of those major systems that's on the mainframe. So I would say at first blush, I would say that trying to advance the RMS system so fast so that we don't have to move it to the state of California. We're going to be at the state of California in the October timeframe, so we're going to have the mainframe there. There'd be no way for RMS to be able to get completed in that timeframe, but I think it does stress a very important note. We are spending millions of dollars a year to run a mainframe that is running a very old application, which it would be much better to invest that money in LAPD's RMS system and in their technology. So yes, we're spending a large amount of money on their old system, and once we can get that old system replaced, we can simply put that money in either savings or put it into other LAPD technology. So I think you raise a very valid point. We wouldn't be able to prevent the move of the mainframe at this point, but in the next year or two, I think allocating those investments and biting the bullet now, like you're saying, and investing in RMS, it makes a lot of fiscal sense.
What's your current plan timeline, and what do you think the maximum in terms of putting in resources shortening that timeline could be?
I think for the LAPD RMS system has been underfunded for a significant amount of time. And so what we often find is that as we're receiving grant funding, we're building a piece here, we're building a piece there. So right now it's a multi-year effort. In fact, it's an extensive multi-year effort to complete RMS. I think if we're able to allocate the resources and increase the investment, we would do this alongside LAPD for the estimation. But I think by fast tracking it, to your point, we can get this cut to, let's say, under a 2-year period and be able to start to reap savings on the mainframe elimination.
So that's sort of a balancing act. Do we save more by grant funding it, doing it more slowly, or do we save more by paying for it ourselves but doing it more quickly? Do we have a sense of where that is?
I would argue the latter. The grant funding, not only is it coming in bits and pieces, it's also highly restrictive on what it can be invested in. So LAPD is in the unfortunate position of having to build a system based on grant requirements. And now that's very difficult, because when you're going to build a system, you're holistically building it for a set of users. But if all you can do is build module X and module Y because the grant has restrictions on it, you're building almost a Frankenstein type of system that doesn't accomplish in totality the functions you want to accomplish, but they're just getting bits and pieces based on the specialized restrictions of the funding. So we often find this with LAP, that grant funding has a benefit to it, but quite often it ends up making it much more difficult from a technology perspective. You'd want to build a house as opposed to you have money for a bathroom. I don't need just a bathroom. I need a house with a bathroom.
I wonder if you could do a deeper dive into that analysis with a special study. I don't think it's urgent enough to be relevant to this budget, but it could be for
sure,
next
and we'll
year's
do it
budget.
alongside LAPD.
That would be great. I have other questions, but I think none of them are so unanswered that they need to be asked. So I will let you move on.
All right, thank you. Mr. Price?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ted,
Yes,
thanks to you and the team. You certainly have been doing some cutting-edge stuff around TV, the web, and social media. So we appreciate you on all those fronts.
If you don't look good, we don't look good.
How you talking?
As Vidal Susin said.
You received funding for the citywide data science and predictive analysis team.
Yes.
And you were requesting an additional $300,000 for this program. One of the issues we hear from departments is that they assign their resources based on data such as calls or tickets for service in certain locations. This means this creates a problem in some areas like South LA, where there's a high need but significantly lower number of tickets or calls reported than other parts of the city for a whole variety of factors. What is the city doing to make sure that this data-driven approach does not leave areas where folks who don't have access to technology are left out and who therefore are not reporting their issues or their concerns?
That's a question near and dear to our heart. So I'm going to ask Jean Holm, Assistant General Manager over Consumer Engagement, to answer that one.
Thanks so much, Councilmember Price. So your district specifically is one of the areas that we're focused on, trying to find the ways to include more digital inclusion and break through that traditional digital divide. So not only do we look and inform departments about issues around ticketing, MyLA 311 and other things, we actually use other data sources to look at the challenges that are facing both South LA and Watts, particularly in the city, around broadband and digital inclusion. So we're working with USC and FCC data to be able to look not necessarily how people report, but how we're actually understanding people are using, or in the case of your district, not being able to get access to the internet for a lot of reasons, including affordability. And so we've been doing specific programs. You've been all very supportive of the RCycle LA program as one of the steps to there, and we are continuing to build that program further. So we're looking at how to use, from the data science team, how to use all sources of data in order to be able to get resources and support services specifically to the communities most in need.
Well, again, we certainly are excited about your efforts working in CD9 on that issue, and certainly willing to be a beta test to figure out how we do that. It is important, and we hear all the time that people just aren't logging in. They don't,
correct,
for a variety of reasons. They don't know, they don't want to, they can't afford to, don't have time to. So we got to make it easy. We got to make it accessible, and you know, we really are trying to tie in with our youth in ways that we haven't before. You know, a third of our population is under 18, for example. Wow. And so we have some opportunities in the junior highs and the high schools to really engage our students about being good citizens.
Yep.
And so anything you can do to help us along those lines, I think, would be greatly appreciated.
Certainly.
Also, you received funding for the police phone replacement over the new voice over internet protocol that you were just speaking about earlier.
Correct.
You got 8 stations listed: West LA, the Valley, Wilshire, et cetera, where the service is going to be installed this year. Question is there a plan to have this technology in South LA or other underserved areas soon?
Certainly. So I'm going to ask Anthony Moore, Assistant General Manager over Infrastructure, to discuss this. So we have completed a couple years of the installations, and so I'm going to ask him to go ahead and discuss what we've covered and what we still have remaining.
Hi, Anthony Moore, Assistant General Manager over the Infrastructure Bureau. So this coming fiscal year, 1920, we plan to use the funds to upgrade the infrastructure at the Bomb Squad Metro, 911 Valley Dispatch, Valley Traffic, West LA, West Valley, Pacific, MDC, and Harbor. So once that's done, after the 1920 year, what still remains are Hollenbeck, Olympic, Topanga, the PAB building, Central, North Hollywood, and 77th, which we plan to hit in the following year.
So in a nutshell, those are the remaining stations. All the others are already on the voice over IP.
Okay, well, again, I'd like to see that increase a little faster, certainly for the Central and South LA area.
Absolutely.
But we know that it's an alternative, and we want to make sure that we're benefiting from it as well.
Certainly.
And then finally, is ITA currently exploring their expansion of their participation in the Targeted Local Hire program? How many employees do you have now under that program, and what do you think the prospects are over the next year?
Correct. A very important program. One of the issues we run into in targeted local hiring is that just about all of our workforce requires a college degree, and many require an LAPD background check, and it's caused some impediments. About only 2 of our 446 positions are actually in TLH designated classes, and they actually haven't become vacant in the last 4 years. So we've been trying to put our efforts in every other aspect we can. So ITA is working with the mayor's office and personnel to develop new paths to city technology careers in the bridge to jobs. So for example, we're working right now with the mayor's office to identify like an IT certification program where you can go to a local community college, you can get a Cisco certified network technician credential, and that we would be able to change our civil service so that we could actually bring you into our network team by simply getting that credential. And you wouldn't have to have a 4-year degree, and you wouldn't have to have the years of experience, et cetera, because you're demonstrating your capabilities through the certification. We're also looking at it in our help desk. Both network and help desk are 2 large areas of ours, where if you get the right Microsoft certification through a community college, we could also go ahead and add you to our list and be able to interview and onboard you that way. We're also looking at student workers. Student workers has been a great way for us to be able to bring folks in and to give them those opportunities of promotion, as well as what we call the systems aid class. In fact, these 2 have been really effective for targeted local hire, not so much to bring them in as targeted local hire, but to promote you as targeted local hire. So what we're finding is trying to leverage ways for ITA to say, listen, you came into a city department as a targeted local hire. Now you can come in as, let's say, a systems aide, in which you're promoting into a great classification with a great career ladder. In fact, just in the last few weeks, we promoted someone who was targeted local hire in another department, and they joined us in our department. We just onboarded them in that very same way. We're also, for our 5th consecutive year, we've been working with LA Chamber and Bixel Exchange on the summer internship program. So we get Hire LA youth, we get these income qualified youth, and they come and they do their internships with us over summer. So we're truly trying to find all the ways within and outside of civil service to be able to support all the targeted local hire efforts.
Well, we want to work with you on that as well, and I'd like to get a report back on just on these initiatives that you've identified.
Certainly.
And how you can get more support from the city family in implementing this program. We like the idea of the certificate of training early. I mentioned before the opportunities to work with our high school youth,
yes,
not just those in college, but high school even, alerting them to career opportunities and job opportunities. And so we think this would be a great way. Our kids are savvy, and they know they know how to they know their way around the digital world.
Yes, they
do.
We
want to encourage them early to think about career opportunities, job opportunities, and ways that they can leverage that to support themselves and their families. So we appreciate your help on that.
And technology jobs are great jobs. The LA Economic Development Corporation several years ago had a report in which it said that the city of LA has about 11% high-tech jobs, and they're making 20% of the money.
Right.
So the reality is they're really good jobs, and we want a nice, diverse workforce.
Well, again, I'd like to kind of report back from you on how you see that rolling out and what we can do to be more proactive.
Sure.
In plugging in with our
Certainly.
citizens. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Bonin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of time, I'll just say ditto to the love and the praise and the warm feelings.
Sure.
You guys do phenomenal work with too little. 3 questions for you. One is the department used to fund council support staff, and I think that got gutted back, in the crash and the recession. CLA has been sort of helping out by doing some funding of that, but it's a problematic system because those are not civil service positions, and then they all disappear and they move away into civil service. And so it causes a lot of inconsistency. So I'd like to get a report back on the potential for creating 2 system programmer 1 positions in ITA to provide council support and house it where it should be.
Sure.
Second question is I want to ask a question about 311. It's a question we talked about, I recall a lot last year in the budget. I think a number of us expressed frustration with the fact that we get frustrated constituents who say, I did something on 311 and we got a follow-up saying it's been closed, but it hasn't been closed. The problem persists. Either it's something that we just don't have the funding for, or it was merely transferred to the right department, but the constituent got the communication that it's listed as closed, and that creates untold ill feelings that I don't think ever get recovered from. Have we made any changes to diminish that?
So we have a sizable number of services that we can take in on 311. One of the difficulties we have is, depending on the service, we have a department who's like a subject matter expert. And so if we're recording a pothole, then we work through Bureau of Street Services to figure out what the fulfillment process is. I think in some areas we have improved it. A good example is, it used to be that if you're identifying a dead animal that needed to be picked up, we included some pretty strange things like alligators and stuff like that. So a person was sifting through a very long list to be able to identify what the type of animal, when we know probably 90% of the time it's a dog or a cat, right? So we have been able to streamline and make some improvements there. Unfortunately, we're at the behest of the department themselves, because they're the ones who end up doing the fulfillment, and so they're the ones who end up having a pretty strong opinion as to the kinds of information at request and how they close it. So I think in some ways we've made improvements, in other ways maybe we may not have improved enough.
As I recall, I think it was when something was transferred to the subject matter department, it was classified as closed, as opposed to transferred to another department. If you could maybe just do that as a follow-up on
yes.
When things are considered closed, and if they're simply transferred to another department, how we can not have them classified as
You got it. I can absolutely do that.
Thank you. The third is another oldie but a goodie from previous years. Something I've pushed without success, something I think Mr. Blumenfield has pushed as well, which, for lack of a more catchy term, is a public right-of-way reservation system that's publicly accessible. The example I use is one I brought up in my first or second budget, where I can't remember who the hell the fire chief was at that time, but I asked him if he were aware that day Santa Monica had closed down the California Incline for work. Lincoln Boulevard had been closed down for Expo construction. There was 405 work that had closed down east-west at Pico and Olympic, and there was something else. And basically what it meant was if there had been a catastrophic fire in Pacific Palisades, people would have died in large numbers, because particularly if it were at rush hour, there would have been no way to get emergency service in.
Right.
And I know other cities like Chicago, for instance, have done a good job using technology to make sure that departments are better coordinated, both with internally and externally, with neighboring cities and with with the public. Another example is, when I was living through a bit of controversy over the lane reductions in Playa del Rey. Shortly after we did that, DWP started closing down an adjacent street, which we had been not given any heads up on. And part of it was Caltrans, part of it was DWP, and it feeds the perception that the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing. I've done some motions on this. I know Mr. Blumenfield has done some motions on this. Are we any further along in integrating a common sense system? Well, first answer that part.
Yes. This has been a conversation for years, as you've stated. Generally, our answer has been that we've been working, that the Bureau of Engineering has been using their public way reservation system. It started off Metro, and I know there's been some expansion to it. I'd have to check in with Bureau of Engineering to see really where the status is. But we're more than willing to work with engineering to try to help remediate this, because I think it's a very valid point. Even though it may be another department, there's assistance we could provide. There's plans they have. Maybe they could do a better job of even publishing some of the capabilities they have. So we don't mind partnering with Bureau of Engineering and trying to get the right answer back to you.
Yeah, it needs a bigger fix, because to what extent it exists isn't working particularly well for the coordination, and it's certainly not working for the public facing aspect of it. So I wish I could ask for a budget impact report, but I don't think I can, because I don't think there's enough of a sense for that. But if I could get a special study report back from you and BOE, particularly from you, on what it would take to do that. I mean, we're going to have to come up with some funding or some outside expertise. Years ago, I know that some of the folks I was working on with the iPads for Firefighters initiative, Eva Ho and others were interested in helping out with this, and I don't know what has happened with that, but there's got to be a better way. So if I can get a special study report on that, I appreciate it.
Got it. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Set my timer.
Uh-oh.
No, I put the clock even on myself. I promise I won't take it all. So just first, because I think all of your requests have been addressed with reports back, except the restoration of reductions in salaries. And so I would like to ask for that report back, as well as workload impact analysis of what
Certainly.
What your workload impacts would be with or without that restoration. And then separate from that, I'd like to have an analysis of what it would take to get you back to where you were before the recession. And I know that's a gargantuan lift, because ITA was decimated.
Yes, we were.
In the course of the recession, and that has hurt every other department and the council, by the way, since then. And you've held it together with baling wire and duct tape, and we appreciate the heroic efforts you've made. But I think it's time we start really thinking about investing in the future and investing in service restoration. And so I want to get a roadmap to get there with that kind of a report, please.
Be happy to.
So there's $6 million for PACER for this year. What phase is going to be completed in this fiscal year, and when is this thing going to be done?
Sure. So we have just finished the final round of the vendor presentations, and so we expect to start contract negotiation within the month. So by the end of May, we expect to start a vendor negotiation process. The money, the funding of both this year as well as what was allotted this last fiscal year, will start year one on that project. Now, depending on exactly the vendor that we choose, they have a slightly different time frame for implementation. Usually we try to aim this for, let's say, a January 1st, so that we're not doing it in the middle of, let's say, a payroll year, so that people can have their W-2s and it lands in one system. Joyce, what would you say is right now the range in which, depending on the vendor that's selected and when we have the contract, when we're looking at implementation of the new system?
We are aiming for an 18 to 24 month at a max, first phase PACER replacement implementation. And we are very confident that we'll be able to do that with any of the vendors that we're looking
Okay,
at.
great. Well, doing it right is more important than doing it fast.
We get it.
But doing it fast is pretty important too, given the
Yes.
fact that we're running on 3 flat tires right now. So
That's right. We think we can do right and fast.
Great, thank you. For several budget years, we've been talking about moving the Channel 35 studio to El Pueblo. Where is that project now?
Sure. So Laura?
Yes, the project was originally put out to bid by Bureau of Engineering in 2017, and the bids came back quite a bit higher. Even the low bid was $12 million over their estimate. So they have...
So that's been shelved.
Yeah, well, no, they've gone back to value re-engineer the project. They are having General Services do the structural work. General Services or their contractors do the structural reconstruction at El Pueblo, and then they will put out to bid the remaining studio build out. But their estimate for that process is still that the project would be short $17.5 million.
Okay. Thank you. We spoke a bit about your request for data analytics, and I'd like to get a budget impact report about with an outline of the various data analytics positions that are dispersed throughout the departments, throughout the budget, with an eye to potentially consolidating that function in ITA. Because I think there's great efficiency to be had in consolidating that analytic expertise in ITA. And every department has its own need for its unique substantive expertise, but in the same way that ITA services its customers throughout the city on technology, it seems to me that the data analytics process is similar. And so I'd like that to be to be in a single report so that we can analyze whether or not there might be efficiencies to be had in consolidating those functions with you.
Certainly.
There is investment in this budget in urgent infrastructure repairs on some of our public safety mountaintop facilities.
Yes.
This is mission critical for keeping people alive and keeping resilient in the event of a disaster. Are there investments that you feel are especially mission critical that are not included in the budget that we should be making a plan for financing?
It's a multi-year investment. So we received some funding this current fiscal year. They've identified some additional funding this next fiscal year, and we have some additional items beyond that. So we've simply been approaching this as a multi-year investment to it. But certainly, and one of the difficulties we have with these radio sites is that they're kind of out of sight, out of mind for the average person, except for our staff. And yet we've been adding a lot more functionality to them. We have LAPD improvements that go into these sites. We have LAFD upgrades that are going to go into these sites. And both on the ITA as well as the general services side, because they help handle electrical, et ceta, there are significant amount of work that need to be done. A lot of ways, these are radio systems from the 80s and 90s that really are under-resourced and they're under-supported. But I think generally our approach was to try to keep a relatively lean ask and approach it from a multi-year cycle. We're more than willing to provide what a full cost would be to get us up to snuff in those areas.
That'd be great.
We'd be more than willing to do that.
If you could do that, please. And
Yes.
then perhaps you could report that back with the CAO so that we can have a look at whether there are any special fund or grant opportunities to help finance part of that.
Sure.
As well.
Yes.
Just to mention, part of the limitations is that while we have been looking at using debt financing tools for some of these upgrades, in some instances we do not own the facilities, which limits our ability to actually use some of those debt financing tools.
Okay. Well, it is what it is, but if you could report back, whether there might be some opportunities there. And then Mr. Bonin asked about 311. I think I'd like to get a special study report because part of the investment that we're making in this budget is in the hopes of reducing call time, wait time, call center wait time. And so I'd like to get just a special study report back showing what our trend lines have been on wait time
Yep.
with 311 over the last, say, 5 years, and what you anticipate the savings to be with this investment. And then, small point, but it dovetails with the issue that Mr. Bonin raised, which is a really big one for all of us, and that is content control on the My 311 app. I don't know if you experienced this, members, but just about a week or two ago, I heard that, or I saw that when constituents were reporting graffiti for graffiti cleanup, they got a response back over the app that said, due to budget cuts and state law constraints, we're not doing graffiti paint out anymore unless it's a especially urgent matter, like there's a threat of death or profanity. And it was clearly somebody who was trying to, I think, make a point about the underfunding that they anticipate coming up about graffiti paint out. And it was just incomprehensible to me that that sort of messaging to our constituents could find its way onto our app. And so content control in one place, that place being you,
Sure.
I think is imperative. And I'll just make that point. I don't need any reports or anything on that. And then finally, cybersecurity is an issue that everyone in the country is concerned about right now. I'd like to get a report back from you, please. In fact, this should probably be a budget impact report on what investments, you don't need to tell me specifically, but just in a range of dollars, would be necessary to invest in bringing our systems up to industry standards of cybersecurity across all departments.
Certainly.
And I just want to put in a plug as I'm asking for that report and point out that the North Hollywood High School Cyber Patriot team won second place nationally again, and this is a great source of potential interns and free help that you might be able to take advantage of. So
yes, they are awesome.
Yeah, they are. And so are you, and so is ITA. So thank you all very much for being here, and thanks for your patience. Thanks for your great work and your participation today. Anything else, members, for ITA? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shocked at what you said. That was actually on formal response.
Okay. So that will bring up next the zoo. And members, time check. We're now an hour and 45 minutes behind schedule. But the good news is that we have zoo, aging, and disability. I asked Cultural Affairs if they would be able to make it on Monday instead of tonight, and they agreed. So we're actually saving some time there, so I think we should be good to go.
You didn't say what our average hearing time was.
What's
Counsel.
that?
I said you didn't say what our average hearing time has been in the
Well,
past.
I can tell you that, actually. It's usually 20 minutes. So.
Well, good evening.
And that's partly.
Corretz wasn't here, though.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that's partly because we used to go in alphabetical order. And so by the time we got to zoo, it was at the end of the long march, and everybody was so fatigued that even Mr. Corretz constrained his questions for the zoo. So let's hope that that holds true this year as well, since we're starting at 5 to 6. Welcome to your first official budget hearing of in your new position. So thank you for your letter as well. It doesn't seem like there is much in the way of asks, but feel free to open up, especially since this is your first time here.
Thank you very
Welcome.
much. Good evening, council members. I'm Denise Ferret. I'm the interim general manager of the zoo department, and with me is May Kwan, who's the director of administration and operations. In an attempt to break that 20-minute record, I will tell you that we are extremely grateful with the proposed budget. We appreciate the support from the mayor's office and the CAO, and we are happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Terrific. Thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be brief, but don't count on it. A few years ago, the zoo and Glaza agreed to have Glaza take over marketing at the zoo, but I think all of our impressions is still that there's much more and effective marketing for the San Diego Zoo here in LA than even our own zoo. How is this marketing arrangement functioning? Is it accomplishing what we're hoping in terms of public recognition and attendance at the zoo? And what could make it more productive?
So, yes, so for the last 4 years, Glaza has managed the zoo's marketing and public relations program, and attendance has grown overall, but largely the nighttime ticketed events is what has increased, while daytime attendance has relatively remained flat. I think that the lessons that have been learned is that it costs a lot of money in the Los Angeles market with all of the competition to really impact advertising. It's very expensive, and there's a lot of competition. At the same time, you also want to have the best possible product to be able to market and advertise in this very competitive attractions environment, and that is something that the San Diego Zoo does very successfully. Their marketing budget is 10 times what we have just in the Los Angeles area. So I think that in order to really make inroads, we have to have a larger marketing budget, and we have to elevate our product at the same time.
Now, I know cable TV is much less expensive than broadcast. I don't think I've seen a TV ad anywhere, and I think we could probably come up with a TV broadcast budget that had some reach and saturation, at least of people that watch cable and watch certain stations. Have we ever looked at making any kind of that effort so we could be more competitive with San Diego?
I think, and I'm speaking on behalf of Glaza and the marketing team, I think that they look at a year-long marketing campaign to promote the various events and activities that we offer. And I don't think that even cable television is something that financially is as effective in terms of reaching the audience that we're trying to reach to drive attendance. But we can certainly go back and ask them to provide that information.
Okay, I'd certainly encourage you to look at that, because I may not be your target audience, but I really see virtually no advertising at the zoo anywhere during the year. So if it is present, it's so in passing and so light that it doesn't come to my attention, and I look for it. So the zoo has a new vision plan and the possibility of a bond measure for new and revised facilities. Given that there could be a new general manager who isn't familiar with the plan, is there a game plan for how to deal with it during the transition, if there is such a transition?
I would say at this point that the stage of the vision plan is really focused on getting the environmental impact report completed, which the Bureau of Engineering is managing. I would say, and that's going to take another year to complete. So there's not going to be any progress in terms of moving forward with a bond program at this point until that is complete. And the search for the permanent director will definitely be completed well before that.
Okay, so it shouldn't really mesh poorly with it timing-wise.
Not at all.
Last year, the controller issued an audit on the zoo in Glaza and raised some issues about accountability and transparency, etc. And the department's had a year to digest its comments and recommendations. So have there been changes that have been made? And if so, what have they been?
So one of the things that we're currently working on right now is updating the concessions agreement, which was specifically called out in the audit, which really was in totality all of the contractual arrangements that we have with GLAZA. We have an operating agreement, a concessions agreement that's from 1981, and several memorandum of understanding, and a lot of inconsistencies, and they're old and outdated. So one of the ways that we're going to address all of those issues is by modernizing those agreements, and we are starting that right now. So we believe that when we complete that process, we will have really addressed a lot of the issues that were identified in the audit: transparency, accountability, performance metrics, et cetera.
Great. That sounds terrific. I appreciate that. As you're probably aware, I've had a lot of questions about Billy the elephant and his conditions in the zoo. And while there's certainly an effort to look at finding him a better location and a sanctuary, in the meantime, have there been changes made to make his environment more stimulating? Are there other ways that we could potentially make him happier and less exhibiting of behaviors that are stereotypical to poor mental health in elephants?
As a matter of fact, we have implemented some additional enrichment devices over the last several months. Feeders that actually disperse food that are on timers but that are unpredictable, so that he cannot anticipate when the food would be dispersed. So it causes him to constantly have to move around to get food from those devices. We've also brought in additional logs for scratching and rubbing and moving, and he's responding well to those. And there are other plans to bring in some hay feeders that will allow him to make choices and stimulate his behavior and hopefully reduce that stereotypic behavior.
Any chance of a possibility of allowing him to interact with females his own age and have a more normal existence?
We talk about that on a regular basis. As it is now, he can interact with the 3 females that we have, not physically in the same space, but they can touch through the exhibit. And we're constantly talking about opportunities to bring in additional elephants that he can be integrated with. And it's possible that we might be able to integrate him with at least one of the females that we have. So it is a constant topic that we talk about. It's not something that happens overnight, but we are constantly thinking about it.
Okay, and I know last year you used the targeted local hire program for some staff. Is that ongoing this year?
It is. We have hired 10 employees through the targeted local hire program. We think the program is extremely successful and supports our operations and our needs, and we will be able to continue that hiring in the next fiscal year as well.
And I was going to say one last question, but I might have one more. You're proposing to add 20 staffers. Can you tell us how they'll be deployed and how many will be devoted to direct animal care and how many to administration?
Are there a combination of them? Some of them are converting resolutions that we've already had to regular authorities. Some of the new positions are to positions in our education division that's going to actually be transitioned to learning and engagement to do outreach, 2 gardener positions to help manage a browse farm that we have at the Sepulveda Gardens, which we can use the TLH program, and then some administrative support positions to help us in accounting and budget functions.
And you mentioned the eucalyptus browse farm. Can you describe that whole system for us?
Yeah, I'll let May discuss that.
This is a 5-acre garden in the Sepulveda Basin that has 400 trees, eucalyptus trees, that support the koala browse food. The koala eat browse from eucalyptus trees, and these are particular species-specific trees that the koala are very particular about eating. So we need 2 staff persons to maintain the gardens 5 days a week, and that includes topping the trees, trimming the trees, maintenance, weed abatement, irrigation maintenance, etc.
So we're able to grow them locally and maintain them?
Yes.
I think that is all the questions that I have.
All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Blumenfield.
Funny, we noted the eucalyptus thing. I'll have to go check out, see what that's all about. Very exciting. Well, Just very, very much appreciate the work you're doing as interim, and you've taken the helm in a great way, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
And not just the work you're doing now, but all the work you've done on behalf of the zoo for a long time.
Thank you.
Most of my questions were asked. Just a quick question on the concession agreement. It's pending for council approval, as you know. The question is, of the guaranteed, the $2.5 million that's guaranteed in commission revenue, how much is going to go to the zoo? How much is going to go to GLAZA? And is it the right balance, and why?
The draft agreement would have 80% of the minimum guarantee coming to the zoo, which would be $2 million of the $2.5 million. And then there's a proposal at this point in the amount of $275,000 that GLAZA would retain for administering the concessions agreement. And then the balance would stay within GLAZA, goes to something called the Zoo Surplus Development Fund to benefit the zoo. It's a fund that's been in existence for decades to support the zoo in operations and programs. And that is the proposal at this time.
And that's the same fund that the admission ticket price goes to for the or the membership.
Well, it's a separate fund within GLAZA. The Zoo Surplus Development is segregated. It is just for the zoo, and it's at the direction of the zoo director on how those funds are expended.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Mr. Kretz?
I just wanted to say, usually with each department I jump in, so I don't always take a moment to give credit, but I'd like to thank you for the great job you've been doing on an interim basis. I'm usually pretty critical of the zoo, so the fact that I find you to be doing a great job, I did want to make that point.
Thank you very much.
Should be duly noted. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Denise, again, thank you for your service. Congratulations on your new responsibilities. You certainly are stepping up to it with your team. I just appreciate the hard work and your ability to handle complexity of working with live animals and live people.
Yes.
Speaking of people, there's money in the budget for community engagement staffing. What does the community engagement staffing currently consist of, and will this budget allow for an expansion of that program?
So actually, at the downturn of the economy and we were deleting positions, we deleted the positions that we actually had that were dedicated to going out into the community. Our Zoomobile programs, which would go to schools and community events and take animals and engage the community. And so we had to give up that program. So this is actually bringing the program back. We get lots of requests all the time. We did a needs assessment to find out what LAUSD teachers wanted from the zoo in terms of being a community resource. And in addition to having the opportunity to come to the zoo and have an experience, they also expressed a desire to have that experience brought to them. We get requests for career fairs, community events, and this is going to let us do just that and actually go out into the community and engage them and find out what do they want from us. You know, what do they know about us? What do they think about us? And sort of come up with this concept of for, by, all, where you actually, instead of just creating the programs and what you think the community wants, you actually go to them and find out from them what they want and create that together with them, sort of co-created, so that you know you're going to present a product that they appreciate and that they want.
And so how many individuals do you have involved in that engagement process? How many outreach?
So we're going to be building a network, actually, with these two staff. We have lots of requests, you know, that we've not been able to fulfill. So we'll start by talking to those organizations and then looking to partner with other nonprofits to sort of extend our reach. Some might be like-minded, conservation or wildlife organizations, and some could be, you know, having nothing to do with animals at all. We might look at how we can partner with arts groups, you know, to make connections to continue to grow and build and engage in ways that we haven't done before.
Related to that, describe your programs for low-income children and families. as it relates to the zoo?
Absolutely. So I think you guys know that we're free to all LAUSD schools who visit the zoo on a field trip. We do about 60,000 LAUSD students annually on field trips, and we even have a scholarship program if they aren't able to afford buses because the transportation is very expensive. And so we are also free to recreation and parks groups that come in the summer as part of their summer field trips, and then we're actually looking to build scholarships to bring underserved groups to do overnights. We have a very extremely popular overnight program, giving them an opportunity to come to the zoo and have those experiences. So we're always thinking about accessibility and equity, diversity and inclusion in our programs, and those are just a few.
Well, good. We want to support you in that. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a report back on what the budget impact would be to expand the engagement in South LA specifically to those schools so that youth feel connected to the LA Zoo as well as have exposure to potential career opportunities.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bonnet?
I'm good.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bonnet. Okay, just a couple of things for me. So there is a fee increase that becomes effective July 1st. And as we have had past fee increases, have we seen an impact on paid admission compared to GLASA memberships?
So yes, we've had many fee increases in the past, and there's a $1 increase proposed, and we have not seen an impact when we have increased the admissions fee to the paid attendance. It's either remained flat or it may have even gone up a little bit, but we have not seen a negative impact to attendance.
Okay, so even with that increase, you're confident in the assumptions about paid daytime attendance remaining the same as it was last year?
Yes.
Great. There is in the budget a public relations specialist that will be focusing on soliciting commercial filming and photography opportunities. And I am delighted to see that because the zoo, you may or may not have heard this, but the zoo has one of the worst reputations in Southern California as a place to film by the filming industry. So having this position, I think, will be instrumental in kind of changing that approach, which is critical to one of our most important heritage industries. So thank you for that. In the CIEP, there is a $600,000 investment for asphalt repair relating to the Resilient Solar Project with the LADWP. What is the Resilient Solar Project?
So DWP approached us about a year ago wanting to install some solar tree carports at the zoo. We have a very large parking lot, but the area that they wanted to install them is a parking lot that is basically the original parking lot from 1966. And so we didn't want them to just come and install these solar trees on a parking lot that basically has been not updated in all these decades. So this would allow us to repave and restripe the entire parking lot, and then they would install what would be, I'm going to read this because I want you to hear this. It's a 3.5 megawatt solar tree project. It would be the largest utility-built solar installation in Los Angeles, and the power that it would generate would represent 90% of our annual consumption. So we're really excited about it.
That's terrific. Where I was going with that is if the asphalt repair was necessary to build the project, maybe that would be a DWP expense, but it sounds like the asphalt repair is necessary to park the cars.
Correct.
And you could build the solar regardless.
And we did try to see if they would cover
Good.
that cost.
You're a
and
step
they
ahead of
said
me.
no,
All
thank
right,
you.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Maybe you could just go shh and not have said what you just said and try to get them to pay for it anyway.
It sounds like we already exhausted that opportunity. I think that's all I have. Anybody else? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And thanks for your good work. All right. That brings up next the Department of on Aging. Ms. Trejo, welcome. Thank you for your letter. Thank you for your patience in being one of the last of the evening, of the week, actually, so we appreciate it. We have your letter. Thank you, but go ahead and open briefly, and we'll get right into it.
Thank you. I will try to be very brief. Good afternoon, council members. Here with me today is James Donner, Assistant General Manager, Dale Osborne, and Mariela Freire. We thank the committee for giving us this opportunity. We appreciate the ongoing support for older adult services as reflected in the mayor's proposed budget. We thank the mayor, his budget team, and the CAO for their work. As I do each year, I feel compelled to remind all of us that in less than 10 years, more than 20% of the state's residents will be 65 years and older. That's 1 in 5 Californians. According to California's Department of Finance demographers, the senior population is growing by an order of magnitude faster than any other age group. No other group is doubling in digit growth as projected right now. For example, while working age populations are projected to grow by 6%, and those younger than 18 are expected to actually dip slightly, the 65 plus population will grow by 65%. That growth in a particular population, especially this one, is quite alarming and something that we believe all elected officials, policymakers, and leaders need to really embrace. What are we going to do with the population and preparing for that? I want to take a moment to thank my team at the Department of Aging, city and county departments, and community partners who have been so dedicated to the Purposeful Aging LA, our age-friendly initiative that has taken place over the last 2 years. That is one of the ways that the city of Los Angeles and this region are preparing for the changes that will happen as the population continues to grow. We are very grateful to the 14,000 plus city and county residents who answered our survey in 9 different languages. We're very proud of that. And we are also very grateful to the over 1,000 community stakeholders and senior citizens who helped us to generate the 34 recommendations that are part of the Purposeful Aging Action Plan that I'm hoping you've had a chance to review and thumb through. And I'm also been providing the council updates on a regular basis of the overall activities of the initiative. Your Department of Aging, in addition to the work that we do locally, we are also leading regionally, statewide, and nationally to ensure that the policy and funding decisions that are being made address the needs of older Angelenos. We are, for example, we're working with LA County on improving services to older adults for the entire region. This morning I met with Assemblyman Nazarian, who is the current chair of the California Assembly's Aging and Long-Term Care
He's a
Committee.
fine man, too.
He's excellent, thank
Yes,
you.
indeed.
I think I have found a partner up there. I'm very excited. We discussed, the incredible needs that our region has to make sure that we have representation as the governor's master plan on aging is being developed. We also talked about the need to have targeted funding that addresses the unique needs of homeless older adults, and also the tremendous labor force implications of an aging population. Not a lot of people choose geriatrics or gerontology as a career choice, and we have to start making it more attractive for young people to do that. Otherwise, we're going to have an incredible crisis in care. We also work with our partners across the nation to advocate at the federal level. We have seen very modest gains at that level. The environment is not sort of on our court at this point. But today I'm also delighted to tell you of something really important that has happened as a result of years of advocacy that we have engaged in with many of our partners in California at the state level. Starting June 1st, California will, for the first time in many, many decades, allow older adults and persons with disabilities who are receiving supplemental security income to be eligible for CalFresh, which is also known as food stamps. Given the level of food insecurity in our populations, this is remarkable. So we're excited as a department to start enrolling everybody as soon as possible. And that's about what we're going to be doing. I applaud the mayor's proposed budget allocation of resources addressing critical needs for those experiencing homelessness. I was particularly heartened to hear about the legal advocacy, because I can tell you for older adults, evictions are an everyday process. We actually believe in any one time in Los Angeles County, we have about 250,000 older people at risk of becoming homeless through the eviction process. So to us, having legal advocacy is critical. Older adults now represent one of the fastest growing segments of the homeless population. At the last count, we saw a 22% increase, while other populations actually decreased in their presence. We have seen a continued paucity of resources. I can tell you I am advocating on a daily basis with LA County and with everybody who will hear me how important it is that we target older adult services within the homeless system. Regrettably, the homeless system of care was not designed with older people in mind. So we're almost trying to retrofit the needs of this unique population into a system that, to me, feels like a train going down the track real fast, which it should, but it means I'm trying to catch and jump on board as it's running. And so that's a real challenge, and it's something that we're trying to do on a daily basis. We really need your leadership to help us make sure that when any budget is being allocated, any policy is being made that reflects the needs of homeless, that the issues of older people are addressed as well. Because that's a continuing thing that I see, that we're making really good investments that are ignoring the unique needs of older people. So while I feel good about that, I also feel incredibly isolated that our population continues to be invisible. I so appreciated during your earlier hearings the statements and the voices of advocates that included the needs of older women who are homeless. So that was very powerful to hear through this committee's work. My request today is for your continued support of our Older Workers Employment Program that serves homeless older adults by providing paid on-the-job training. I was just told by my staff, we just reached a milestone, 100,000 hours of paid stipends, teaching skills to folks that really need them. This program is now a recognized national innovation program, as it was designated last year, and we're still the only program specifically targeting older people who are homeless in Los Angeles County. That part I am not happy with. While the mayor's proposed budget includes 2 of the direct service staff positions that I requested, I need to request the committee to please restore my ask for an administrative clerk, an upgrade of a senior MA1 to a 2. I'm trying to be very cost efficient by not asking for lots of people, but I really need the upgrade in order to be able to be a good steward of the funds that you give us. I am also requesting that you consider classifying the Older Workers Employment Program for the homeless as continuing baseline funding instead of one time, which is what we've had for the last 3 years. It will ensure the stability of our work with this very vulnerable population. The year-to-year uncertainty for this group of people who are already facing so many other challenges is really, I think, something that you can really help make go away. And it's also very disruptive to just the day-to-day administration. We started and then we kind of stopped because we're trying to be fair, not to have to quickly disenroll people at the end of the fiscal year. In closing, as the older adult population grows, I will continue to bring to your attention and to the mayor's attention new populations, underserved populations, marginalized groups that are emerging and for the first time becoming visible. Not included in the mayor's budget was my request for funds to establish and provide senior services at the recently opened Rosenstein campus of the Los Angeles LGBT Center. In this instance, we actually have available space, which is such a premium in Los Angeles. And the need is great in the LGBTQ elderly community because they continue to suffer unusual and above and beyond challenges in accessing existing services. And so we felt that that was a way that we can begin to really reach in to the community and serving them in a place that they will feel very welcome. I thank you for the opportunity and I welcome your questions.
Well, thank you, and thank you for your passionate leadership, which really has set a standard, I think, for service to older Americans. And you always come before us, and I think we're always reminded that although you are one of the smaller departments in the city, you are one of the departments that whenever you have the slightest cut, to your budget or change to your budget, it dramatically and immediately affects people's lives in ways that, you know, is greater than I think in a lot of our departments. So I'm going to make it very easy and ask for a report back on both of the requests that you made regarding the Older Workers Employment Program, which I think is vital, especially in your increasing role in the fight against homelessness in this city. And I'd also like a budget report back on your request for the mini multipurpose center at the Rosenstein Center, LGBT Center. And I think that's all I have. So, Mr. Blumenfield, do you have anything?
Sure. Thank you, and I want to echo really everything that the chair said, and we so appreciate your passion and commitment. CalFresh is great news, and that's going to be amazing. And the unconscionable shame of having so many older folks who are homeless is something that we just have to focus on. I did have a question on the multipurpose center, which I love the idea. We're trying new things, but I do want to get an impact report also on sort of the cost effectiveness, with CAO, rec and parks aging, regarding demographics of populations served also at rec and park centers, versus different senior housing options. Because one of the things rec and parks came is they said they need a lot of senior services. So want to get some sort of cost benefit analysis of how we can, if we had these limited dollars, how do we best put them to seniors, either through our existing rec and parks facilities or by creating a new facility. And I take it, even though it's listed as a one-time cost, that we'll have to staff this for years to come. So it does have a cost that we should have our eyes open about, because it's important to do, and so we know what we're doing. So when in the report back, for us to see how much it's going to cost us to get it up and running, and then how much would it be on an annual basis to add to the report. The Older Workers Employment Program, just wanted to ask, I recognize how important it is, but I have to ask about the placement rate, because I was concerned the placement rate dropped from 25% to 10%, and that's concerning in terms of, no question about the importance of the program, but in terms of the efficacy of the program. Could you speak to the placement rate, and how can we change that, and should that be a red flag for us as a city?
Thank you for the opportunity. It's a very important question, one that we talk about almost on a daily or weekly basis in our office with our older workers employment staff. We actually just finished doing a very in-depth interview with KPCC on the very reason of why are older people still working in late life, and really discussing how we're still dealing with a lot of ageism, because our folks are sometimes extremely capable, and we put them up for the interviews and all of that, and they're still not getting the callbacks. So a lot of the challenge that we're working, especially with the older adults who are homeless, as my manager said to me not that long ago, she said a lot of the work that we do is just to give them back their dignity and their sense of self, because they have lost that. And so when they come to us, they are not in a place to be very much ready for jobs. And so part of our work is really to prepare them so that they can be ready to engage in that kind of activity. And even when they do, I can tell you, we have participants that have file folders with all the applications they've made, not a single job offer. And I think that also speaks to the state of our community and how we treat older people and how we don't think they should be in the labor force. So there's a lot of stereotypes. One of the things I'm looking at is how do we address ageism at a community level, because it is affecting us on multiple levels. I've been doing a lot of research on models across the country. I haven't found the answer yet, but I'm telling you that I am looking for it. And I'm also looking for new partners. One of the things that we began to look at very seriously at the Department of Aging is how do we really take a social entrepreneur approach to this work, so that we're creating partnerships with businesses that may actually benefit greatly from older employees. So a lot of the work that we've been doing is trying to figure out those partnerships to increase our success rate for our clients. One of our most successful partnerships recently has been with the YWCA of Los Angeles. They actually called me and they said, we need older people to answer the phone. And I said, why? And they said, because they don't trust our young people. It's actually a transitional age youth social enterprise with 20-year-olds. And they said business people who are putting their money on the line do not feel comfortable giving their business to young voices. So we want older voices on the phone. And I can tell you, they have been incredibly effective, and one of them got hired right off the phone. So those are the things that we're doing to be looking forward and to trying to sort of open up this space for our participants. We feel passionate about it, and we work on it every day. But it is a challenge where we seek your assistance. If you have folks that you know that you'd like us to know, please connect us so that we can follow up. Because this is something that I think is going to take a community approach, changing its mind how it looks at older adults.
Maybe what we need to define the metrics for success on this program differently, because as you said, there are a lot of reasons why it may be successful, but if you just look at the placement dropping from 25 to 10, it doesn't appear that way. So maybe I'd ask for a report back, not budget, but a special report.
By the way, that 25 to 15 was not in the OWIP program. That was in our federally funded CSEP program, and that's because my staff have divided their attention between the two programs, and so we've seen this drop because we haven't had a staff. And so that's part of my request, to make sure that we're staff coming into next year.
Okay, so part of it will be fixed with the staff, but part of it, I want us to be able to define success more broadly, because it does sound like there are a lot of metrics for success that may not be reflected just in the placement rate.
Yes.
So if we could get a special study report back, not right for the budget, where you take a stab at defining how the metrics for success for this program, how do you define it? And then that may cause you to rethink the goals and how it becomes more efficient. It's incredibly important work. I just think we need to define what our goal is, because if our goal is just placement, we're not succeeding. But if our goal is broader than that, we may very well be succeeding, and I'd like to see that fleshed out.
I also appreciate you asking for that.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Super briefly, I just say ditto to everything my first two colleagues said, both about the importance of this agency and the good work, and your priorities, which we'd like to see funded, especially the LGBT Center. So I add my voice to that. Do you have services for aging individuals who are evicted? Because that seems to be where our new homeless are coming from. And do you have adequate funding to help place evicted aging individuals to try and counter increasing homelessness before it happens?
When we have no funding to support older adults being evicted, the services we provide are the standard social services where we can reach out to older adults, work with our legal service providers when that is necessary so that they have the legal support and guidance they need. If we need to fight an eviction, the other thing that we do is we reach out to community partners in seeking. Housing is a very challenging thing for older adults because there's not a lot of affordable housing in Los Angeles. So a lot of the work that we want to do is prevention. That's why I was so excited about the legal fund. One of the things that we are advocating with Los Angeles County with their homeless initiative is to look at rent subsidies, like a shallow subsidy that would allow older people to actually be able to return into housing. We're also looking at home sharing as a model that we think could be very viable in Los Angeles, given the number of older adults living alone, that may actually help them to stay more socially connected, but also would help somebody who may be at risk of becoming homeless. So all of those things right now are part of the priorities that we have been advocating with the county around their work with the homeless initiative as well. So we are reassured that they are starting to understand the urgency and the importance of having targeted services. I am very proud to be able to share with you that as a result of our advocacy, LASA has agreed to hire an in-house gerontologist, somebody who's an expert in aging, to help guide their work internally in the organization, which I think is critical in order for them to really make the leap to where they need to go next. They've also become more open to understanding the unique needs of older adults, and so we are looking at ways that we can support the screening and assessment process so people get to the right resources, because that's the other part that we've been finding, that while resources are identified as being available, when we actually try to put them in place for older people, they don't work. And so that's something that through our older workers employment program for the homeless, they've been our teachers, because they've been the folks we've been trying to help. And when things don't work, we learn very quickly what's broken so that we can talk to folks and say, you know, this is not going to work for older adults. Recently, we had a 80-year-old who was about to be evicted because we couldn't figure out how to get her $1,700. And I can tell you what we did is we passed the hat on email, and we found all of us shared to provide so that she would not be evicted on a Monday. We got the call on Friday afternoon. But that is not a way to move forward. I've been working with community-based organizations that have seen tremendous increase in the risk of becoming homeless. And I'll give you my favorite new example. We had an older woman living in a senior apartment. Her landlord saw that she was having a hard time walking because her legs were swollen. And he said, you know, we don't have disabled people that live here, warning her that she may be evicted. And $78 in pressure socks, and she was back. And nothing, nobody funds that. So we're working with an organization now that we're helping them to raise money so they can fund that. And so that we know where to send our clients to get solutions for sometimes problems that there is no system designated to solve for them. So there's a lot of work to be done in that area, sir.
Is anyone but Alternative Living for the Aging doing much in home sharing? Because they've been doing it for decades, but they're a very small agency, so it's obviously not going to solve the problem by itself.
That's what I'm hoping, that as part of the priority that we have set within the work group that we have with the county, that we have actually reached out to them in particular because of their long-term expertise in this field. And I'm hoping that they could be part of the organizations that is allowed to be brought in so that they can help us do this.
And I have a lot of the same concerns that you do, because I think our senior population are the most vulnerable on the street. I would say the most likely to die on the street, which is just terrible. So any ways that we can find, if there's a nexus between your department and assisting with those that are evicted, and maybe working with our right to counsel once that becomes a more robust program.
And I do want to share with you that through our advocacy, the county has also, one of the priorities that they've identified is to develop a palliative and hospice unit inpatient so that our older people do not die in the streets. We really, have compelled them. So I'm working with the Department of Health Services in helping them to develop that unit. I think that's scandalous that we allow that to occur.
Can't disagree with you. So whatever ways that we can try to interact more as the right to counsel program goes forward, because it not only will help prevent evictions, but in the way that you described also, the concept is that someone that's in desperate need and down on their luck and needs a month's rent, that we may be able to generate that as part of this program.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll repeat my previous comment that we may want to start speaking in terms of eviction prevention rather than right to counsel, because you can buy a lot of pressure socks and a lot of $1,700 loans for the cost that you would be paying for lawyers otherwise. Sometimes that's not the right solution. So Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Trejo, thank you much to you and your staff. You all continue to demonstrate your real commitment and support for our seniors, and we appreciate it. From hosting or sponsoring our senior luncheon at the convention center, where literally thousands of seniors come out and have a lot of fun. Your help in getting the Van Meter Center reopened, reprogrammed, I should say, and it's been just gangbusters. I was there last 2 weeks ago, and everyone is very, very happy to be there. Back on the older worker employment program, because I agree with you. I think it's an important program to fund, to support. It gives our seniors a new lease on life in many ways, and really demonstrates that we want to use everyone in our community. But can you elaborate on how the support you've requested would help you with that program, help promote that program?
Currently, with the only thing we have for the program is the stipends for the actual participants. In the mayor's budgets, 2 of our staff positions were included, our request. We're trying to transition from a piloting phase to a program. And so now what we're asking is for the staff that would be required, because we've been basically doing it out of love and commitment, but that only carries us so far. And we're now starting to see the impact on our other services because we don't have dedicated staff. So that's really what the request is about. This committee last year, actually, I made that request. The budget allocation that you provided was the level that we had requested. Unfortunately, the positions were not in there for us, so we're back to ask for that support again this year.
Well, I know a budget memo has been requested, and I support it totally, and look forward to supporting your program when it comes back around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Bonnet.
Thank you very much. I'll echo the kudos to your work. I love the story about the passing of the hat, and of the pressure socks, because it spoke to my experience with you. Is that there's this television show in the 80s, MacGyver, who could get out of any jam with chewing gum and paper clips, and that's sort of like what you do. And you're able to you deal with people as individuals, and you find a way to help them, beg, borrow, or steal, and I really admire that. Thank you. Just a couple questions for you. I'll stick on the homelessness. One, even though we're doing Department of Aging, Lassa's not here. I'd like to ask for a report back from Lassa on the percentage of rapid rehousing vouchers in Los Angeles that have gone to seniors, compared to the percentage of the homeless population that are seniors. The second thing is, you mentioned that in a year the percentage of people who are homeless who are seniors went up 22%. That's an alarming statistic. It's one I think that's going to be repeated or reflected or matched when we get the results in the next couple of weeks. Has the amount of your budget dedicated to seniors gone up 22% over that period?
No, sir.
I'd like to get a budget impact report on matching the percentage increase in homelessness among seniors with commensurate resources to deal with that. You mentioned...
Sorry, Mr. Bonnet. May I just suggest also that if we're comparing with last year, it may be a false baseline as well. Yeah. So maybe that study should even be, that report should be expanded to include compared to pre-recession levels as well.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
That's great. You mentioned sort of co-living situations. You said, I can't remember the term you used to describe it.
Shared housing.
Yes, shared housing is a term I use. You made it. You said home sharing. That's what it was, which made me think of the Airbnb. I just wanted to clarify. You were talking about the same thing I talk about. I appreciate that you're advocating for that. I encourage you to advocate not just at the county, but here at the city. Okay. I've been advocating for it for a couple years, and it's like pushing water uphill. Sometimes it's a solution, and it works particularly well for seniors who feel isolated, and it helps give them a sense of community, and I think it's a great solution. We talked, I guess it was yesterday, with HCID about tracking, auditing, making known and available affordable units, which I think we all agree not tracked or made available enough. And Mr. Koretz was talking about, for some of these density bonus units, can we pull people off a list? To what extent does HCID share information with you about available affordable units, particularly, it's always been sort of the quote-unquote low-hanging fruit of affordable housing when you're facing community pushback is make it for seniors. How much are you informed of that so you know when an inventory is coming online and you can advocate for your folks?
James wants to.
What I've heard from our information assistance staff is that although they do get lists of housing from HCID, the problem is that the lists are usually not up to date. So what they've learned is that on a daily basis that they would have to call and verify whether or not the units are still available before they make the recommendation to people who are calling them seeking housing.
Okay. Rather than ask for a special study, which I think will be so vaguely phrased that we won't get much out of it, let's talk, and maybe we can do a motion about how we can sort of streamline that process, because I think that's an important potential pipeline. Final question is, it's May, which is Mental Health Awareness Month.
And Older Americans Month.
And and so my question is, I imagine there's some overlap there. Yes. That particularly regarding depression. How are you resourced to help people cope with that overlap?
We are not. Our funds through the Older Americans Act really do not involve mental health services. As a former chief of older adult mental health for LA County, I can tell you that's an incredibly difficult one for me. But we have very robust partnerships with LA County Mental Health, based on my experience and having worked for them for so long, that we really do make those services probably more available to city residents than they were in the past, and that's because I used to run all of them. So we do have direct access to the folks that run them when we need it, and we work with our care managers to continue to upgrade their skill sets, their knowledge, so that they know what resources are available in the community.
And how well does that filter down to the city employees who are interacting with seniors on a daily basis, whether it's at a senior center, a Rec and Parks facility, or at a library?
One of the things that we've done over the last few years is that we've created a program called Serving Our Seniors, SOS, which allows city employees to report to us any concern they have about an older person they come in contact with in their daily routine. And looking at the last few years, we get about from 300 to 400 referrals a year from city employees who have not received any special training other than their good eyesight and their caring hearts to say something's wrong and I want to tell somebody. And so what we created was an opportunity for them to tell us and do the right thing by that older person they're coming in contact with. I think our biggest referral source is Department of Water and Power, because their service operators get so many phone calls from older adults, and you'd be amazed what they discovered in those phone calls. They can see, I remember talking to one of the customer service staff, and she identified somebody with a severe memory impairment because when she read her screen, the lady had called them like 7 times in about 2 days asking for a replacement bill. And so rather than keeping that to herself, she sent us an email, say, this is my concern, so that we can connect her to a local care manager in one of our multi-purpose senior centers and ask them to make a home visit and try to figure out what's going on. In one instance, we actually discovered somebody who was going through extreme grief reaction, and we were able to actually get them connected to mental health services to address that. So wherever we can, we're always trying to figure out how to utilize the thousands of employees in the city and leverage their good hearts and their good eyes.
And I imagine, grief, and people, as they age, they lose their partners.
Yes.
A lot of grief manifests into, or
We see it.
into depression.
People look disoriented. In this case, the gentleman looked disheveled.
Yeah.
And the person said, I've met them before and they didn't look that way. That's why he made the referral.
So something else to think about, and we can follow up on this, is we do mandatory training for employees on sexual harassment. We do mandatory training on ethics. We can do it offline, but let's talk about whether or not there should be a training module for city employees for the particular needs of seniors. I think it's very easy for people under the age of 55 to not even think about what the needs of seniors are, and it might be something that would behoove us to be more sensitive to.
We would be so delighted to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bonin. As I ask Mr. Simon to come on up, Ms. Trejo, thank you very much. The program you just described, the reporting program you just described, is a great example of the kind of innovation that we expect from you, or that you produce without our even expecting it, and it really is remarkable. So thank you very much to you and your team.
I have a great team.
You do, and thank you very much for being here. Mr. Simon, Department on Disabilities, come on up. Thank you for your patience at the end of the long march. I don't think we're going to be able to maintain our record, members, since we have 7 minutes to go before 7 o'clock. I'll make this easy by letting you know that, as I always do, I think every single year I'm going to ask for a report back on every single one of your requests, because they are always modest, thoughtful, and impactful. And so I'm going to ask for reports on all of those. When the report does come back, I would like to get some indication of the metrics on the HIV and homelessness pilot program, and that it was a pilot program. I'd like to hear about the success that you've had with it, but we'll get that report back in either event. And with that, feel free to go ahead and open up briefly and introduce your team, and we'll get right into it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try and help you make that 7 minutes. One, again, of course, thank you to this committee. You've been extraordinarily supportive of the work that we do, and we appreciate your support of accessibility in the city. Of course, the mayor's budget team and CAO, they've worked very closely with us this year to really get us the resources we need to do our jobs. I'll be super brief and say, the top 2 items on my budget letter are the key ones that I'm just really think we need to fulfill our mandate. Again, making sure we have dedicated funding for a certified access specialist contracted in, whether it's a firm or individual, to do the day-to-day work with our ADA compliance officer to make sure the city is accessible. Okay, so it's really going out, getting in the field, getting the data when we get a complaint or a concern from a constituent or a council office or a city department, and making sure the city can move on them quickly. Our number 2 item is that homeless piece you mentioned. Ricky, in 20 seconds or less, could give you a couple of stats on the pilot we did, but expanding it a little bit to make sure we're getting out to our needle exchange providers, getting out to homeless encampments and our bridge home facilities to make sure there are far fewer needles on the street in our parks, and getting those folks into care and treatment where we can. So I'll go with that and say the city AIDS coordinator, Ricky Rosales, is with me, the city ADA compliance officer, Jeffrey Straneri, and my budget director and sort of COO, Sergio Samayoa. With that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bonin, go.
Blue curbs. Go.
Blue curbs, it's open, it's happening. And this budget has 2 positions in it, which will allow us to do the administrative intake on that process and keep them moving, and go out in the field. They're going to be trained up by Jeffrey to go out in the field, assess those sites, help DOT be ready to get out there and paint those blue curbs. Give us some numbers, or Mr. Schneri.
We're about a 2,000 application
lag, essentially for the dormancy of the program. About 2,000 applications were stored, and we've been working our way through those now. And since the program has come back online, we're averaging 5 per day, about 25 a week, pushing 100 per month. And if we don't clear those legacy records, I'm not going to be able to get ahead of what's coming in
So,
the current.
how many have you processed?
Well, I've personally pushed an evaluation of 2,000 applications, and we have looked at 400 physical locations to date. I, being squeezed for time, would love to have cleared that entire backlog myself, but really the 2 positions that I hope will take that on.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure that the well, there is a backlog. I don't know that once you clear it, that the backlog has been cleared up.
Correct.
I don't think there have been very many installed at all. So,
correct.
I'd like to get a report back from you, BOE, and DOT on what the hell the holdups are and how to get them moving.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Price.
Thank you, Mr. Simon. Thanks for your efforts and that of the team. You really have helped chart some new ground here. While we are aware of the role your department plays, what do you think the council can do to help ensure that your department receives greater visibility and better serves the individuals with disabilities across all services and programs that our city provides?
Okay, now you challenge me for a short answer to this. I'll give you the super brief one, and we can certainly continue this one offline.
Brief is fine.
One is referencing disability. Anytime you're talking about inclusion and diversity, disability tends to get left out. Let's make sure it's in there. We will be working with your offices directly in this coming year to make sure documents you send out digitally are accessible to our full communities. And we'll be going literally door to door through your offices to work with your staff on seeing that happen. I asked for a little bit of funding in here. I think $15,000 to expand our ability to make digital documents accessible. So we're very excited about that. We had a public information officer maybe 3-4 years ago in the budget. I needed to ultimately replace that position as a chief of staff because I didn't have the high-level administrative support that I needed, so we let that go. So having a public information officer in our department would be extraordinary to get the word out to community and really get a lot of information from community and help support our policy work. I could go on and on with that, but there are a lot of initiatives. We need to make sure disability and accessibility is included literally in every program facility that we have in the city.
Yeah. Also, you might just communicate better with the council offices so that we can get information out in our newsletters about what you're doing. I think that might be another vehicle to inform. In your communication to this committee, you requested funding for HIV and a homeless pilot program to support syringe exchanges. Can you elaborate on the areas where this program rolled out and how you seek to expand it to other areas?
Yeah, let me turn it right to Ricky. We asked for $30,000 that we have in this current year, and Ricky ran a pilot on that. And you actually have some numbers and talk about the sort of the geographic distribution as well.
Yeah. So we asked for $30,000 last year to go into homeless encampments, mostly around downtown. We're trying to expand that program with the request that's in this current year's budget. So far, we've collected an extra 40,000 syringes from those encampments, and we've seen 1,000 homeless individuals and referred them to other services as needed.
And so this program will be expanded how? How, where?
We want to expand the reach. Well, we want to go out to more places around the city. We want to be able to go to more encampments and get more organizations on board to help us do that.
So the current pilot uses 6 providers that we work with, from homeless healthcare to Asian American Drug Abuse Program. It runs programs in your district, I believe, Tarzana Treatment Center, Bienestar, and others. So geographically, this program already serves, to a certain extent, all 15 districts, but we are trying to really focus on where we're having homeless encampments. The amount of money he got this current year was $5,000 per agency, and to be honest with you, they did us a favor by adding this. Ricky, we also expanded. Normally we use, sort of fixed vans on a fixed schedule for a needle exchange or a storefront. This is allowing us to do sort of less invasive pieces where backpack services are going out by agencies who know how to reach the public. So honestly, we could scale this up quite a bit more, but it's been a very successful pilot.
Good. Well, I certainly support the quest that you're making and the report back, I should say, that's coming on the items that you requested. I'd also like to get a report back on the feasibility of implementing a public information officer, reinstating your public information officer, again, as a way of making sure you're getting your word out more effectively, more efficiently in services you're providing to this community.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Koretz.
Thank you. Ditto on the applause for you and your agency, which has done amazing work for years. Quick question on the Blue Curb program. Is any of your Blue Curb money for enforcement?
No, none of it is around enforcement. There are, we've been having an ongoing partnership with transportation on looking at blue curbs that have been there for years that maybe don't need to be there anymore. We're looking at those pieces. Again, blue curbs are not dedicated to an individual, right? I want to be clear on that. They're a location, and anyone with a legitimate legal placard can utilize them in that space. Okay, and on public streets. Placard reform is something we have been working on quite a bit with DOT and looking at people that are inappropriately using their placards and taking up blue curb spaces. Thank you for your motion, increasing the fees and penalties around that. And in the report that we did with DOT, additional enforcement is actually recommended as part of that, and some changes to state law.
And on your clearing of the requests, is there a way, rather than trying to clear 2,000 and then start, that as you're clearing them, you can also start producing them?
Sure. So the numbers that Jeffrey was given, so we've taken some 400 at this point, and they've looked at them, they've assessed them, categorized them. Is it just paint and post? It's ready to go. The sidewalk is good. The curb cut is there, and then a team from DOT can go out and take care of that. The next level is how much work needs to be done if some needs to be done. Meaning, do you need to just fix a sidewalk and do it? Do you need to move it down the block, a couple doors? That assessment has been done for 400 sites. So it's our sense now that as those get categorized, the easiest, the lowest hanging fruit, we'll just start doing them as quickly as possible. We'd like to go in the order we receive the requests. The bottom line is we need to get teams out there and just get as many in place as we can.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would have suggested. At least do the easy ones that you can get out so you start making some headway. I love the HIV and homeless pilot. I think it's incredibly valuable. Does what you're asking for do enough? Or could we expand it a lot more to really get adequate coverage?
I'm laughing because you asked me that last year, and I said, yeah, 30,000 is fine, and I'm back in front of you again asking for more. Honestly, these providers are fairly large-scale providers. They know the community. Ricky's also working with LASA, for example, to actually start working with their staff to help expand this. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on the ground, getting into the encampments and talking to people and getting them connected to services. So yes, this could be scaled up significantly.
Could you give us a report back on what the ideal funding would be rather than just creeping? Because I think it's established enough in terms of its value and in certainly decreasing the likelihood of the spread of HIV, et cetera, et cetera. So, I would love to see this program staffed up to the point where we're actually preventing the spread of HIV in a significant way. So I'd love to see that back. I don't know if it's time for I guess it's timely for a budget report.
Sure. Let's consolidate that all into a single report back that shows the results of the pilot program, success metrics that you measured there that you discussed, what additional services will be able to be achieved with the funding that's requested, and then what is the estimate of overall need citywide for these services and what that would cost to be able to meet that need. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That makes perfect sense.
Right.
Wonderful.
Thank you. Mr. Blumenfield.
All right. So no matter how fast I go, we've already blown the 7 o'clock.
It's just a question of how bad now.
So I realize it's the lightning round. Mr. Simon, thank you. Also, all of you guys do great work and work with Michael on my team all the time, and we really appreciate what you do. On the pilot program, just since we're just talking about that, critically important. Tell me though, does it complement or supplement what the county is doing, and do we need to be cognizant of that and refocus in any way because of that?
Supplements. I'll start this, and Ricky can fill in if I miss a piece. So 2 pieces. Again, this is based on our syringe exchange network. One, the county has built a system based on ours, built around ours, because the city started doing it 20 years ahead of county. So one, we're in full partnership with them on that to make sure as many areas are covered as possible. But 2, it's this partnership with LASA that I think is our biggest, which again I know is a joint powers space, but I think our biggest opportunity to get more people on the ground doing the work. Can you just give a quick highlight of resources you've brought? Because we've leveraged a lot of resources by doing this.
So I've been in conversations with LASA to bring them on as one of our needle exchange providers. They're already going to the encampments. This is a good way to leverage those resources. And I've been talking to the state of California with the syringe exchange clearinghouse. If I'm able to get LASA on board as one of our syringe exchange providers, they are going to provide all the supplies they would need to do the service in the encampments. So it's leveraging the resources that we're getting by a lot. So they wouldn't, really the only cost that they would have is their staff and right now the recycling of the syringes.
So maybe, I'm really interested in this, but it could be part of the report back with all the things that you asked for to include the county relationship, because we need to see the whole picture. So we're making sure that our funds are leveraging to the maximum extent possible, which I know you think about. We want to make sure that we're working with the county in the best way possible. So I'll leave that to the report back.
And I have a meeting on the books with them coming up.
Perfect. Regarding the CASP position, first, is there an option for this position to be funded either in whole or in part through the Willits money in terms of the sidewalk funds, or does it have to be a separate pot of money?
That's not a me question, I suppose, is would be my answer to that.
Okay, then I'll make that as part of the report back, because we're asking for funding options, and I suspect that some portion of it could be funded that way. So I'm going to ask for that to be included in the report back on that issue. And then, how much of this position's time would be devoted to the ADA transition plan motion that I passed? That we all passed last year to look into how the city provides better services to people with disability. Would this position be servicing that?
So there are 2 key items in our budget that reference CASPs, and I was kind of segregate them. One is this position, which is designed almost entirely to go, again, day to day, supporting Jeffrey. We got a complaint at a city park. Let's go look at it. Let's see how to fix it. The CASP pool, which is another item in the budget, there's $271,000. Well, it's not showing as general fund money because it's special fund money, but it is mentioned and referenced in the budget. It's a pool of funding that we will do to hire, quite frankly, more CASPs solely to work on the transition plan. Again, they may do a little bit of day-to-day in a triage sense, but that'll be a team of probably firms and agencies that work with us, again, under his direction, to go department by department. We launched the self-evaluation transition plan back in December. As we're staffing up a little more, we're going to be meeting maybe late May, early June with the departments again to actually give them the training and the materials to start doing those self-assessments. But we need these professionals in that pool together to really start going again, every park site, every library site, and so on.
So where are we on that plan in terms of, well, you know what, I could do that as a report back, to get a report back on our progress on the plan and what our trajectory is for completing it.
Sure.
Which I know you're doing great stuff on, but good to get that out. Question I ask every department that's community focused has to do with census outreach, so I'd ask for a report back on your plan for gearing up with the census and anything we can do. You have a whole group of population that you reach. As I said every time to each department, really important for our future funds, so to get a report back on that. And then Section 508 online training platform. Have you made progress on increasing the accessibility of the city's online training programs? And are you guys responsible for all of the 508 remediation? Is that split? And how are we doing on the ramp up, meeting the deadlines?
Ramp up is moving forward. A couple of pieces there. So 508 remediation, again, making sure our documents and websites are accessible. We partner with ITA. ITA runs actually a program on a lot of the city's websites to make sure the documents that are on it are accessible. So that's their sort of core lead piece in this. But in training city employees how to make them accessible in the first place, or taking documents and reports that the city disseminates to the public, we do that in-house. I have one staff person for that. Technically, I have 2 positions for it, but I only had one exemption, so I was only able to find one person who actually knew how to do it, to be honest with you. We asked again for $15,000 in this budget. I think a very conservative amount. There are things like the sustainability plan. We're working closely with them. Let's make sure that's accessible for, it's out in the public's hands. We did it with the Gray Streets program. Again, we'll be going office by office to you guys' offices. So as soon as once we can contract out some of the actual remediation and big reports, my person can focus more closely on training city staff. We're training the PIOs. We're training the emergency management. I forget the full name of the position. Emergency management. Anyway, I lost the terminology for that position, but we're training the ADA coordinators for each department. And again, we'll expand that as soon as we have a little more human capital to get those trainings out.
Great. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Simon, to you and your team, both for your ongoing great work that you do for people with disabilities and the rest of us in Los Angeles. And thank you for your patience in enduring this long meeting. I appreciate your being here, and thank you.
Thank you. We'll aim for the 7 minutes next time.
Members, it is 7:13. I would just like to add one more memo request that I neglected to ask when HSID was here. I'd like a budget impact memo on their request for a senior management analyst 2 to be added to the land use division to deal with increases in covenant processing and so forth. So with that, if there's nothing else, members, we will be resuming on Monday, and until then, at 7:14, we are in recess.
We get a lot of, blocking the sidewalk, open bottle containers, jaywalking tickets. A lot of times they get their driver's licenses suspended or they have bad credit, and that helps. That's